Chapter 1432. A fearsome torrent of time engulfed him, and Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of the twisted shadow and sent a fist barreling towards it. Countless runes shone, and the twisted shadow suddenly expanded and formed a black hole that can devour everything. Waves of dark devouring light emerged from the devouring black hole, bringing with them the power to destroy and devour everything as they swept towards the black shadow. Black light emerged, and a world full of bone dragons, dark knights, death monarchs, and countless other undead appeared. The aura of countless undead gathered together and formed a fearsome barrier. Yang Feng slammed his fist into the world full of undead and smashed it. Countless bone dragons, dark knights, death monarchs, and other existences collapsed, shattered, and turned into powder that drifted away with the wind. Taking advantage of the moment when the world was destroyed, a black ray suddenly burst out, broke away from Yang Feng's attack, and flew away. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and countless chains appeared and stabbed the black ray. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the chain, and the black light slightly distorted, condensing into a monster with a lower body of a human, 9 tentacles above the neck, and 9 eyes. Yang Feng, you can't kill me. I am one of the 3 eyes of the Black Eyes Alliance, the 9 Eyes Lord. If you kill me, the Black Smoke Alliance won't let you off. A malevolent expression flashed across the eyes of the 9-eyed monster, Lord of 9 Eyes, as it roared crazily. Black Eyes Alliance? Black Eyes, known as the strongest powerhouse in Yenju Heaven, is in your alliance. Even so, you must die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng closed the fingers of a hand, and a fearsome force enveloped the 9 Eyes Lord and crushed it with a palm strike. Countless devour runes appeared and frantically devoured the 9 Eyes Lord's eternal origin. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the 9 Eyes Lord's eternal origin was devoured and turned into ashes. There's one more. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he looked into the distance, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. In the distance, a 1,000-mile-long transcendent life-form, the sun-devouring celestial dog, covered in the flames of the sun, exuded the terrifying aura of an eternal. Not long ago, this was the same sun-devouring celestial hound that had pushed a sun toward the absolute wind region. If Shui hadn't taken action and sealed the sun in ice, once that sun had struck the wind absolute domain, the entire wind absolute domain would have been plunged into misery and suffering. It would have been reduced to a world engulfed in flames, and more than 90% of the intelligent life forms would have died. This was the eternal world, an extremely powerful, exciting, and dangerous world. Without the protection of an eternal, a realm would either be colonized by other realms or destroyed in a war between eternals. These realms didn't have cosmic crystal walls or membrane defenses like those of other universes, and the power within them was far inferior to the universe's will. It was simply impossible for them to contend with an eternal. Ripples shimmered, and the space rulers hidden in the void emerged. 1,000 holy rank space rulers set up a barrier in front of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Get lost, you ants! The sun-devouring celestial hound slammed into the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier that can stop emperors crumbled, and a huge crack appeared on the 1,000 sacred rank space rulers. Die! A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the sun-devouring heavenly hound, and it belched a pillar of fire barreling towards the 1,000 holy rank space rulers. Burned by the pillar of fire, the barrier set up by the 1,000 holy rank space rulers was ignited, turned into fireballs and burned to ashes. Even the core chips were burned to ashes. After the sun-devouring heavenly hound destroyed the 1,000 holy rank space rulers, its eyes flashed with a carefree shade, and it continued to fly forward. In the eternal world, the number of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses far exceeds that of other universes. However, for an eternal sovereign force, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are the backbone. Even the domain lord of a realm will feel a little heartache when 1,000 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses die. The sun-devouring heavenly hound has just flown 10,000 kilometers away, when 1,000 holy rank space rulers appeared again and set up a barrier in front of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Ants! Go to hell! Enraged, the sun-devouring heavenly hound smashed the barrier, opened its maw, and belched a pillar of fire barreling towards the 1,000 holy rank space rulers. In the wake of the pillar of fire, the 1,000 holy rank space rulers were burned to ashes in an instant. How dare you slaughter my subordinates? How dare you? A cold voice came from the void, and Yang Feng slowly stepped out of the void and looked coldly at the sun-devouring heavenly hound. When the sun-devouring heavenly hound saw Yang Feng, it felt a chill in its heart and cried out, "Yang Feng, didn't you go after the Nine Eyes Lord? Why are you here?" "I have already killed the Nine Eyes Lord. You're next." With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step forward and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black hole appeared and swept towards the sun-devouring heavenly hound. "Master, save me!" With a flash of fear in its eyes, the sun-devouring heavenly hound roared. A golden bell appeared on the neck of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Countless golden rays intertwined, and a beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, a sexy figure, and a golden robe appeared in the void, exuding an enchanting aura. "Friend, she is my pet, Ouyang Yana. I don't know how she offended you, but please spare her life. I will go back and teach her a good lesson. Please give me some face." The corners of Ouyang Yana's mouth rose into a haughty smile, and she uttered arrogantly. A frightening aura far superior to Yang Feng's diffused from Ouyang Yana. She extended her lily-white hand and shot out blue light into the sky, entered the whirlpool, and crushed the devour black hole. After smashing the black hole, Ouyang Yana's figure couldn't help but blur. A fourth firmament eternal powerhouse. Yang Feng glanced at Ouyang Yana, raised his eyebrows, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. Among the 9 firmament eternal sovereigns, 4th firmament eternal sovereigns, 7th firmament eternal sovereigns, and 9th firmament eternal sovereigns will experience earth-shaking evolution in strength. In the Yenju heaven, the strongest powerhouse is a 3rd firmament eternal sovereign. The eternal ones who had reached the 4th heaven of the eternal realm lived in the higher heavens. If an expert at the 3rd heaven of the eternal realm entered the realm of an expert at the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm alone, he might be suppressed by that expert. However, if a 4th heaven of the eternal realm expert entered the domain of a 3rd heaven of the eternal realm expert, he could kill that 3rd heaven of the eternal realm expert. In the Yenju heaven, a 4th firmament eternal sovereign is virtually invincible. Unless the eternal sovereigns of the Yenju heaven join forces, they may be able to defeat a 4th firmament eternal sovereign. When the sun-devouring heavenly hound saw this, it heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng with ridicule in its eyes. During its rampage in the Yenju heaven, who knows how many disasters it has provoked, and it even offended several 3rd firmament eternal sovereigns. However, as long as Ouyang Yana, who is behind the sun-devouring heavenly hound, appears, the eternal sovereigns can only swallow their anger, not daring to offend Ouyang Yana. Even if you are a 4th firmament eternal sovereign, since you dare to come and kill me, you have to bear the risk of failure. Go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he sent a fist barreling towards Ouyang Yana. "How dare you? How dare you attack me?" Ouyang Yana was both shocked and angry. Countless mysterious runes appeared on her, and blue light gathered and formed a blue greatsword with distorted light. "A mere power projection wants to block my way. You're courting death." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slammed his fist into the blue greatsword and smashed it. A huge devour black hole emerged, swept towards Ouyang Yana, and swallowed her. A fearsome devour force enveloped Ouyang Yana and devoured her power. "You dare attack me? Yenju Tian's Yang Feng, you're dead. I won't let you off." The moment Ouyang Yana's power projection was sucked into the devour black hole, she uttered a curse full of resentment. "Then let me give you a gift. Let me tell you, power projections can't be released casually." Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he operated the law of karma. Fate essence runes and countless karma threads emerged. "Found you!" Yang Feng unleashed the essence of devour and extended his hand towards the countless karma threads, and a devour black hole emerged, turned into a huge mouth, and bit along the karma threads. In a secret room of an exquisite palace in profound clear heaven, there sits a blonde woman with blue eyes and blonde hair. She is Ouyang Yana. At this time, her eyes are closed, and countless runes are flickering on her body. She is comprehending the eternal heavenly method. Suddenly, a bloody maw appeared in the secret chamber, opened its maw, bit Ouyang Yana, tore off a huge chunk of her flesh, and frantically devoured her eternal origin. "Damn it! Yang Feng!" Ouyang Yana instantly opened her eyes, and a cold light swept past her eyes. She stretched out her finger and tapped on the bloody mouth, causing strands of blue light to explode and directly shatter the bloody mouth. Chapter 1433. After shattering the bloody maw, Ouyang Yana trembled slightly and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The eternal force inside her churned, and the tremendous backlash force made her fall to the ground in unbearable pain. Yang Feng, I won't let you off. Ouyang Yana collapsed on the ground and issued a heart-wrenching roar. Ouyang Yana was at a critical moment in her cultivation. Now that she was attacked by Yang Feng, she was forced to shatter Yang Feng's attack. However, she almost fell into a state of cultivation deviation. Due to the tremendous backlash force, she was seriously injured, and even suffered a trace of injury to her origin. As expected of a fourth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, my attack only intercepted a trace of eternal origin. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the blue thread in his hand. This blue thread is the trace of eternal origin he intercepted when he attacked Ouyang Yana with the essence of Devour. Yang Feng, you dare to attack Lady Ouyang Yana, you're dead. Lady Ouyang Yana is a peerless powerhouse of the profound clear heaven. Her father, Ouyang Invincible, is one of the 5 tycoons of the profound clear heaven, a peerless powerhouse of the 6th firmament eternal realm. You dare to attack Lady Ouyang Yana, you're dead. No one can save you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can also plead with Lady Ouyang Yana to spare your life and only kill you once. Otherwise, once Lady Ouyang Yana gets angry, your eternal imprint will collapse, and everything will be destroyed by her. With a flash of fear in its eyes, the sun-devouring celestial hound threatened fiercely. You die once for me. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the sun-devouring celestial hound. With a cold look in his eyes, he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge devour black hole appeared and swept towards the sun-devouring celestial hound. Damn it, Yang Feng, let's die together. The eyes of the sun-devouring celestial hound shimmered fiercely. 18 suns appeared on its body, twisted, blurred, and surged with eternal force in an attempt to self-destruct. You want to take me down with you? You're simply overestimating yourself. Once you have the courage to shatter the eternal mark, come and take me down with you. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then appeared in front of the sun-devouring celestial hound with a blur, stabbed the sun-devouring celestial hound with his hands, and tore it in half. Countless streams of devouring light emerged from the black hole and swept towards the sun-devouring celestial hound, devouring its eternal source completely. Within a secret room in the palace where Xian Qingtian and Ouyang Yana resided, an eternal mark appeared within an eternal origin energy pool. It absorbed the liquid within the eternal origin energy pool and formed the sun-devouring heavenly hound's body. Yang Feng, you're dead. The sun-devouring heavenly hound gritted its teeth and disappeared from the spot. In a garden full of rare extraordinary plants, there sits a gorgeous woman dressed in a golden warlock robe. She is the 4th firmament eternal realm Ouyang Yana. Master, I was killed by Yanju Tian's Yang Feng. You have to avenge me. The originally 1,000-kilometer-long sun-devouring heavenly hound has now turned into a cute golden retriever covered in golden fur. The sun-devouring heavenly hound pounced at Ouyang Yana's feet and rubbed her jade-like leg. Lacking the demeanor of an eternal sovereign rank fierce beast, the sun-devouring heavenly hound spoke cutely and coquettishly. To Anchuan, I told you not to make trouble for me during this time. Go to the demonic hell path and be punished for 1,000 years. Scram. Ouyang Yana's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she kicked the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Master, I don't want to go to the demonic hell path. I know I was wrong. Master, please give me a chance. With a flash of horror in its eyes, the sun-devouring heavenly hound was bound by countless chains, and a black hole appeared below it, swallowed it, and teleported away. Yang Feng, you bastard! Hijina! Ouyang Yana uttered coldly, her eyes cold. Yes, my lord. A peerless beauty with long blue hair that was tied into a single ponytail, wore blue-colored armor, had skin that was crystalline like jade, a tall and sexy figure, and her entire body emitted a heroic bearing appeared extremely abruptly, and she knelt on one knee before Ouyang Yana as she spoke respectfully. Ouyang Yana's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she uttered unhurriedly, Go to Yanju Heaven and observe an eternal sovereign named Yang Feng. If there's a chance, kill him. If there's no chance, collect information on him and give it to me. Yes, my lord. Traces of blue ripples appeared on Himina's body, and she disappeared from where she was. Ouyang Yana's beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she uttered, stressing each syllable, Yang Feng, after I recover, you will die. Yanju Heaven Wind Absolute Domain. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the cocoon formed by Zero Evolution, spread the fingers of a hand, and a wisp of eternal origin that he refined entered the cocoon. Countless devour runes appeared on the cocoon, and it eagerly absorbed the eternal origin. Crack! With a crisp sound, the cocoon shattered, and Zero walked out from the cocoon, exuding a terrifying aura. My lord, thank you for granting me eternal origin, allowing my strength to advance further. Zero knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng and uttered respectfully. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Now that you have evolved, we can proceed to the next step. Yes. In the Wind Absolute Domain, light shone, and one fleet after another flew out of the Wind Absolute Domain, formed a terrifying fleet torrent, and disappeared into the starry sky. In the starry sky outside the heavenly spring realm, ripples flickered, and an incomparably terrifying fleet appeared from the void. The battle stars atop the huge fleet flashed, and beams of light barreled towards the stars outside the heavenly spring realm like shooting stars. Bombarded by the battle stars, the stars inside the heavenly spring realm exploded one after another, and countless shooting stars fell towards the heavenly spring realm. It is common sense in the eternal world to use stars as the peripheral defense of a realm. Generally, the realm lord will use this method to defend. First destroy the peripheral starry sky of a realm, and then attack the realm. This is the orthodox way to attack a realm. Yang Feng, you dare to attack my heavenly spring realm. Do you want to have an irreconcilable enmity with the Black Spirit Ring? My Black Spirit Ring has 7 eternal beings. Even if you kill Feng Juechen, you won't be able to escape. Even if you killed Feng Juechen, the Black Spirit Ring still has 6 eternal sovereigns left. The 9-nosed divine mastiff emerged from the void, looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes, and barked. Even if the 6 eternal ones all had the eternal laws of the first heaven of the eternal realm, once they burned their eternal marks and eternal origin, they could jointly display their power. Even an expert at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm would be seriously injured if they were not careful. I'll kill you. The Black Spirit Ring only has 5 eternal sovereigns left. Besides, it is you and the other 2 eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring who have a grudge against me. The other 3 eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring may not be willing to live and die with you. Yang Feng looked at the 9-nosed divine mastiff with ridicule in his eyes and said with a cold smile. The 9-nosed divine mastiff's face turned very unsightly. Among the eternal sovereigns who besieged Yang Feng at the time, only the 9-nosed divine mastiff and Feng Juechen attacked him. The other 2 eternal sovereigns are powerhouses of the Black Spirit Ring. Eternal sovereigns are overlord-rank existences who put their own interests first. The eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring who didn't participate in the siege of Yang Feng will never advance or retreat with the 9-nosed divine mastiff and the others to resist such a fearsome enemy. Yang Feng said coldly, 9-nosed, submit to me and serve me. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. This will be your burial ground. Countless light beams bombarded the sky above the heavenly spring area like raindrops, destroying the stars one by one. Stars fell like rain. No, I am free. No one can make me submit. Even if I have to escape from the heavenly spring realm, I will never yield. The eyes of the 9-nosed divine mastiff flashed fiercely, and he faced upwards and issued a roar. As the heavenly spring realm's realm master, the 9-nosed divine mastiff's eternal mark is in the heavenly spring realm. Once he escapes from the heavenly spring realm, it will be difficult for him to advance to the 2nd firmament eternal realm. Even if he encounters a fortuitous encounter in other places, he won't dare to advance to the 2nd firmament eternal realm. Otherwise, once an advancement phenomenon occurs in the heavenly spring realm, his eternal mark will be discovered by the new realm master of the heavenly spring realm. It is for this reason that the universe and realms with the eternal mark of an eternal are existences that eternal sovereigns can't give up. Yang Feng said coldly, aren't you afraid that I will destroy the entire heavenly spring realm and bury it with you? As long as a universe exists, an eternal will never die. The same is true for eternal sovereigns who have placed their eternal mark in realms. Once a realm is destroyed, they will die. The 9-nosed divine mastiff's face changed dramatically, and his eyes flickered. Yang Feng uttered lightly, how about this, make an oath to the Oath Monarch to serve me for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, I will return you your freedom. Okay. After weighing the pros and cons, the 9-nosed divine mastiff gritted his teeth and summoned the Oath Monarch to serve Yang Feng. Greetings, my lord. After making the oath, the 9-nosed divine mastiff's figure fluttered, and he came to Yang Feng's side with a complicated look in his eyes. Let's go to the next place. The huge fleet turned around and flew towards the next starry sky. This is the Black Cloud Realm where the Black Wolf Lord is. Sure enough, he wants to settle accounts and flatten them one by one. Looking in the direction of the huge fleet, the nine-nosed divine mastiff smiled bitterly, and then a look of excitement surged in his eyes. Chapter 1434. In the starry sky outside the Dark Cloud Realm, ripples flickered, and a huge interstellar fleet emerged. At the moment when the interstellar fleet emerged, stars outside the Dark Cloud Realm shone, resonated with each other, and formed a huge barrier. Countless warships in the interstellar fleet flashed, and beams from their primary artilleries tore through the sky and slammed into the huge barrier. Ripples emerged on the starry barrier and blocked the bombardment of the warship's primary artilleries. You want to block my way with this kind of barrier? Break! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he unleashed a secret method recorded in the supremely heaven-severing method, and a copious amount of eternal force intertwined and formed a huge sword that slashed towards the starry barrier. Bringing with it an aura that seemed capable of destroying everything, the incomparably huge heaven blade slashed against the huge starry sky boundary in an instant. The starry sky barrier was sliced apart like butter by the heavenly saber. One after another, the heavenly saber shattered the stars and exploded them. A terrifying hole that could not be healed appeared on the starry barrier. The densely packed beams of light shot out from the incomparably terrifying hole and entered the starry sky boundary. One star after another collapsed and shattered under the bombardment of the beams, and countless meteorites fell into the realm below. Yang Feng, do you want to be ruthless? Light condensed above the Dark Cloud's realm and formed a projection of a 1,000-kilometer-long Dark Wolf Lord with a wolf head and a human body, and it roared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the Dark Wolf Lord with a cold look in his eyes and uttered frigidly, "Dark Wolf Lord, submit to me, or today will be the day of your death." Nine Noses stepped out from behind Yang Feng and sighed faintly. "Old friend, submit. As long as you are willing to swear to serve the Lord for 30,000 years, the Lord will let you go and return your freedom after 30,000 years. Otherwise, I will have to attack you." Yang Feng glanced at Nine Noses and acquiesced to his words. The Dark Wolf Lord, who was just a First Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse, was not Yang Feng's opponent. However, if he burned the Eternal Imprint and launched an attack, the power would be earth-shattering. Even Ninth Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses would be moved. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, few Eternals would force other Eternals to burn the Eternal Imprint and everything else. No. I'm free. I will never submit to anyone. Yang Feng, I don't care about the fact that you killed me once. However, if you dare to enter my Dark Cloud Realm, then even if I have to burn my eternal origin, I will take you down together with me. The Dark Wolf Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he threatened fiercely. Yang Feng said frigidly, "Then go to hell. Do it." Zero stepped out of the void, and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The Level 8 main battle base appeared behind her, and the fully charged destruction cannon flashed. A terrifying beam of destruction blasted out from the destruction cannon and barreled towards the Dark Cloud's Wolf City in the center of the Dark Cloud's domain. Within that incomparably huge Dark Cloud Wolf City, traces of dark light flickered. The incomparably huge dark clouds gathered to form a Dark Cloud Wolf. Great Dark Wolf Lord, you are the guardian of us wolves. You are the sole master of the Dark Cloud Realm. We are willing to devote all our strength for you. Please protect us. In the Dark Cloud Realm, countless wolf powerhouses knelt on the ground and prayed piously and loudly. Great Dark Wolf Lord, you are the sole master of the Dark Cloud Realm. Please protect us. In the Dark Cloud Realm, the powerhouses of various races knelt on the ground and prayed towards the altars. The power of faith from the entire realm gathered together and entered the body of the Dark Cloud Wolf. Exuding second firmament eternal rank breath, the Dark Cloud Wolf extended its claw and clawed at the destruction cannon beam in the sky. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes shimmered with ridicule. The Dark Wolf Lord's claw tore through the sky and slammed into the destruction beam. An incredible scene appeared. The Dark Cloud Wolf, which had gathered the power of an entire domain in the Dark Cloud Precinct, turned into ashes inch by inch under the bombardment of the incomparably terrifying destructive light beam. When the beam of destruction slammed into Dark Cloud's Wolf City, the numerous barriers that appeared around Dark Cloud's Wolf City crumbled one by one. The entire Dark Cloud's Wolf City was obliterated by the beam of destruction. A terrifying mushroom cloud that covered a radius of 10,000 miles slowly rose into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. In the dark cloud realm, mountains collapsed, the earth quaked, magma gushed, and tsunamis erupted. It was a scene of the end of the world. The huge interstellar fleet's artilleries mercilessly barreled towards the gathering places of the wolves in the dark cloud realm. Wherever the beams of light landed, cities were obliterated by the beams, and the wolfman powerhouses within the cities were killed in an instant. The strongest point of a realm lord is that they can mobilize the power of the intelligent life forms in the realm, unite them, and strengthen themselves. If the intelligent life forms in the realm die out, how much power can the realm lord mobilize? Yang Feng said coldly towards the dark cloud wolf city with a cold look in his eyes. Standing behind Yang Feng, Nine Noses broke out in a cold sweat. What a ruthless method! Fortunately, I submitted to him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the heavenly spring realm would really be destroyed by him just to kill me. Originally, Nine Noses thought that Yang Feng was just threatening him, and that he wouldn't dare to destroy a realm easily. But when he saw the apocalyptic scene of the heavenly spring realm, his heart suddenly turned cold and filled with fear. Virtually every eternal sovereign who came from other universes is a fearsome existence who climbed to the top of a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and the bones of countless powerhouses. Everyone's will is as hard as iron. In order to achieve their goal, they won't hesitate even if they have to destroy a universe. Yang Feng, you dare to kill the powerhouses of my race. I'll fight you to the death. An earth-shaking roar came from the dark cloud wolf city, and a 10,000-kilometer-tall dark wolf lord, who looks like he's shrouded in clouds, burned all his eternal origin, tore through the sky, and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's flagship. Shit! Nine Noses' face fell. Barriers emerged around him, and he fled frantically. 1,000 holy rank Vajra rulers appeared and opened a powerful barrier blocking in front of Yang Feng. When the giant claw slammed into the barrier, it easily tore it apart, and then slammed into Yang Feng. Under the shocking attack of the giant claw, Yang Feng's body crumbled, turned into powder, and disappeared. He's dead? How could it be so easy? In the dark cloud wolf city, the dark wolf lord's body crumbled bit by bit, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity. You're still reluctant to burn the eternal mark? You want to die to injure me? How naive! Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared behind the dark wolf lord. With a look of ridicule in his eyes, he stabbed his claw into the dark wolf lord's body, which has already begun to collapse. Caught you! A tremendous amount of eternal force was unleashed. Under the guidance of the extraordinary force of the law of karma and the essence of fate, Yang Feng used the dark wolf lord's body as a base and locked onto the eternal mark hidden in the dark cloud realm. He extended his hand and extracted the eternal mark from the dark wolf lord's body. No! Don't kill me! I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to serve you for 30,000 years. No, 300,000 years. When the dark wolf lord saw the eternal mark, fear welled up inside him, and he screamed in horror. Too late. Yang Feng smiled coldly and crushed the dark wolf lord's eternal mark. A fearsome devour force enveloped the dark wolf lord's broken eternal mark and devoured the dark wolf lord's eternal true spirit. The wisps of eternal true spirit power were absorbed by Yang Feng and strengthened his eternal mark. One of the most important reasons why Yang Feng can practice cultivation so fast is that he has destroyed the eternal marks of several eternal sovereigns and devoured the power of the eternal true spirit inside their eternal marks. An incomparably huge star fell from the sky of Yen Absolute Sky. A rain of blood filled the sky, and all living things grieved. Countless statues of the Black Wolf Lord cracked open. He died. The Dark Wolf Lord died. Another eternal perished. Yang Feng, it was Yang Feng, he killed another eternal sovereign. How terrifying! The Black Wolf Lord was actually killed by Yang Feng in his own realm. How could this be? When the eternal sovereigns saw this scene, a chill flashed in their eyes. In the flame blood heaven, eternal sovereigns dying is very rare. As for eternal sovereigns, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In the flame blood heaven, only during the War of the Heavens 1 million years ago did eternal sovereigns die. Now that Yang Feng has appeared, 2 eternal sovereigns have died at his hands, which made the eternal sovereigns of the flame blood heaven feel a chill in their hearts. From today on, the Dark Cloud Realm is one of my territories. Anyone who trespasses without my permission will die. Yang Feng grabbed the treasury hidden by the Dark Wolf Lord, looked up at the void, and spoke in a cold voice full of killing intent. When the Eternal Sovereigns spying on the Dark Cloud Realm heard Yang Feng's voice, their countenance flickered, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Chapter 1435. The Dark Cloud Realm is a huge realm among Eternal Sovereigns. It is rich in resources, even richer than before the evolution of the world of warlocks. In the Dark Cloud Realm, there are many resources that Eternal Sovereigns need. Originally, the Eternal Sovereigns wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Dark Wolf Lord was killed by Yang Feng to plunder them. However, Yang Feng's words deterred the Eternal Sovereigns. None of the Eternal Sovereigns wants to give Yang Feng an excuse to attack their realm. After Yang Feng left a sentence, a fleet entered the Dark Cloud Realm and began to collect resources and suppress the rebellion. With a flash of light, the huge fleet disappeared into the void and flew towards the Green Lizard region. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng, Lord Green Lizard. I am willing to submit to you and serve you for 30,000 years. I hope that you will forgive my previous sins, take me in, and let me serve you, Your Majesty. Yang Feng's huge fleet has just jumped to the Green Lizard realm, when the Green Lizard Lord, who looks like a humanoid lizard, appeared in front of the huge fleet and bowed to Yang Feng in salute. Seeing the Dark Wolf Lord die at Yang Feng's hands so easily, the Green Lizard Lord knows that he can't stop Yang Feng's army, and so he chose to submit. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "Okay. Swear it." "Yes, Lord." The Green Lizard Lord summoned the Oath Monarch and swore an oath to serve Yang Feng for 30,000 years. The lifespan of Eternal Sovereigns is calculated in hundreds of millions of years. In other universes, as long as the universe exists, Eternals will never die. In the Eternal World, as long as the realm exists, Eternals will never die. The lifespan of the realms in the Eternal World is calculated in hundreds of millions of years. Unless they are destroyed by other Eternal Sovereigns, the realms basically won't be destroyed naturally. For ordinary extraordinary life forms, 30,000 years is extremely long. But for Eternal Sovereigns, it is just a small fragment of their endless lifespan. Since the Green Lizard Lord advanced to the Eternal Realm, he has lived for more than 10 million years. A trifling 30,000 years is nothing to him. Okay. Let's continue. The huge interstellar fleet immediately adjusted its direction and flew towards the next Eternal Realm. There are a total of 5 Eternal Sovereigns who followed Feng Juechen to besiege Yang Feng. They are the Nine Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Black Wolf Lord, the Exploding Ghost Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord. After the Nine Noses Lord and the Green Lizard Lord submitted to Yang Feng, the 2 Eternal Sovereigns, the Exploding Ghost Lord and the Giant Hill Lord, also chose to submit to Yang Feng and serve him for 30,000 years. Although Eternal Sovereigns are not willing to be under others, but compared to eternal life, serving Yang Feng for 30,000 years is not unbearable. Although Nine Nose and the other 3 Eternal Sovereigns are first Heaven Eternal Realm powerhouses, but after they joined Yang Feng's camp, Yang Feng's power in Yen Absolute Heaven skyrocketed, and he formed a powerful eternal alliance. Spirit Flower Realm. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's huge fleet appeared outside the Spirit Flower Realm. Beams of light containing destructive radiance blasted towards the stars floating in the outer starry sky of the Spirit Flower domain. The stars shone brightly, and the flowers bloomed and intertwined, forming a huge flower barrier. When the beam of light slammed into the flower barrier, it set off ripples at once. Rays of light shone, countless moonlight intertwined, and a projection of the flower moon Heavenly Maiden formed in the void. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng. If I have offended you in any way before, please forgive me. I can compensate you 5 million Eternal Origin Stones. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once. The flower moon Heavenly Maiden bowed to Yang Feng standing in front of the warship in a delicate and charming manner and pleaded. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng said frigidly, "Flower moon Heavenly Maiden, submit to me and serve me for 30,000 years. Otherwise die." There was a flash of anger in the flower moon Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes, and she sank into her thoughts. Yang Feng, you talk big. To force an eternal of my destruction sheep alliance, you dare? Do you want to provoke an eternal war in Yen Absolute Heaven? A cold voice came from the void, and the returning spirit sheep stepped out of the void, followed by the 3 Eternal Sovereigns who besieged Yang Feng. The 3 Eternal Sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. The 2 Eternal Sovereigns Feng Juechen and the Black Wolf Lord died at Yang Feng's hands, and their realm was seized by him. The four eternal sovereigns, the Nine Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Exploding Ogre Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord, were forced to submit to Yang Feng and serve him for 30,000 years. The three eternal sovereigns are alarmed by Yang Feng's ability, and they regret provoking such a terrifying enemy as Yang Feng. However, since they provoked a great enemy like Yang Feng, they could only stick together with the returning spirit goat and continue on their path. Returning spirit sheep. You came at the right time. I'll kill you again. At that time, it will be easier to deal with you in your realm. Yang Feng swept the returning spirit sheep and the other four eternal sovereigns with a knife-like gaze and revealed frigid killing intent. An enigmatic ray flashed in the eyes of the returning spirit sheep, and he bowed respectfully towards the void and said, Sir Black Eyes, Yang Feng wants to provoke an eternal war in Yen Absolute Heaven. Please preside over justice. In the void, black aura shone. An incomparably frightening gate of darkness appeared in the void. Boundless dark aura gushed out from the gate of darkness. An incomparably frightening black eye condensed within the boundless darkness. As soon as the black eye was formed, a human figure full of muscles appeared below the black eye. As if it was the black eye's carrier, it slowly walked out of the door of darkness. Behind black eyes, there are 7 eternal sovereigns. One of them is the Nine Eyes Lord who went to assassinate Yang Feng that day. Sir Black Eyes. Our #1 powerhouse, Sir Black Eyes, is here. Since Sir Black Eye is here, then Yang Feng is screwed. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance shimmered with ecstasy. Black Eyes is the #1 powerhouse of Yen Absolute Heaven, a third heaven eternal realm overlord. He has advanced to the third heaven eternal realm 50 million years ago. He is an undying overlord who has survived countless wars. The reason why the Sheep of Returning Spirit is full of confidence is that he invited Black Eyes to take action. Not only did Black Eyes come in person, but he also brought along 7 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance. Among the 7 eternal sovereigns, there are 2 second heaven eternal realm powerhouses. This kind of strength is simply heaven-defying. The Sheep of Destruction Alliance has a total of 5 eternal sovereigns. Coupled with the 7 eternal sovereigns of the Black Smoke Alliance, the number of eternal sovereigns they have far surpassed that of Yang Feng's Eternal Alliance. When the 4 eternal sovereigns, the Nine Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Exploding Ogre Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord saw this scene, a gloomy shade streaked past their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that they have sworn to the Oath Monarch to serve Yang Feng, and the price of violating the oath is too great, they would have fled by now. Surrounded by black light, Black Eye looked at Yang Feng and said coldly, Yang Feng, you destroyed the peace of Flame Absolute Heaven, provoked a war between eternal sovereigns, and killed the Lord of 9 Eyes of the Black Eyes Alliance. How do you plan to atone for this sin? Yang Feng, hand over the complete Greatly Heaven Severing Method. Offer it to the Black Eyes Alliance, and the Black Eyes Alliance will accept you as a member of the Alliance and make you our Deputy Alliance Leader. There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the Nine Eyes Lord, but he still suppressed the resentment in his heart and uttered with a smile. When they heard this, the complexion of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance's eternal sovereigns flickered. They realized that the Black Eyes Alliance didn't intervene to uphold justice, but for the complete Greatly Heaven Severing Method in Yang Feng's hands. In such a short period of time, Yang Feng has advanced to the third heaven eternal realm. This speed of advancement has attracted the attention of the eternal sovereigns of Yen Absolute Heaven. Although the eternal sovereigns of Yen Absolute Heaven covet the Greatly Heaven Severing Method in Yang Feng's hands, but no one dares to attack him. Only Black Eye, the #1 powerhouse of Flame Absolute Heaven, would use the excuse of helping the Sheep of Destruction Alliance to attack Yang Feng and seize the Greatly Heaven Slicing Method from him. How about this? I'll kill all the people of the Black Eyes Alliance so that you don't have to atone for your crime. What do you think? Black Eyes. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and eternal force surged. He cast the Greatly Heaven Severing Method, and a heavenly blade emerged, absorbed universe force, and turned into a heavenly blade capable of cutting and destroying everything, and slashed towards the Nine Eyes Lord. Save me, Sir Black Eyes. Suddenly enveloped by the danger of death, the Nine Eyes Lord's face fell, and he screamed. Yang Feng, you aren't the only one who possesses the Eternal Heaven Method in this world. A fierce ray flashed in Black Eyes' eyes, eternal force surged, and he pulled out a demonic sword with countless eyeballs and exuding twisting power from his spine. The Eternal Treasure Black Eye Demonic Sword. This is my, Yen Ju Tion's, most destructive devil sword. This black-eye demonic sword is the most fearsome eternal treasure in Yen absolute heaven. Since Black Eyes used this eternal treasure, it seems that he wants to kill me. When the eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. Black Eyes waved the black-eye demonic sword, and an eyeball on the demonic sword with countless eyeballs opened, and a fearsome sword ray slashed out, turned into a black tortoise in the void, and blocked in front of the Nine Eyes Lord. When the fearsome heavenly blade slammed into the black tortoise, it exploded and shattered along with the black tortoise. Chapter 1436. Yang Feng, in my black-eye demon sword, there are 9 eternal sovereigns that I killed sealed. You will become the 10th eternal sealed within my black-eye demon sword. Although eternal sovereigns have immortal bodies, but once they are sealed, they will fall into eternal slumber. It's no different from being dead. Hand over the greatly heaven-severing method. Otherwise, today will be the day you are sealed. Pointing the black-eye sword at Yang Feng, Black Eye's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered coldly. Eternal sovereigns have an almost terrifying immortal characteristic. No matter how many times they are killed, as long as the eternal imprint isn't broken, they will be reborn. In the eternal world, there are as many powerhouses as clouds and supreme geniuses. They have developed various secret methods to deal with eternal sovereigns. Among them, the most terrifying is the seal on eternal sovereigns. Once an eternal is sealed by a seal, they will fall into eternal slumber. As long as the seal isn't lifted, they will remain in slumber. After sealing the eternals, it would be very easy to attack the realms ruled by the eternals. Many eternal beings would rather self-destruct when faced with sealing secret techniques than be sealed. You want to seal me with just you? You overestimate yourself. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. He took a step, and a heavenly sword appeared again and slashed at Black Eye. Stubborn fool. Attack. Kill them all. A fierce ray flashed in Black Eye's eyes, and he brandished the Black Eye sword in his hand and fought Yang Feng. A ruler's whip emerged from the void and slammed into the head of the Lord of Nine Eyes. A terrifying power erupted and blasted the head of the Lord of Nine Eyes into pieces. Devour imprints emerged, swept up the Nine Eyes Lord's remains, and devoured his life origin. Zero walked out of the void, followed by the 12 saints of the ruler. Exuding eternal might, the 12 saints of the ruler suddenly turned into 12 streams of light and fought the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. None of the 12 eternal sovereigns were a match for the eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. But when the 12 of them joined forces, they resonated with each other and complemented each other, forcibly blocking the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. Nine-Nosed gritted his teeth and roared, "Reinforcements! Master indeed has countless trump cards. Everyone, let's go and stop them. Once Master kills Black-Eyed, we'll be able to win." The Lord of the Giant Hill and the other Eternal Ones could only grit their teeth and use all kinds of offensive secret techniques to fight against the Eternal Ones of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. Countless 8th-level battle robots also joined the fray, drawing away the energy of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance Eternals and depleting their strength. In front of an Eternal, the 8th-class battle robots couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, the attacks of the 8th-class battle robots could still consume the power of the Eternal's protective boundary, forcing the Eternal to consume their power to destroy them. Nine-Nosed and the other 3 Eternal Sovereigns were originally no match for the 6 Eternal Sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. But with the help of the countless 8th-class battle robots, they barely maintained a balance. Zero didn't join the fray. She just stood quietly in the void with the whip of the ruler in hand, looking down on everything like a queen. The Lord of the Nine Eyes, whose eternal origin has been devoured, has turned into ashes. Why isn't she taking action? Does Yang Feng still have strength left? When the eternal sovereigns hidden in the void saw Zero standing proudly in the void, their eyes shimmered gloomily. In flame absolute heaven, many eternal sovereigns don't want to see Yang Feng rise. There are many eternal sovereigns hidden in the void. If Yang Feng is defeated, these eternal sovereigns will swarm him and tear him to pieces. But Zero standing in the void intimidated all the eternal sovereigns, making them not dare to act rashly. She will join the fray sooner or later. When the golems are completely destroyed, that will be the time of Yang Feng's defeat. If this stalemate continues, it will be Yang Feng who loses. The eternal sovereigns hiding in the void like cheetahs lurking quietly, waiting for an opportunity to hunt. The strength of the 4 eternal sovereigns is far below that of the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction. The countless 8th-class battle robots were easily destroyed by the 6 eternal sovereigns. The eternal sovereigns are waiting for Nine-Nosed and the other 3 eternal sovereigns to collapse. In the center of the battlefield, a huge celestial sword and a demonic sword are slashing at each other. Every time they collide, the void cracks. Universe rifts appear in the void. Black Eyes, you're really strong. You're qualified to see the eternal heaven method I created. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit. Eternal force surged inside him, and countless devour runes appeared and formed a devour armor that covered him. Yang Feng took a step forward and sent a fist flying. Devour black holes rose and fell on his right fist, destroying and devouring everything in their path. It was a fearsome sight. Black Eye's heaven method. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Black Eye's eyes. He waved the Black Eye sword in his hand, and a black tortoise flew out, opened a huge black tortoise shield, and blocked in front of him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound erupted, and the black tortoise shield crumbled into pieces. Black Eye's face flickered, and 2 eyes opened on the Black Eye sword. A true dragon and a phoenix flew out and unleashed the innate skills of the 2 true spirit races to attack the fist. Devour black holes emerged and devoured everything. A fearsome force erupted and crushed the true dragon and Feng Huang. He then punched Black Eye's Black Eye Demon Sword. A black giant centipede skin appeared on the Black Eye Demon Sword, and a layer of strange, sticky liquid appeared, dissipating 70% of the power. Black Eye was sent flying thousands of miles away by the punch, his face slightly pale, and his eyes flashed with shock. This is not the supremely severing heaven technique, it is your own creation, the eternal heaven technique that is most compatible with your path. How is this possible? How could you create such a powerful eternal heaven method in such a short period of time? The supremely heaven method is a 7th firmament eternal heaven method, which is extremely powerful. However, this eternal heaven method is the most suitable for Gu Taili's path. It is difficult for others to exert the power of this eternal heaven method. The eternal heaven method Yang Feng created with his own path is simply appalling, far more powerful than an ordinary eternal heaven method. Black Eyes, who has advanced to the 3rd firmament eternal heaven more than 10 million years ago, is actually suppressed by Yang Feng, which fills him with shock. That's right, Black Eyes. You can go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent one punch after another barreling towards Black Eyes. If this was a competition, I would have lost. But this is war. Yang Feng, this time, it's you who's going to die. Black Eyes regained his calm. His eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he brandished the Black Eye Demon Sword in his hand. One after another, eternal projections appeared, and they unleashed all kinds of incredible offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Devour runes appeared on Yang Feng's fists, smashed the eternal projections, and devoured their power. The more he fought, the stronger he became. But he still couldn't kill Black Eyes. After all, Black Eyes is a veteran powerhouse, and he has an endless number of treasures on him. Every time he is in a crisis, he will send a treasure to defend himself, block Yang Feng's attacks, and stall him. On the other side, under the siege of returning Spirit Goat and the other powerhouses, Nine-Nose and the other 3 eternal sovereigns are injured, and their eternal force has begun to decline. Black Eyes, you're worthy of being the 1st firmament eternal heaven's powerhouse. I underestimated you. I'll let you experience my true power and let you die in peace. Twilight God Ama. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he barked. A rune appeared on Yang Feng's chest and changed into a set of Twilight God armor that covered his whole body in an instant. Countless runes shone on the Twilight God armor, and a terrifying force entered Yang Feng's body. Devour Heaven Thrust. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and countless Devour runes appeared and formed a huge spike in the void, which turned into a stream of light and shot towards Black Eyes. Black Eyes' face flickered. He waved the Black Eye Demon Sword in his hand, and his 6 eyes opened. 6 eternal sovereign true spirits, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Kuan Peng, True Dragon, Qilin, and Feng Huang, appeared and cast various defensive and offensive spells barreling towards the Devour Heaven thrust. Mobilizing the sealed power of the 6 eternal sovereigns with a sword strike, this is Black Eye's strongest secret method. The huge spike tore through the sky, pierced through the defensive spells of the 6 eternal sovereign true spirits, and stabbed the black-eye demon sword. The twisted black skin of the giant centipede appeared on the black-eye demon sword, and a layer of strange, sticky liquid appeared. The spike pierced through the skin of the black clam, blasted the black-eye demonic sword in two, and then stabbed into Black-Eye. Fearsome devour force erupted and frantically devoured Black-Eye's eternal origin. How is this possible? How can this be? You just advanced to the 3rd firmament eternal realm. How can you be so powerful? Black-Eye issued a heart-wrenching roar, and the eternal origin inside him was extracted. A look of horror on his face. He screamed miserably and turned into dust that dissipated with the wind. As soon as the Black-Eye demon sword broke, the 9 eternal sovereigns sealed inside flew out and tried to escape. Become resources for my evolution. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and devoured the 9 eternal sovereigns' eternal origin. Chapter 1437. The 9 eternal sovereigns have been sealed in the Black-Eye sword for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Eroded by the Black-Eye sword, their minds are in chaos. Although they have the power of eternal sovereigns, they cannot resist Yang Feng's attack at all. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, they turned into ashes and disappeared. Mechanical tentacles emerged from the divine armor of dawn, wrapped around the Black-Eye sword, devoured it, and began to refine and absorb it. The divine armor of dawn is an eternal treasure Yang Feng refined that fits his path. It has the same characteristics as its master, that is, it can devour other eternal treasures to evolve. The more eternal treasures it devours, the stronger it will become. Black-Eye lost. Yang Feng killed Black-Eye. The Black-Eye demon sword was destroyed by Yang Feng. With Black-Eye dead, Yang Feng has become the new #1 powerhouse of the Flame Sky Heaven. How can he be so strong? The spectating eternal sovereigns were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. An enigmatic ray flashed in the beautiful eyes of the mother of myriad lotuses, and her heart filled with shock. So strong. It turns out that Yang Feng is this strong. Unless the few bigwigs of the Flame Sky Heaven join forces, who will be his opponent? Yang Feng's figure blurred, and as if teleporting, he appeared in front of the returning spirit goat and stabbed it in the forehead with a finger. Countless threads emerged from the divine armor of dawn, wrapped around the returning spirit goat, formed an eyeball and sealed it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Black-Eye's sealing art is really extraordinary. It's better to use sealing to deal with eternal sovereigns. He sealed the returning spirit goat. What do we do? When the other eternal sovereigns of the Destruction Sheep Alliance saw Yang Feng seal the returning spirit goat, a chill welled up inside them. The dragon-headed, long-armed eternal sovereign teleported and fled frantically, letting all kinds of attacks blast into him. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky and lashed out at the head of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal, and directly smashed the head of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal. Yang Feng appeared in front of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal with a teleport, pointed at its remains with a finger, and mechanical threads wrapped around the remains of the eternal and sealed it into an eye. So the reason why he hasn't made a move all this time is to prevent the others from escaping. What a vicious method. Is he trying to get rid of all the eternal beings here? Seeing this scene, the Eternals hidden in different spaces felt a chill in their hearts. The eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction and the Black Eyes Alliance are gathered here. If Yang Feng seals the eternal sovereigns of the two alliances and annexes the forces of the two alliances, he will be able to become the most powerful eternal force in Flame Absolute Heaven. Sir Yang Feng, I, the Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter, am willing to submit to you and serve you for 30,000 years. Please take me in. The countenance of the Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter flickered, and she spoke decisively. Eternal sovereigns have endless life. The Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter doesn't want to die here. Once she is sealed by Yang Feng, it can be imagined that Yang Feng will break into the spirit flower realm and kill them. 10 million years. Serve me for 10 million years. Otherwise, all of you will die. Yang Feng teleported, appeared behind an eternal fighting with a ruler holy apostle, slapped the other party on the back with a palm, and smashed the other party's head. Countless mechanical threads wrapped around the other party and sealed him into an eye. Yang Feng, don't even think about it. Since you want to kill us, then let's die together. The eyes of an eternal with an octopus head shimmered fiercely, countless runes appeared on him, and his aura surged as he burned his eternal origin. Yang Feng smiled coldly. It's too late to blow yourself up. The whip of the ruler emerged from the void, slammed into the head of the octopus head eternal, and blasted it into pieces. Mechanical threads emerged from the void, wrapped around the octopus head eternal, and sealed it into an eye. Yang Feng teleported, appeared behind an eternal of the Black Eyes Alliance that looks like a golden rock, and stabbed a claw into the head of the other party. Countless mechanical threads emerged and sealed the other party. Yang Feng, I'm going to kill you. The eyes of an eternal with 4 faces shimmered fiercely, and he threw a spear containing endless lightning barreling towards Yang Feng. Idiot! Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a hexagram barrier appeared. When the lightning spear slammed into the hexagram barrier, it set off ripples, and then collapsed. A saint apostle wielded a great sword and appeared behind the 4-faced eternal, cleaving the eternal in half. The other hegemon apostle thrust a spear into the eternal's body, which began to glow with sealing light. The whip of the ruler descended from the sky and smashed into the eternal's head, shattering it in the process. Countless mechanical threads emerged from the void, wrapped around the eternal, and sealed it into an eye. As soon as Yang Feng acted, 4 of the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance were sealed, while the other 2 struggled to hold on. I am willing to submit to your majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Your majesty, please spare my life. A burly, handsome eternal with a horn on his head and a wicked aura knelt in front of Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Black Star Yun Xian, you actually knelt to Yang Feng. We eternal sovereigns have lost face. Yang Feng. As soon as the last of the Black Eye Alliance's Eternal One, who was 10,000 kilometers tall and had a single eye, spoke, the 10 holy apostles of the sovereigns joined forces and shattered his protective barrier. A whip of the ruler flew out from the void, slammed into the Cyclops' eye, and shattered it. Yang Feng teleported, appeared above the Cyclops, and kicked the Cyclops in the head. A fearsome force erupted and shattered the Cyclops' head. Countless mechanical threads emerged, wrapped around the Cyclops, and sealed him into an eye. I, Supreme Black Tortoise Lord, am willing to submit to your majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Please take me in, your majesty. I, Supreme Black Tortoise Lord, am willing to submit to your majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Please take me in, your majesty. Seeing this scene, the 2 remaining eternal sovereigns of the destruction sheep felt a chill in their hearts, and they gave up resistance and shouted. It's over. From today on, Yang Feng is the #1 powerhouse in Flame Absolute Heaven. The #1 Eternals Alliance was founded by him. 8 eternal sovereigns have submitted. Coupled with his trusted subordinates, the number of eternal sovereigns under his command has reached 10. The eyes of the surrounding eternal sovereigns shimmered with enigmatic light. After this battle, the entire Yanju Tian situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Now that the 8 eternal sovereigns have submitted to Yang Feng, their resources will be used by Yang Feng to make him stronger. Follow me. After the 3 eternal sovereigns summoned the Oath Monarch and made an oath, they flew into Yang Feng's camp. It flew into Yang Feng's camp, and the huge battle star entered the void. The Spirit Sheep Realm is a realm ruled by the Spirit Sheep Realm. Ripples flickered in the void, and a huge battlestar fleet emerged outside the Spirit Sheep Realm. Lord, I will open a path for your army. Black Star Yun Xian bowed to Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng responded flatly, okay. Black Star Yun Xian took a step, arrived in the void, and pointed with a finger. Eternal force surged, and star dragons emerged from the void one after another and attacked the starry sky outside the Spirit Sheep Realm. Boom! Boom! Along with heaven-shaking blasts, the stars in the starry sky outside the Spirit Sheep Realm crumbled and turned into meteorites that fell to the ground. Enemy attack! Countless powerhouses flew out of the Spirit Sheep Realm, but they were easily killed by Black Star Yun Xian with a palm strike. With Black Star Yun Xian opening a path, Yang Feng entered the Spirit Sheep Realm. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes disappeared from an eyeball, and the seal on it was undone. The eyeball flickered and formed the figure of a spirit-returning sheep. Go to hell! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stabbed a hand into the spirit-returning sheep. He operated the law of karma and the essence of fate and searched for the eternal mark on the spirit-returning sheep. No! Yang Feng, stop! I can submit to you. I can. Panic flashed in the eyes of the spirit-returning sheep, and it issued a heart-wrenching roar. I think it's better if you die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng remained unmoved. He extracted the eternal mark from the body of the spirit-returning sheep and crushed it. No! At the moment when the eternal mark collapsed, the spirit-returning sheep lost all its vitality. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the spirit-returning sheep's eternal true spirit. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, all things grieved, all kinds of phenomena appeared in Yenju Tian. The spirit-returning sheep died. An expert at the second heaven of the eternal realm has died. How terrifying! 2 Eternals are no match for Yang Feng. In Yenju Tian, I'm afraid that no one will dare to be an enemy of Yang Feng anymore. In Yenju Tian, the Eternals watched the phenomena that appeared in the sky with enigmatic looks in their eyes. Chapter 1438. When the 8 Eternal Sovereigns saw the eternal mark of the returning spirit goat collapse and the eternal true spirit get devoured by Yang Feng, they felt a chill in their hearts. The returning spirit goat is the leader of an eternal alliance in the Yenju Heaven, a second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. It has been running amok in the Yenju Heaven for millions of years. Even third firmament eternal realm powerhouses are somewhat apprehensive of the returning spirit goat. The fact that such an immortal eternal one had fallen in front of them was a huge blow to them. Cold sweat trickled down Nine Noses' back, and he was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I surrendered to him decisively at the time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have become food for his evolution. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a big hand entered the spirit goat realm and grabbed the treasures hidden in the spirit goat realm. He said lightly, "Let's go to the next realm. The Blue Sea realm is a realm shrouded in endless sea. Your Majesty Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you, please spare me." Watching the eternal mark inside his body being pulled out by Yang Feng inch by inch, the octopus-headed eternal sovereign's eyes flashed with fear, and he shouted. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng crushed the eternal mark and devoured the eternal true spirit of the other eternal sovereign. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, all things grieved, all kinds of phenomena appeared in the Yenju Heaven. Another eternal perished. Yang Feng, what a ruthless method. The eternal sovereigns in the Yenju Heaven watched the phenomena in the sky with a dignified look in their eyes. The dark divine eye realm. In a palace. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dare to kill my ally. I won't rest until you're dead. Looking at the phenomena in the sky, Black Eye was both shocked and angered. His eyes flashed with the flames of fury, and he roared. Fearsome demonic chi surged in the palace, and the heads of beautiful women exploded. The beautiful women of other races in the palace knelt on the ground, shivering. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked him. After venting his anger, Black Eye's eyes shimmered with regret. Yang Feng is tyrannical. Although he has the greatly heaven-severing seventh firmament eternal heaven method. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the other eternal sovereigns of Yen Absolute Heaven didn't attack Yang Feng in the end. Only Black Eye, who thought that he was strong enough to crush Yang Feng, didn't expect to be killed by Yang Feng instead. The Darkness Eye secret method she used to seal eternal sovereigns was also seized by Yang Feng, and several of the Alliance's eternal sovereigns were sealed by Yang Feng. Originally, the Black Eye Alliance was one of the strongest eternal alliances in Yenju Tian. However, after this battle, they had fallen to the ranks of the first-rate eternal alliance. The Andalaman Realm. No! Yang Feng, don't kill me. Please. An eternal with 4 faces, a look of horror on his face, watched as Yang Feng dug out the eternal imprint from his body and crushed it. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, and all living things grieved. All sorts of phenomena appeared in Yen Absolute Heaven, and all the Eternals knew that another Eternal had fallen. When the Flower Moon Holy Daughter and the other Eternal Sovereigns saw this, their hearts trembled. They were filled with both joy and fear. If it weren't for their quick reflexes, they might have been among the Eternal Sovereigns who died. After devouring the Eternal Sovereign's eternal true spirit, Yang Feng's interstellar fleet left the Andaman realm and flew towards the distance. Yang Feng, I am the Soaring Origin Alliance's leader, the Soaring Origin Lord. I hope to have a chat with you. A beautiful woman with long black hair, a sexy figure, dressed in a gorgeous silver-white robe, exuding third firmament eternal realm breath walked out of the void and appeared in front of Yang Feng's flagship. Soaring Origin Lord, please. Aboard the flagship, Yang Feng waved his hand, and a set of tables and chairs filled with spirit fruits and demonic wine appeared on the deck of the flagship. The soaring Origin Lord smiled slightly, stepped on air, and sat down on a chair, a fragrance wafting out from him. The soaring Origin Lord said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, I came here because Black Eye asked me to mediate on your behalf. He is willing to pay a satisfactory price and stop fighting with you. He also wants to redeem the Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord from you." Yang Feng looked at the Soaring Origin Lord with an enigmatic smile and said, "If I don't agree, will the Soaring Origin Alliance and the Black Eyes Alliance become enemies with me?" The Soaring Origin Lord was startled, a dignified shade streaked past her beautiful eyes, and she said with a solemn expression, "Yang Feng, the Soaring Origin Alliance is only entrusted to mediate. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. If you don't want to mediate, the Soaring Origin Alliance won't become enemies with you." At this time, 5 eternal sovereigns of the Yenju heaven have died at Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng's reputation in the Yenju heaven is illustrious. If the Soaring Origin Lord makes such a great enemy for no reason, then the Soaring Origin Alliance will collapse and cease to exist. Although the Soaring Origin Lord is the leader of the Soaring Origin Alliance, but his control over the eternal sovereigns in the alliance is far inferior to Yang Feng's. With a word from Yang Feng, the 9 Noses Heavenly Maiden, the Flower Moon Goddess, and the other eternal sovereigns must fight for him to the end. If the Soaring Origin Lord wants the eternal sovereigns of the alliance to take action, he needs to promise them some benefits and discuss it with them. The Soaring Origin Lord reminded, "Yang Feng, I want to remind you. In the Divine Eye realm, the Black Eyes can display 4th Firmament Eternal Sovereign battle prowess. Even if you can defeat the Black Eyes Alliance, you will pay a terrible price." Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly. 4th Firmament Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereigns of the 4th Firmament Eternal Sovereign, 7th Firmament Eternal Sovereign, and 9th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns have transformed 3 times, and their battle prowess is far above that of Eternal Sovereigns of the lower realms. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then his eyes shimmered coldly, and he said resolutely, "The Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord must die, and their territory shall belong to me. The Black Eyes Alliance must pay me enough compensation. Otherwise, I will kill the remaining 2 Eternal Sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance, occupy their realm, and then launch an all-out attack on the Divine Eye realm." He can only display 4th Firmament Eternal Sovereign rank power with the help of Realm Force. As long as I pay a high enough price, I can kill him. The Eternal Imprint of an Eternal contains the eternal true spirit of an Eternal, which is a higher grade of rare power than the origin of eternity. Every time an Eternal Sovereign's eternal true spirit is devoured and then refined with the Devour Heaven method, Yang Feng's eternal imprint will become stronger by a fraction. Naturally, Yang Feng won't let go of this opportunity to kill other Eternal Sovereigns easily. After this battle, no one in the Flame Absolute Heaven will dare to provoke Yang Feng. Even in the realms he deliberately didn't leave any powerhouses to guard, no Eternal Sovereigns will dare to sneak in and plunder, giving him an excuse to kill them. The Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord are 2 Eternal Sovereigns, so Yang Feng naturally won't let them go. The Soaring Origin Lord nodded and closed his eyes. The Divine Eye Realm. Damn Yang Feng, he killed my allies. He wants me to compensate for his losses. What losses does he have? Wretched bastard. In the Divine Eye Realm, Black Eye, who is in his palace, roared wildly, and fearsome demonic light surged around him. Swept by the demonic light, the beauties of different races in the palace were torn apart in an instant, turning the palace from a fairyland into a hell on earth. Eternal's revenge is never too late. Yang Feng, one day I will kill you. A fierce ray flashed in Black Eye's eyes, and he gritted his teeth for a while. Finally, a dejected expression on his face. He sat on the throne, and his eyes shimmered with helplessness and fear. Yang Feng has subdued Yenju Heaven's 8 Eternal Sovereigns. Coupled with the 12 rulers, saints, Zero, and Shui, this formidable force can even quell a 4th Firmament Eternal Sovereign powerhouse if they join forces. Black Eye is confident that he can kill Yang Feng's Eternal Sovereigns in the Divine Eye realm. But that will only make Yang Feng pay a little more. After all, Eternal Sovereigns are terrifying existences that can resurrect continuously. But if he died at Yang Feng's hands, he would be doomed eternally. Of course, if Black Eye fights to the death, he can destroy the Divine Eye realm and leave Yang Feng with nothing. This is an important reason why Yang Feng gave up on killing Black Eye after weighing the pros and cons. On the huge battle star, the Soaring Origin Lord opened her eyes, A complicated look flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said unhurriedly, "Black Eye agreed to your conditions." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he flicked his finger, and a crystal flew into the Soaring Origin Lord's hand. When the Soaring Origin Lord crushed the crystal, she was shocked, and took a deep look at Yang Feng with apprehension in her eyes. The Divine Eye Realm. There are so many rare resources. Damn it, are you trying to empty my wealth? Damn it, damn you Yang Feng. You and I are absolutely irreconcilable. When Black Eye saw the list of compensations sent by Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with anger, and he roared. In the end, Black Eye reluctantly agreed to the humiliating conditions and compensated Yang Feng with a large amount of resources. Because Yang Feng asked for too many resources, Black Eye's treasure trove wasn't enough. In the end, it was agreed that in addition to a large amount of rare resources, Black Eye must pay Yang Feng 200,000 Eternal Origin Stones every year for 10,000 years. The two Eternal Sovereigns, the Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord, were killed by Yang Feng, and their eternal true spirit was devoured by Yang Feng. Interstellar fleets went to the Eternal Sovereigns' realms and occupied them one after another. Yanju Heaven's Eternal Sovereigns watched helplessly as Yang Feng occupied the Eternal Sovereigns' realms one after another, not daring to compete with Yang Feng. Chapter 1439. In the center of the Spirit Goat Realm's temple, inside an eternal source energy pool, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and third firmament eternal breath slowly spread from him. Tier 4 Devour Heaven Art. Deduction progress 38%. Estimated time to complete the deduction, none. Yang Feng looked at the deduction progress, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. There's progress in the deduction of the Devour Heaven Art. Sure enough, with other eternal heavenly arts as a reference, I can better deduce my Devour Heaven Art. The Flower Moon Holy Maiden and other eternal sovereigns have some incomplete eternal heavenly art. Black Eye even compensated him with a complete second firmament eternal heavenly art and 2 incomplete third firmament eternal heavenly art. With the help of various materials, Yang Feng's Devour Heaven Art was deduced to 38%, and then it stopped moving. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. He can clearly perceive his strength. Compared to when I just advanced to the third firmament eternal heavenly art, I wonder if I can compete with a fourth firmament eternal heavenly art powerhouse? Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Cangji Plain, in a huge laboratory. With a flash of light, Yang Feng walked out of the void. Greetings, Lord. What instructions do you have for me, Lord? With a flash of an afterimage, Shade walked out of a shadow and bowed to Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and he uttered with a smile, I want to help you advance to the eternal heavenly art. Are you willing? Shade's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she uttered, Of course. Lord, please give me the power to advance to the eternal heavenly art. Ripples shimmered, and a level 7 stronghold appeared behind Shade. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a Kunmo stone and countless treasures of heaven and earth obtained from the eternal world turned into a torrent and entered the level 7 stronghold. Shade saluted Yang Feng, then blurred into motion, entered the level 7 stronghold, and began to preside over the evolution of the stronghold. Time passed, and 3 years passed in a flash. In the center of the stronghold 1,000 kilometers in diameter, a mysterious rune slowly emerged, exuding the breath of eternal. All right. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he waved his hand, and 5 million eternal source stones flew out and poured a tremendous amount of eternal force into the base. Under the nourishment of the eternal source power, the incomparably mysterious rune instantly took form. Within an area hundreds of millions of light-years in radius of the world of warlocks, terrifying energy storms were set off, and endless cosmic energy converged on the Cangji Plain. A frightening world-destroying thundercloud condensed above the Cangji Plain, ready to rain down divine lightning and destroy all treasures attempting to advance to the eternal realm. What a terrifying energy storm! Did someone just become an eternal? No, it's His Majesty the Great Ninth Warlock Emperor who refined an eternal treasure. Our universe has given birth to another eternal treasure. When the powerhouses above the Holy Realm saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. Another eternal treasure. Yang Feng's alchemy is getting more and more formidable and heaven-defying. Eternals! Eternals! In a research institute, The Magic Note Lord looked at the anomaly in the sky with a complicated look in his eyes. At the time, the Magic Note Lord was the #1 alchemist in the world of warlocks below the Eternal Sovereign rank. At the time, when Yang Feng was an Empyrean, he was far inferior to the Magic Note Lord in alchemy alone. Unfortunately, the #1 alchemist in the world below the Eternal Sovereign rank was, after all, an existence below the Eternal Sovereign rank. It was impossible for him to refine eternal treasures. The Magic Note Lord could only watch enviously as Yang Feng refined one eternal treasure after another, his heart filled with disappointment. A big hand extended from the Zhongji plain, grabbed the thundercloud, and shrunk it into a ball, and then fell into the huge laboratory below. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the thunder bead formed from cosmic energy entered shadowy space and was absorbed by shadowy space, becoming its energy source. The level 8 base slowly opened, and mist drifted out. Dressed in a black evening dress, the beautiful Shadowy walked out of the level 8 base, a sweet smile on her face, and came to Yang Feng's side. "Thank you for granting me eternal force, my lord." Shadowy smiled sweetly, kissed Yang Feng on the cheek, hugged Yang Feng, and said coquettishly, "I still want to become stronger. My lord, give me more resources." "Big sister Shadowy, you have already advanced to the Eternal Sovereign rank. The next one to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank should be me. My lord, please use more resources on me. Once I advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank, I will be your strongest shield." With a sweet smile, Star Concubine emerged from the void, hugged Yang Feng's other arm, and confronted Shadowy. Yang Feng responded with a smile. "Okay, when I find enough resources, I will let you advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank." At this time, the resources in Yang Feng's hands are enough for Star Concubine to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank. However, if she doesn't add a peerless treasure like Kunmo Dusk when advancing to the Eternal Sovereign rank, it will be very difficult for Star Concubine to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank in the future. When they heard this, Shadowy and Star Concubine quieted down. 9th Warlock Dynasty, Imperial Alchemy Research General Institute. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in a laboratory. In the laboratory, there is a person sitting. It is the Magic Note Lord. The Magic Note Lord said carelessly, "What a rare guest. Eternal Edge, what brings you here?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "Magic Note Lord, do you want to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank?" Advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank. The carelessness in the Magic Note Lord's eyes faded, and solemnity flickered in them. He got up, stared at Yang Feng with excitement in the abyss of his eyes, and asked unhurriedly, "You want to help me advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank?" "I can help you advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank in the Eternal World. However, your eternal mark must be placed in the Eternal World's realm, and you must swear to serve me for life." Yang Feng smiled and told the Magic Note Lord about the pros and cons of advancing to the Eternal Imprint realm. At present, Yang Feng knows that the best place to place an eternal mark is an independent universe like the world of warlocks. The defense of such an independent universe is extremely terrifying. Even if a 9th Firmament Eternal Sovereign Powerhouse breaks into such an independent universe, they will be killed by a 1st Firmament Eternal Sovereign Powerhouse. However, in an independent universe like the world of warlocks, the promotion of an Eternal Sovereign is closely related to the energy level of the universe. Before devouring the Gamana universe, Eternal Sovereigns of the world of warlocks could advance to the 3rd Firmament Eternal Sovereign at most. After devouring the Gamana universe, it won't be a problem for Eternal Sovereigns of the world of warlocks to advance to the 4th Firmament Eternal Sovereign. A gloomy expression on his face, the Magic Note Lord uttered unhurriedly. "In that case, once I accept your help, I will change from an ally to a subject. Besides, there is no deadline, and I will serve you for life?" Yang Feng responded with a smile. "That's right. You can consider it. There's no need to force yourself. The Death Lord and the Primal Chaos Spider Mother are also on my list." The Magic Note Lord uttered flatly. "It seems that you are doing well in the Eternal World. All right, I'll leave the mountain and work for you." Ripples shimmered, and Yang Feng disappeared. The Zhongji Plain, in a city, in a villa. Ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared next to a lake behind the villa. There is a couple sitting next to the lake, exuding a sweet aura. They are the Death Lord and his wife. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the couple saw Yang Feng, they got up and saluted. "Death Lord, are you willing to advance to the Eternal Sovereign and serve me?" Yang Feng smiled faintly and stated his conditions. The Death Lord pondered for a while, then shook his head and refused. Your Majesty, my life's wish is to resurrect my wife, grow old quietly with her and then die. If I go to the eternal world to advance to the eternal sovereign, I must fight for you, Your Majesty. I long for a peaceful life. I'm very sorry, but I can't continue to fight for you, Your Majesty. It's fine. I respect your choice. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Ripples flickered, and he disappeared. Nestled in the arms of the Death Lord, Duoduo's beautiful eyes shimmered with sadness, and she uttered, I'm sorry, Brother Shang. It's because of me that you can't become an eternal sovereign. The Death Lord smiled and embraced Duoduo, saying slowly, Duoduo, there is nothing to be sorry about. I didn't have any lofty ambitions to begin with. I came this far just to resurrect you. My greatest wish in life is to be able to spend every happy day with you. I'm also tired of the never-ending battles. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, Shi Yu and Mykelia have just advanced to the Empyrean realm. If they want to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm, they still need some time to settle down. This time, only the Master of Magic Note can serve me. Not everyone can advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. In the world of warlocks, only invincible Overlord rank Empyreans such as the Primal Chaos Mother Spider, the Death Lord, and the Magic Note Lord have the potential to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider and other invincible Overlord rank Empyreans of other races were forced to submit to Yang Feng. In the world of warlocks, they have no choice but to serve Yang Feng. If they go to the Eternal World, there is a possibility that they will rebel. In the world of warlocks, the only Empyreans that Yang Feng can trust are the Magic Note Lord, the Death Lord, Shi Yu, Mykelia, and Regina and Zhou Ruoling who have just advanced to the Empyrean realm. It hasn't been long since Mykelia and them advanced to the Empyrean realm, and they don't have a deep foundation. Even with the support of sufficient resources, it is almost impossible for them to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. Chapter 1440. The Giant Eye Domain. In the center of a huge square, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng and the Magic Note Lord walked out of the void and came to the center of the square. In the center of the square, there is a huge magic array engraved. Around the magic array, there are 9 warlock towers. In the square, there are 3 million eternal source stones inlaid, exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power. This is the Eternal Sky Wheel magic array that can help Empyreans advance to the Eternal Realm, as expected of an eternal world. The Magic Note Lord looked at the 9 warlock towers and the various runes exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power, and his eyes revealed a look of fascination. Yang Feng uttered, Let's begin. The Magic Note Lord nodded and sat down in the magic array in the center of the square. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a ray of light entered the magic array. The magic array flashed, mysterious runes emerged, and the eternal origin force inside the 3 million eternal source stones was extracted. The void trembled slightly and countless rays of blue light gathered, forming a blue ocean that gave off an incredibly powerful eternal power. The Magic Note Lord flew into the blue sea, opened his mouth, and sucked the blue sea into his body. As the blue sea continued to disappear, the Magic Note Lord's breath grew stronger and stronger. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a flower of fate containing fate fluctuations and a gem of time containing time fluctuations flew out and entered the Magic Note Lord. To advance to an eternal sovereign, you must comprehend the essence of time, the essence of space, the essence of power, and the essence of fate. The essence of time and the essence of fate are the most mysterious and difficult to comprehend. In the eternal world, there are 2 kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, the flower of fate and the gem of time, which can enable people to advance to the eternal realm without comprehending the 2 essences. However, eternal sovereigns who advance to the eternal realm in this way will be much weaker than eternal sovereigns who directly comprehend the 4 essences. The Magic Note Lord only wants to advance to the eternal realm, so that he can break through the boundaries and refine true eternal treasures. Otherwise, even with his peerless talent, it would be almost impossible for him to comprehend the profound meaning of time and the profound meaning of destiny. When the flower of fate and the gem of time entered the Magic Note Lord, the entire Giant Eye realm trembled, and energy surged and turned into a fearsome energy vortex that entered the Magic Note Lord. An eternal mark emerged from the Magic Note Lord's body and entered the Giant Eye domain. An eternal star slowly rose from the flame absolute sky. A new eternal one has been born. Another eternal sovereign under Yang Feng's command. With so many eternal realms in his hands, he can definitely cultivate even more eternals. In Yenju Tian, the eternal sovereigns stared at the rising eternal star with complicated expressions in their eyes. This is the Colossal Eye region. That wretched Yongfeng, that wretched bastard. Looking at the rising eternal star, Black Eye's eyes flashed with the flames of fury, and fearsome demonic qi churned in the palace. Although the Black Eye Alliance has ceased fighting with Yongfeng, but the more Yongfeng grows, the more pain Black Eye will feel. The reason why Yongfeng was able to increase his power in a short period of time is because he stepped on the corpses of the Sheep of Destruction and the Black Eye Alliance. If it weren't for the countless treasures he obtained from the two alliances, Yongfeng wouldn't have been able to make the Magic Note Lord advance to the Eternal Realm. The Magic Note Lord slowly opened his eyes, which radiated bright light, and revealed a smile. So this is the power of an Eternal Sovereign, how powerful! It's on a completely different level from an Empyrean. The Magic Note Lord took a look at Yongfeng and drove him away unceremoniously. Starting today, I will start a new research. Lord, if there is nothing important, don't disturb me. Yongfeng smiled helplessly. Ripples emerged, and he disappeared. The Magic Note Lord is a research-type genius. Yongfeng needs the Magic Note Lord's help to deduce the level 8 stronghold and even the level 9 stronghold. It can be said that after the Magic Note Lord advanced to the Eternal Realm, his value is even greater than that of the 8 Eternal Sovereigns who sided with Yongfeng. A few days later, a new Transcendent Ring of the Eternal Realm was established, and the news that the Third Firmament Eternal Realm Yongfeng is the leader of the Transcendent Ring spread throughout the Flame Dew Heaven. The Flame Dew Heaven's Realm Masters offered various treasures to Yongfeng, for fear that he would find an excuse to annex their realm. In fact, Yongfeng wants to take this opportunity to annex 1 or 2 more Eternal Realms and expand his sphere of influence. But since the Flame Dew Heaven's Realm Masters are so tactful, he has no excuse to act. The Spirit Sheep Realm was renamed the Demonic Divine Realm by Yongfeng as the headquarters of the Demonic Divine Ring. Among the realms occupied by Yongfeng, the Spirit Sheep Realm has the richest resources and the deepest underlying strength. The Transcendent Ring's headquarters, the Demon Royal Palace. Your Majesty Yongfeng, this is an invitation letter that my lord asked me to bring to you. Please accept it. A beautiful woman with long purple hair, a sexy figure, and a peerless appearance appeared in the imperial palace, smiled sweetly at Yongfeng, and handed him a golden invitation letter respectfully. Yongfeng said flatly, I see. If there's nothing else, you can take your leave. The purple-haired woman is an Empyrean Emperor rank peerless beauty of the Flying Source Alliance. So long as Yongfeng says the word, he can enjoy her at will. However, he isn't in the mood. Yes, Your Majesty. There was a flash of disappointment in the eyes of the purple-haired woman, and she took her leave. This is a meeting of Titans held in the Transcendent Realm. The Flame Dew Heaven's Titans will participate. It just so happens that there are some things I want to know. It seems that I have to go to this meeting. Yongfeng played with the golden invitation letter in his hand and mused. In the Eternal World, Yenju Tian was only equivalent to a barren land in the Eternal World, and was one of the lowest heavens. If Yongfeng can unify Yenju Heaven, he will be able to use its resources to forcibly break through and advance to the Fourth Firmament Eternal Realm. However, Yongfeng has already attracted the attention of Yenju Tian and the other Eternal Sovereigns. If he attacks another Realm Lord for no reason, Yenju Tian and the other Eternal Sovereigns would join forces to attack them. At this time, Yongfeng doesn't have the strength to fight Yenju Heaven's Eternal Sovereigns. At present, if Yongfeng wants to go further, he can only go to the Eternal World, find a higher grade heaven, and find a higher grade eternal heavenly art. Several months later, in front of the Eternal City in the center of the Ning God region, ripples flickered, and Yongfeng appeared in front of the gate of the Imperial Palace. Sir, please show me your invitation. An Emperor Realm Guard at the city gate said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yongfeng flicked his finger, and the golden invitation letter flew into the guard's hand. Greetings, Your Majesty Yongfeng, please come in. When the two Emperor Realm Guards saw the name on the golden invitation letter, their countenance changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully, in the past 1 million years, Yongfeng is undoubtedly the most infamous Eternal in Yenju Heaven. These Emperor Realm Guards don't dare to anger Yongfeng. Yongfeng strode into the Eternal City. In a luxurious hall in Eternal City, There were 6 people. One of them was black-eyed, one was the soaring origin lord, and the other 4 were men. They all exuded the terrifying aura of the 3rd heavens of the eternal realm. Yang Feng, you're here. Let me introduce you. These are Bei Shi, Jiang Jia, the Star Whale Lord, and Zhen Li. The soaring origin lord smiled sweetly, stepped forward, and introduced them to Yang Feng. Bei Shi, Jiang Jia, the Star Whale Lord, Zhen Li, and the others are leaders of Yanju Heaven's Eternal Leagues. When they saw Yang Feng, they exchanged a few polite words with him. Black Eye, on the other hand, has a gloomy expression and doesn't say much. The beautiful eyes of the soaring origin lord shimmered with a dignified shade, and she said unhurriedly, I invited you here because the 10 Holy Heavens Omega Holy Heaven has issued a recruitment order, summoning Yanju Heaven's eternal sovereigns to go to the Omega Holy Heaven to participate in the eternal war. When they heard this, the countenance of Bei Shi and the other Yanju Heaven's bigwigs changed dramatically, and they fell silent. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with doubt. 10 Holy Heavens? Although Yang Feng has devoured a lot of eternal sovereigns' true spirits and obtained a lot of their memories. But these eternal sovereigns know nothing about the 10 Holy Heavens. Yang Feng, in the eternal world, the heavens are divided into holy heavens, upper heavens, middle heavens, and lesser heavens. Our Yanju heaven is one of the countless lesser heavens. The 10 holy heavens in the eternal world are the Omega Holy Heaven, the Azure Holy Heaven, the Encalaman Holy Heaven, the Myriad Demon Holy Heaven, the Giant Spirit Holy Heaven, the Gamonville Holy Heaven, the True Extreme Holy Heaven, the Boda Holy Heaven, and the Kahara Holy Heaven. Each of the 10 holy heavens is guarded by an eternal monarch. Our Yanju heaven is one of the Omega Holy Heaven's subordinate lesser heavens. The 10 holy heavens are at war with each other. Since the Omega Holy Heaven summons us, we have to go. The soaring origin lord smiled bitterly. When Yang Feng heard this, a trace of understanding welled up in his heart. So that's how it is. It seems that the eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks were involved in the eternal war of the 10 holy heavens, and their eternal imprints collapsed and they died. Eternal sovereigns like Yang Feng, who have placed their eternal imprints in this universe, hardly die. However, once they are involved in the eternal war of the eternal world, even an eternal sovereign like Yang Feng will be in danger of dying. Chapter 1441. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, Who is the target of the Omega Sacred Heavens enlistment? The soaring origin lord sighed slightly. The rulers of Yanju Heaven's realms and the leaders of the eternal alliances. I am the enlistment envoy chosen by the Omega Sacred Heaven. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and said, What if I don't want to be enlisted by the Omega Sacred Heaven? The soaring origin lord uttered, Then the realms you control will be taken back by the Omega Sacred Heaven. The Omega Sacred Heaven is full of powerhouses. You can practice eternal heavenly art to the eternal monarch rank. You won't be able to resist the powerhouses sent by the Omega Sacred Heaven. Yang Feng's complexion remained unchanged, unmoved. His foundation isn't in Yanju Heaven. Even if he gives up Yanju Heaven's realms, it will only be a pity. The soaring origin lord uttered with a sweet smile. There are countless eternal heavenly arts in the Omega Sacred Heaven. As long as you make enough contributions to the Omega Sacred Heaven in the eternal war, you can exchange them for all kinds of powerful eternal heavenly arts. In the eternal war, you can exchange them for all kinds of powerful eternal heavenly arts. Gu Taili made countless contributions to the Omega Sacred Heaven, which is how he was able to advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. Eternal heavenly art. Yang Feng's devour heaven art can no longer be derived. If he wants to continue, he must travel the eternal world and look for eternal heavenly arts as a foundation to derive them. Almost all the eternal heavenly arts above the 4th firmament eternal realm are in the hands of the top eternals. It will be very difficult for Yang Feng to obtain them. Bei Shi asked, What will happen to the realms after we leave? The soaring origin lord answered, After you leave, the Omega Sacred Heaven will maintain your realms and not let anyone advance to the eternal realm in your realms and plunder your wealth. The Star Whale Lord uttered slowly, We are the leaders of the alliance in Yanju Heaven. We are not used to being told what to do. The Flying Origin Lord said, We Eternals who have been recruited can accept missions to serve the Omega Sacred Heaven. Most of the time, no one will command us. Only under some special circumstances will they be summoned by the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven, and have no choice but to fight. Every Eternal was an invincible existence in their own realm, and they were all proud and arrogant. Very few of them were willing to listen to the commands of others. In Yanju Tian, the Eternal Sovereigns gathered together and formed an alliance. There was no strong relationship between them. Although the high-profundity sacred heaven had an eternal king, it still needed to make some compromises with the Eternals. Otherwise, if those Eternals joined the other sacred heavens, they would increase the strength of the other sacred heavens. Black Eye took a deep look at Yang Feng and said decisively, "Okay, I agree." Bei Shi and the other leaders looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and agreed to the enlistment. Unlike Yang Feng, Black Eye and the other bigwigs advanced to the Eternal Realm in Yanju Tian, and their eternal imprints are in Yanju Tian's realms. Once the eternal beings of the seventh heaven of the Eternal Realm of the Profound Sacred Heaven took action, they could destroy their realm and kill them directly. The Soaring Origin Lord's gaze fell on Yang Feng with a trace of nervousness. As an Eternal from another universe, Yang Feng's foundation is in another universe. If he did not obey the summons of the Supreme Profound Sacred Heaven, he could completely turn Yanju Tian upside down. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment and then said unhurriedly, "I agree to the conscription." The Soaring Origin Lord heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. A few months later. In the center of the Black Thunder Realm, there is a warship 1,000 kilometers in diameter that looks like a shuttle. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng and his subordinates, the 8 Domain Lords, and the Magic Note Lord appeared in front of the warship. A conscription order. I just advanced to the Eternal Realm, yet I'm about to be conscripted to participate in the Universe War. What bad luck. The Magic Note Lord looked at the battleship and complained. The 8 Domain Lords looked at the Magic Note Lord in surprise. In the Transcendent Ring there is a strict hierarchy. 9 Noses, Flower Moon Goddess, and other Eternal Sovereigns tremble with fear when facing Yang Feng. They don't dare to speak to Yang Feng in such a casual tone. Yang Feng said lightly, "Although it's dangerous, but I can also see a broader and more wonderful world." The Magic Note Lord rolled his eyes at Yang Feng. "A more wonderful world? That's your pursuit." Yang Feng responded with a smile. "There are countless secret methods in the profound sacred heaven. There are all kinds of powerful alchemy. Don't you want to see them?" The Magic Note Lord's eyes shone brightly. "All kinds of wonderful alchemy. I'm very interested in this." The Magic Note Lord was originally the strongest alchemist in the world of warlocks. After he advanced to the Eternal Realm, his alchemy advanced by leaps and bounds. To him, the unheard of and incomparably powerful alchemy was everything he pursued. As soon as he boarded the warship, Yang Feng saw more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns form large and small circles on the warship. The 200-plus Eternal Sovereigns are the pinnacle powerhouses among the trillions of life forms in the Flame Absolute Heaven. The Mother of Myriad Lotuses is also standing in a small circle. There are 5 people in the small circle, 3 women and 2 men. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. They are clearly Eternal Sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance. In the Eternal World, powerhouses are as common as clouds. The number of female Eternal Sovereigns is even higher than that of male Eternal Sovereigns. It is very common for some powerful extraordinary races to be dominated by female Eternal Sovereigns. There are even some extraordinary races where the females are extremely powerful while the males are extremely weak. This is unimaginable to ordinary people. That's the Transcendent Rings Alliance Master Yang Feng. 9 Eternal Sovereigns. The Transcendent Ring is really extraordinary. The Eternal Sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. When the Mother of Myriad Lotuses saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she showed a sweet smile and came to in front of Yang Feng together with the 4 Eternal Sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance. The Mother of Myriad Lotuses said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is the colorful flower fairy, the leader of the Rainbow Alliance." "Hello, Yang Feng." A stunning woman with beautiful black hair, a figure of golden proportions, and skin as translucent as jade, exuding amazing charm, smiled sweetly at Yang Feng. Basically, every humanoid female Eternal has a stunning appearance, a sexy and seductive figure, and a peerless style far surpassing that of ordinary women. But in this warship, there is no woman who can compare to the colorful flower fairy in terms of charm. Even the Soaring Origin Lord, the only female 3rd Firmament Eternal Sovereign of the Yanju Heaven, is slightly inferior to the colorful flower fairy in terms of charm alone. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and admiration shimmered in his eyes. "Hello, colorful flower fairy. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. You really deserve your reputation as the #1 beauty of the Yenju heaven." The colorful flower fairy responded with a smile. "You flatter me. You wiped out the 2 malignant tumors of the Yenju heaven, the Black Spirit Ring and the Sheep of Destruction, in one fell swoop and got rid of 2 scourges for the Yenju heaven. You are a first-class hero. Compared to you, I'm really far behind." After hearing the colorful flower fairy's words, Yang Feng knows that she is complimenting him, but he still feels very comfortable. The colorful flower fairy responded with a smile. "Let me introduce you. These 3 are Jiao Qi Yen Shangdong Long, and Wetland Lord of the Rainbow Alliance." Jiao Qi Yen is a stunning woman with wheat-colored skin, a height of about 1.9 meters, a hot and sexy figure, and a large area of her skin is exposed. Shangdong Long, on the other hand, was a tall, slender, and extremely handsome man. The Wetland Lord is a handsome man with a dragon horn on his head, a mysterious rune on his forehead, and a gloomy expression on his face. The Eternal Conscription Order issued by the Omega Holy Heaven conscripted all the Eternal Sovereigns of the Yenju Heaven. In the face of the terrifying war against the Eternal Sovereigns, the Eternal Sovereigns have no choice but to unite. Before long, the Eternal Sovereigns of the Demonic Divine Ring and the Eternal Sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance fought and formed a small circle. On the warship, many smaller Eternal Sovereigns approached the powerful alliance with the Third Firmament Eternal Sovereigns. Shortly after, several large Eternal groups as well as dozens of independent Eternal Sovereigns appeared on the warship. Ripples flickered, and the shuttle-shaped warship shone and turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. A few days later, the shuttle-shaped warship seemed to have reached the end of the sky, and a distorted boundary formed from countless crystal walls appeared in front of everyone. The crystal walls are inlaid with countless strange faces, including human faces, ogre faces, fiend faces, and dragon faces. The countless strange faces continued to let out incomparably strange wails. This is the Crystal Sky Wall. When lower heavens go to middle heavens go to upper heavens, and upper heavens go to the 10 holy heavens, the Crystal Sky Wall is bound to appear. If you want to cross the Crystal Sky Wall, apart from special secret treasures, you have to advance to the 4th Firmament Eternal Realm. Yang Feng, as long as you Eternal Sovereigns from other universes descend to the Eternal World, you will be attracted to the lower heavens of the Eternal World. The Eternal Conscription Order of the 10 Holy Heavens is the best chance for you to enter the 10 Holy Heavens. The Soaring Origin Lord walked to Yang Feng's side, looked at the Crystal Sky Wall with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and explained to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the Crystal Sky Wall with enigmatic light in his eyes, and nodded. The shuttle-shaped warship shone, and countless runes appeared and began to extract the power of the Eternal Sovereigns inside the warship. The countenance of the Eternal Sovereigns changed slightly. The Soaring Origin Lord said, "Don't panic, everyone. If you want to enter a higher heaven, you must rely on everyone's strength." The Eternal Sovereigns scanned the warship with their soul force, and found that only an insignificant part of it was extracted. They didn't touch the origin of eternity, and fell silent. Chapter 1442. When the shuttle-shaped warship slammed into the Crystal Sky Wall, a drill appeared on its head, spun wildly, drilled a huge hole in the Crystal Sky Wall, and flew inside. When the warship entered the Crystal Sky Wall, a strange gray torrent swept across the Crystal Sky Wall. The gray torrent passed through the shuttle-shaped warship and enveloped many Eternal Sovereigns inside the warship. A strange corrosive force enveloped the Eternal Sovereigns. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Even an invincible overlord rank Empyrean will be corroded by this force, and their soul will be extinguished. Without the protection of the warship, even a 3rd Heaven Eternal Sovereign rank powerhouse will be corroded. The Crystal Sky Wall between different heavens is really troublesome. The 10 Holy Heavens are the center of the Eternal World, and there are countless Eternal Heaven methods in the 10 Holy Heavens. Originally, Yang Feng wanted to travel to the other 10 Holy Heavens. But when he saw the Crystal Sky Wall's boundary membrane force, he had to dispel the idea. Only the 9th Heaven Eternal Sovereign rank powerhouses can forcibly enter the 10 Holy Heavens from the upper heavens. If other powerhouses don't have special secret treasures, they won't be able to enter the 10 Holy Heavens from the upper heavens. So that's how it is. The eyes of the Magic Note Lord beside Yang Feng flickered with countless runes, and a mirror flew out and reflected the structure of the shuttle-shaped warship. A month later, the warship flew out of the gray torrent. But at this time, the warship has become broken, distorted, and mottled. This is a middle heaven? The universe energy level here is much higher than that of Yenju Tian. After coming out of the crystal sky wall, Yang Feng scanned it with his soul force and analyzed the law of the middle heaven. A huge starry gate appeared not far away. After the warship turned into a stream of light and entered the starry gate, it crossed hundreds of millions of light years and appeared in another star field. After changing to another warship, it passed through another crystal sky wall and went to another middle heaven. After passing through dozens of crystal sky walls, the warship landed on a celestial body. Yenju Tian's eternal beings were brought to an incomparably spacious hall. A tall man with long red hair and blazing flames stepped into the hall. A terrifying aura of the fifth heaven of the eternal realm emanated from his body and swept out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if 10 suns had appeared in the hall, and raging divine flames of the sun were burning everywhere. Fifth heaven of the eternal realm. He is an expert at the fifth heaven of the eternal realm. A solemn look flashed in the eyes of the Eternals present. In Yenju Heaven, Yang Feng, who is known as the #1 powerhouse, is just a third firmament eternal powerhouse. But now that a fifth firmament eternal powerhouse has appeared, the eternal sovereigns felt pressure in their hearts. An expert at the fifth heaven of the eternal realm could break into the realm of the experts at the first heaven of the eternal realm and kill the lone eternal expert. I am Yen Hai, an elder of the Grand Profundity Heavenly Flame God clan. He was responsible for presiding over this war zone. This is a merit jade card, which is bound to your soul aura. As long as you make merit points, you can exchange them for the treasures you want in the merit hall. You can even leave the eternal battlefield in advance. For the specific rules, you can check the eternal token yourself. Yen Hai flicked his finger, and green tokens flew out of his hand and entered the hands of Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns. With that, Yen Hai turned into specks of fire and disappeared. Yang Feng scanned the green token with his tremendous soul force, and a copious amount of information poured out of the green token. This war zone is called the Void War Zone. It is located at the border between the Grand Profundity Heaven and the Green Wave Holy Heaven. The forces of the two holy heavens are fighting in the middle heaven Green Wave Heaven for the ownership of the Green Wave Heaven. Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns were recruited by the Grand Profundity Heaven in order to fight for the ownership of the Green Wave Heaven. In the Void War Zone, killing a holy can get you 1 merit point, killing an Empyrean can get you 100,000 merit points, and killing an invincible overlord can get you 1 million merit points. Killing an eternal at the first heaven of the eternal realm would give him an eternal merit point. An eternal expert at the second heaven of eternal realm was worth 3 eternal merit points. A third heaven of the eternal realm eternal was worth 9 eternal merit points. A fourth firmament eternal sovereign is worth 27 eternal merit points. A fifth firmament eternal sovereign is worth 42 eternal merit points. Ordinary merit points can be exchanged for eternal merit points. The exchange ratio is 10 billion ordinary merit points for 1 eternal merit point. In the Void War Zone, 1 eternal merit point must be consumed every 100 years. Once an eternal sovereign doesn't meet this condition, the Grand Profundity Heaven will deprive them of their realm, or even kill them directly. As long as 30 eternal merit points are paid, an eternal sovereign can leave the eternal battlefield. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and countless missions issued by the Void Theater appeared on the token. In addition to killing hostile eternal sovereigns, there are also many missions that eternal sovereigns can do in the Void War Zone. Once these missions are completed, they can get about 1 eternal merit point and a large number of ordinary merit points. You must kill an eternal sovereign every 100 years. This is to force everyone to complete the missions issued by them. What a good method! Yang Feng looked at the various missions on the tokens, and a trace of understanding welled up in his heart. Since eternal sovereigns are unruly and selfish, it is very difficult to make them obey orders. The powerhouses of the Void War Zone set up the requirement of consuming 1 eternal merit point every 100 years and used a softer method to force eternal sovereigns to accept the various missions issued by them. After all, fighting eternal sovereigns of the same rank is too risky. If they are not careful, they may die. Even though eternal sovereigns can be reborn in their realm, but dying once is still a big blow to them. Let's see what eternal heavenly art I can exchange for. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he scanned the token with his soul force. Countless items for exchange appeared on the token, and one powerful eternal heavenly method after another appeared. Flame God Heavenly Art. An eternal heavenly art that can be practiced to the 9th firmament. Eternal heavenly art can only be exchanged for the first 6 firmament. The first exchange is 10 eternal merit points. After the exchange, you must swear not to teach it to others. One after another, eternal heavenly art and mysterious secret methods appeared on the token, dazzling Yang Feng, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Unfortunately, there are no eternal heavenly arts that can be exchanged for the 7th firmament and 9th firmament eternal heavenly arts. However, the urgent matter at hand is to deduce the 4th firmament of the Devour Heaven method. In this eternal battlefield, as long as I don't die, I will definitely be able to advance to the 4th firmament eternal heavenly art. In the Void War Zone, in addition to eternal merit points can be exchanged for various eternal heavenly arts, they can also be exchanged for various cultivation resources. As one of the 10 holy heavens of the eternal world, the Omega Holy Heaven controls who knows how many upper heavens, middle heavens and lesser heavens. Countless resources converge on the Omega Holy Heaven. A bit of it can help an eternal sovereign advance to the 6th firmament eternal realm. In addition to the 9th firmament eternal sovereigns and eternal monarchs, the Omega Holy Heaven, one of the 10 holy heavens, can produce an 8th firmament eternal sovereign with resources. Time elapsed, and 10 years passed in a flash. In the starry sky. Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. There's no need to run. This time you're dead. An eternal with a head like an alien, a mouth like a chrysanthemum petal, 36 arms, and a body like a lizard with a pair of dragon wings flew towards the Flower Moon Holy Maiden with a terrifying hurricane. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden cast a secret method, and flowers bloomed in the void. She jumped around among the flowers and fled frantically. The dragon wing eternal opened its chrysanthemum petal-like mouthpart and bellowed, and a fearsome ripple swept into the distance. The flowers collapsed, and the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden flew out of the void and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Die! A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Eternal, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light that appeared in front of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. 36 arms brandishing different weapons barreled towards the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Idiot, you're the one who's going to die." Ripples flashed in the void, and a terrifying giant hand descended from the sky, grabbing at the dragon-winged eternal being with a terrifying devouring black hole. Devour black hole. You're Yang Feng of the Transcendent Ring. How could you be here? The countenance of the dragon wing eternal changed dramatically. Countless runes appeared on its body, and it flapped its wings and unleashed a fearsome storm in an attempt to escape. Yang Feng extended his hand, and the Devour Black Hole pulled the Dragon Wing Eternal into it and devoured it, and the Dragon Wing Eternal turned into dust and disappeared. As soon as the Borda Holy Heaven Eternal died, Yang Feng got 3 eternal merit points. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden uttered with a sweet smile, "Congratulations, my lord, for becoming one of the Void War Zone's 10 heroes." In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has decisively hunted down Borda Holy Heaven's eternal sovereigns, and has risen to fame in the Void War Zone, becoming one of the 10 heroes. Chapter 1443. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "The 10 heroes is just an empty title. There are no benefits to it." Tier 4 Devour Heaven Art. Deduction progress 78%. Yang Feng looked at the deduction progress transmitted by Zero with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. In the void battlefield, Yang Feng killed dozens of eternal sovereigns and devoured their eternal origin and memories. From the memories of those eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng obtained the eternal heavenly art of many devoured. Using the broken eternal heavenly art as a foundation, Zero deduced the Tier 4 Devour Heaven art to 78%. As long as I can exchange for 2 Tier 4 eternal heavenly art, I should be able to deduce the Tier 4 Devour Heaven art to 100%. Unfortunately, the exchange price is too expensive. When Yang Feng thought of the exchange price of the eternal heavenly art, he frowned slightly, feeling very pained. The first tier of the eternal heavenly art, which can be cultivated to the Tier 4 eternal heavenly art, requires more than 7 eternal merit points. The second tier requires more than 15 eternal merit points. The third tier requires about 30 eternal heavenly art. The fourth tier requires 100 eternal heavenly art. This means that if Yang Feng wants to obtain a 4th firmament eternal heaven method, He must kill 152 First Firmament Eternal Sovereigns. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has killed dozens of Eternal Sovereigns. But there is still a long way to go before he can gather enough merit points to exchange for a Tier 4 Eternal Heavenly Art. This time, my luck is pretty good. Another prey broke into my hunting range. Yang Feng looked into the void, and his eyes brightened and revealed a look of excitement. His figure blurred, and he disappeared into the void. Go back and rest first. When she heard Yang Feng's order, the Flower Moon Holy Maiden breathed a sigh of relief, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Ordinary Eternal Sovereigns like the Flower Moon Holy Maiden act as bait, while a powerful Eternal Sovereign like Yang Feng acts as a top predator, waiting for prey to take the bait. In the void battlefield, this is a very common thing. In that starfield, a black light was chasing after a red light. The black beam of light was an Eternal with 3 heads and 6 arms. All 3 of its heads were lizard-like, and its body was covered in a layer of distorted black light. Within the red light was a handsome Eternal. He wore a suit of red armor, had a ghost horn on his head, and had a large hole in his chest, from which black blood flowed out incessantly. Ghosts, you've been hit by my dark poison light. You're dead. Hand that thing over. That treasure is not something you can possess. The eyes of the 3-headed lizard-like Eternal flashed fiercely, and it let out a series of strange, terrifying, and incomparably ferocious screams. Zhu Hui's voice was like thunder, reverberating throughout the starfield. "Iman Luo, that thing is not with me, I've said it countless times. This is the domain of the profound holy heaven. One of the 10 heroes of the Void War Zone, the Transcendent Rings Yang Feng, is guarding this starfield. He has always been ruthless. If you don't leave now, the one who dies will be you. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. This time, the one who dies will be you." Iman Luo smiled ferociously, revealed terrifying sawtooth teeth, flapped the dragon wings on his back, and countless mysterious runes appeared. In an instant, Iman Luo appeared behind Zhu Hui, slammed his claw towards Zhu Hui's head, and erupted with Third Firmament Eternal Realm aura. "You're really stupid." Zhu Hui's eyes revealed a look of ridicule. Barriers appeared on his head, and countless lightning runes interwove on his ghost horn, and he stabbed towards Iman Luo. A bolt of crimson lightning slammed into Iman Luo, and following a burst of crackling sounds, Iman Luo collapsed into specks of smoke and disappeared. Before his body collapsed, Iman Luo showed Zhu Hui a derisive smile, which gave Zhu Hui an ominous premonition. A bloody mouth suddenly emerged from Zhu Ying's wound, and from that bloody mouth, Yen Manluo's body directly emerged. Yen Manluo exerted force with both hands, and with a flash of terrifying demonic light, Zhu Ying was directly torn apart. "Sir Yang Feng, save me. For the sake of being an eternal sovereign of the heavenly profound holy heaven, save me this once." Zhu Hui was torn apart, and a face appeared on every inch of his body, shouting at the void with a look of horror on his face. "Shut up!" Iman Luo's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared. The 2 heads on his back opened their mouths, and strange ripples spread in all directions. Zhu Hui's voice was cut off by the ripples, and his eyes shimmered with despair. "To dare behave atrociously in my hunting ground, you've got some guts." A frigid voice came from the void, time fluctuations flickered, and Yang Feng strangely appeared behind Iman Luo and sent a fist barreling towards him. "You're Yang Feng? To sneak attack me, one of the Void War Zone's 10 heroes, that's despicable." There was a fierce glint in Iman Luo's eyes, and his 3 heads twisted and opened their mouths, and 3 dark and venomous rays shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's fist shone, and countless mysterious runes appeared and tore through the sky. A vast essence of power erupted and shattered the 3 dark and venomous rays, and then slammed into Iman Luo. "Impossible! How could this be?" There was a flash of despair in Iman Luo's eyes, and he screamed miserably, and his body was torn apart. A black hole appeared and devoured Iman Luo's body. Iman Luo's eternal origin and various memories entered Yang Feng's body. In the void, fragments flew up, fused together, and formed Zhu Hui's body. Zhu Hui's eyes flickered and he uttered, "Thank you, Sir Yang Feng, for saving my life." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Hand over the treasure that Iman Luo spoke of." Zhu Hui's eyes flickered and he uttered, "What treasure?" "Sir Yang Feng, I don't know what you're talking about." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "You don't need to pretend. The Eternal Monarch is the key to the entrance of the Duro Monarch's treasure trove. Hand it over. If you say you don't have it, then let me search you. If it was any other treasure, Yang Feng wouldn't be like this. But the treasure trove of an Eternal Monarch is enough to drive any eternal sovereign crazy. Among the 10 holy heavens, apart from the legendary Eternal God Emperors, the Eternal Monarch is the most powerful. Every Eternal Monarch is an invincible existence who can suppress the 10 holy heavens and project their projection into the heavens. Even 9th heaven Eternal Firmament powerhouses will go crazy for the Duro Monarch's treasure trove, let alone Yang Feng. Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he uttered with a smile. Sir Yang Feng, my wife is the 7th princess of the Grand Mystic Sky Flame God race. I have brought you an eternal 3rd heaven Eternal Sovereign, which can be considered as repaying you for saving my life. Let me go, and I will owe you a favor. If you can come to the Grand Mystic Sky Flame God race in the future, I will entertain you well. Although Zhu Hui is only a 2nd heaven Eternal Firmament powerhouse, but he is the son-in-law of the Flame God race's temple master. As such, he looks at eternal sovereigns like Yang Feng who come from a subordinate world subordinated to the Grand Mystic Sky with an aloof attitude. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly. Flame God race. Who is Elder Flame C to you? Zhu Hui replied proudly. He is my wife's uncle. If you let me leave here, I can have my uncle help you to the best of his ability. Yang Feng's eyes flickered a few times, and then he smiled indifferently and made way. Okay, in that case, please put in a good word for me in front of Elder Flame C. Thank you. Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with contempt, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. What Void War Zone's 10 heroes? In front of my Flame God race, don't they still have to bow their heads? That guy dared to have killing intent towards me just now, that's unforgivable. I must tell my uncle to send Yang Feng to his death. Only in this way can I eliminate this disaster. Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with complacency, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared in the void, and a ruler's shadow spear pierced Zhu Hui's body like a poisonous dragon. Damn it, who the hell is it? Zhu's treasures have been shattered. Stabbed by the ruler's shadow spear, fearsome shadow force crushed all of his resistance and sealed him. Ripples emerged in the void. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and engulfed Zhu Hui. Countless devour runes emerged and devoured Zhu Hui's memories and eternal origin. Found it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and a dark green key exuding a sparkling luster appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, for the sake of the Duro Monarch's treasure trove, I can no longer stay in the Void War Zone. I can only go to the Bow de Holy Heaven. Fortunately, the Duro Monarch's treasure trove is also in the Bow de Holy Heaven. Yang Feng glanced at the sparkling key with a resolute look in his eyes, and then spent all his eternal merit points in one go to exchange for various knowledge. After sending all the knowledge into the database, Yang Feng crushed the Eternity Token in his hand. Not only can the Eternity Token transmit all kinds of knowledge, but it can also locate an Eternal Sovereign. Yang Feng doesn't dare to keep it with him. Within the Void Fortress. Inside a research room, the Magic Note Lord suddenly looked up and said with a bitter smile, "Damn bastard, he really knows how to stir up trouble." The Magic Note Lord waved his hand, and a black ray flashed, and the entire research room shattered and turned into powder. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared. The complexion of the Flower Moon Holy Maiden and the other Eternal Sovereigns changed dramatically at this moment, and they turned into streams of light and disappeared. Chapter 1444. In a palace of the Grand Sacred Heaven Flame God race, in an eternal source energy pool, an eternal mark appeared, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force interwove and formed a body of Zhu Su. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dared to kill me. Besides, you took away the key to the Duluth Monarch's treasure trove. I won't let you off. Zhu Su's eyes flashed fiercely, and he issued a hoarse roar. The Duluth Monarch's treasure trove is a treasure trove left by an eternal monarch. Even 9th heaven eternal firmament powerhouses will be tempted by it. If the Duluth Monarch's treasure trove contains the complete inheritance of an eternal monarch, then even an eternal monarch will be tempted by it. If I can't get it, then Yang Feng, a lowly thing from a lower heaven, can't get it either. Zhu Su's eyes shimmered coldly, and he disappeared. In the void battlefield, the the Void Fortress, in a secret room. Yanhai is sitting cross-legged in a pool of fire. Huge sun god fire is emerging from the pool of fire. A fire jade-like necklace around Yanhai's neck flashed slightly, and a red ray entered his forehead. The highest level of the family's arrest warrant is for Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, Yanhai pointed with a finger, and countless red rays interwove in front of him and formed chaotic, seemingly meaningless lines and dots. Yanhai frowned slightly. An eternal sovereign of the transcendent god ring actually fled. So fast and decisive. Unfortunately, how can you imagine the means of my Yanhai? Yanhai smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a token stained with a trace of Yang Feng's soul aura appeared. Although Yang Feng destroyed the eternal token, but his soul aura has long been grasped by Yanhai. After all, for the master of the Void Fortress, grasping a trace of Yang Feng's soul aura isn't difficult. Yanhai silently recited an incantation, and a summoning array appeared in front of him. Rays of crimson light flashed, and a 50-meter-tall extraordinary creature, Lu Ju, covered in a layer of white fur, with a deer's head and a closed eye, appeared in this space. Lu Ju is an extraordinary life form proficient in prophecy and tracking in the eternal world. In terms of tracking alone, there were only a few supernatural creatures that could match them. A terrifying aura of the sixth heaven of the eternal realm spread out from Lu Ju's body and swept in all directions. Yanhai, who did you summon me to help you track? Lu Ju, who was at the sixth heaven of the eternal realm, stared at the flame sea, and a terrifying thought reverberated in the area. Yanhai flicked his finger, and the token flew towards Lu Ju. Lu Ju Batian, I want you to help me track this man. Lu Ju Batian asked coldly. Where are my offerings? Yanhai waved his hand, and a green crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian's body and disappeared. Lu Ju Batian showed a look of satisfaction, then swallowed the eternal token containing Yang Feng's soul aura. Eyes appeared on Lu Ju Batian's body, each of which exuded countless mysterious runes. On the deer head in the center, a huge eye opened, and a blurry projection containing fate and soul emerged. Green Wave Heaven, inside an invisible warship, Yang Feng, who has concealed his aura and is engraved with countless runes, opened his eyes. This is prophecy. The power of fate. Someone is tracking me with prophecy. Since you dare to use prophecy to track me, then pay the price. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and the god armor of dawn shone, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force poured into him from the god armor of dawn. A river of fate emerged from Yang Feng and swept towards the void. A strange eyeball appeared in the void and locked onto Yang Feng. The river of fate churned, turned into a fearsome spear, tore through the sky and stabbed the strange eye. No. You deserve to die. A mournful roar came from the void. Within the Void Fortress. Yang Feng, you bastard. You deserve to die. You're dead. I won't rest until you're dead. Lu Ju Batian, who was at the sixth heaven of the eternal realm, suddenly trembled, and the eyeballs on his body burst open one by one. A crack appeared in the center of his eyeball, and drops of blood flowed down from his eyeball. Lu Ju Batian roared in pain. Yanhai. He's a perfect advanced eternal sovereign proficient in the essence of fate. You made me provoke such an enemy and hurt my eye of prophecy. Give me an offering, or I'll call off our cooperation. Okay, I'll give you an offering. With a flash of pain in his eyes, Yanhai waved his hand, and a green crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian's body. The green crystal is called an Origin Spirit Crystal, and it is a cultivation resource that only Eternal King rank powerhouses or some special eternal treasures can condense. As one of the elders of the Flame God race, it takes Yanhai 100,000 years to exchange for one. Lu Ju Batian roared wildly. Not enough. I want another one. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing where Yang Feng is. Yanhai gritted his teeth, squeezed out a sound, and flicked a finger, and the last Origin Spirit Crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian. He's in this position. When he's nearby, the white hair will be able to sense him. Kill him. I want him dead. No, killing him would be letting him off too easily. I want you to seal him. Seal him for 10 million years, 100 million years. Make him beg for death, but he can't. A white ray shot out from Lu Ju Batian's forehead and entered Yanhai's hand. At the same time, a white hair flew into Yanhai's hand, and he roared wildly. For eternal sovereigns, death is not frightening. After most eternal sovereigns die, they can be reborn in their universe. The most frightening thing is to be sealed. If an eternal sovereign is sealed for 10 million years, even if they don't die, they will go crazy. Don't worry, he made me pay such a painful price. Then I will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. A fierce ray flashed in Yen Hai's eyes, and he turned into a stream of fire and disappeared. Green wave heaven. A starfield. Countless runes flickered on a battle star, and its speed increased to the limit. Found you, young Feng. A giant flaming hand that could incinerate and destroy everything descended from the sky, grabbing at the interstellar battleship. The battle star activated a powerful energy shield. The giant flame hand grabbed the energy shield and crushed it. The battle star was ignited by the endless flames and set ablaze. A heavenly blade slashed out from the interstellar battleship and split the boundless flames apart. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew out of the endless flames. Looking into the distance, a dignified expression on his face, he said unhurriedly, "Yen Hai, as the guardian of the Void Fortress, regardless of the safety of the fortress, you attacked an eternal sovereign. Do you know your crime?" A cold ray flashed in Yen Hai's eyes, and he sneered, "What a sharp tongue! Young Feng, it's useless. In this Void Fortress, I am the sky of this Void Fortress. No matter what you say, you will only be a sinner of the profound holy heaven." Yen Hai uttered coldly, "If you want to blame someone, blame your stupidity for provoking a person of my flame god race. Let me seal you, and maybe after 10 million years, you will be unsealed and regain your freedom." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "You are the one guarding the Void Fortress. If the Void Fortress falls, you won't be able to escape responsibility, right?" A cold look in his eyes, an unclear premonition welled up in Yen Hai's heart. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Feng glanced at Yen Hai with a smile of ridicule in his eyes. A red light shone on Flaming Sea's body. He frowned slightly and gently pressed his token of eternity. An incomparably mournful cry came from the token. "Lord Flame Sea, Boda Saintly Heaven's Night Wolf Demon Lord has brought people to attack our void faraway stronghold. Many areas of the stronghold's defensive barrier have been destroyed." Shocked and angry, Yen Hai roared, "It's you! Yang Feng! How dare you betray me, betray the profound holy heaven?" Yang Feng replied indifferently, "I have no affiliation with you or the profound holy heaven, so how can it be considered a betrayal? Besides, didn't you say that I am a sinner of the profound holy heaven? Now I am a sinner of the profound holy heaven. How about it, Yen Hai? Do you want to watch the Void Fortress fall, or do you want to continue chasing me?" "Naturally, I want to seal you. As long as I seal you, the Flame God race will naturally help me get off the hook." 9 Dragons Sealing Art. A fierce ray flashed in Yen Hai's eyes, countless runes flickered, and pillars of fire flew out of him. 9 fire dragons descended from the sky, formed a 9 dragons heavenly pillar, tore through the sky, and formed a huge sealing array that crushed towards Yang Feng. Heaven-devouring thrust. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the Twilight God armor appeared on him. Eternal force surged, and countless devour runes emerged and turned into a 10-kilometer-long, all-devouring and all-destroying spike that pierced the sky barreling towards the 9 fire dragons. When the heaven-devouring thrust stabbed the sealing array, a huge hole appeared on the sealing array, and the fire dragons collapsed and shattered. Chapter 1445. After the 7 fire dragons collapsed, a ray of fire shone, and the other 2 fire dragons absorbed enough eternal force, twisted, and turned into 9 fire dragons. Surprise streaked past Yen Hai's eyes, and he sneered, "Yang Feng, you're really amazing. You almost broke my 9 dragon seal array. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is only at the 3rd firmament eternal realm. Just be obedient and let me seal you." Zero suddenly emerged from the void and ruthlessly lashed out at the 9 flame dragons, shattering them into smithereens. The Twilight God armor on Yang Feng's back flashed, and 2 pairs of mechanical wings unfolded. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the mechanical wings. The mechanical wings flapped, and he turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng's speed increased by 1,000 times, and he disappeared from Yen Hai's sight. What a fast speed! How long can you maintain this speed? Yen Hai smiled coldly. then turned into a ray of fire and chased after Yang Feng. The ray of fire was only slightly slower than the ray of black light, but it firmly chased after the ray of black light and locked onto Yang Feng. As expected of a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, how tyrannical. Even if I use all my trump cards, my odds of winning are no more than 5%. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, but there was no fear in them, only calmness. 3 days later, as the chase continued, the crystal wall of heaven that separated the two heaven realms appeared. In front of the crystal sky wall, there is a dense fog, which exudes wisps of queer power that cut off all prying eyes. Despite being as strong as Yan Hai, he can't pry into the fog from tens of thousands of light years away. Seeing the fog that emerged from the crystal sky wall, an unclear premonition welled up inside Yan Hai. Eyes of the Flame God. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yan Hai's eyes, and 2 rays of fire tore through the sky and shot towards the fog. A black mirror emerged from the fog, and the face in the mirror inhaled, and the rays of fire ejected from Yan Hai's eyes were directly absorbed by the black mirror. At that moment, Yang Feng plunged into the thick fog. Not good. An unclear premonition welled up inside Yan Hai. He burned his eternal origin, and 4 pairs of flame wings grew on his back. The 4 pairs of flame wings flapped, and he turned into a stream of light that chased after Yang Feng. Before this, the Sea of Flames did not want to burn the origin of eternity. That was to preserve his own strength. But now, he could no longer care about preserving his own strength. Yan Hai, I'm sorry. You're late. In a few breaths' time, the Sea of Flames appeared in front of the crystal wall of heaven. Terrifying flames surged and burned together, completely purifying the thick mist in front of the crystal wall of heaven. In front of the crystal sky wall, there is a shuttle-shaped warship. Standing in front of the warship are 2 people. They are Yang Feng and the Magic Note Lord. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has exchanged for a lot of knowledge on how to cross the crystal sky wall. Coupled with the support of countless resources, the Magic Note Lord has successfully refined a shuttle-shaped warship capable of crossing the crystal sky wall. Yang Feng waved at the flame sea and smiled, and the shuttle-shaped warship plunged into the crystal sky wall. No! Yang Feng, you dare to make fun of me. You deserve to die. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Sea of Flames, and he roared madly, his voice full of resentment. Once the Void Fortress is breached, even if he is an elder of the Flame God race, he will be severely punished by the profound holy heaven. If he can capture Yang Feng alive and bring him back to the Flame God race, not only will he be rewarded, but he will also be rewarded by the Flame God race. Ripples diffused, and a fearsome storm blew on Yan Hai. Fuck! What's going on? Yan Hai's face fell, and he burned his eternal origin and formed an even more powerful flame god armor on his body. The incomparably terrifying storm blew on Yan Hai's body, continuously weakening the flame god's armor, forcing him to stay where he was and resist the incomparably terrifying storm. The fearsome storm blew for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. After Yan Hai withstood the terrifying storm, he chased after them from behind. Yan Hai had just caught sight of the shuttle-shaped warship, when a fearsome storm blew again, forcing him to stop and resist the fearsome storm. Damn it, they can actually manipulate the crystal wall storm inside the crystal wall of sky. How is this possible? After a few times, Yan Hai also felt strange, and gritted his teeth and continued to chase after Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng escaped from the green wave heaven, it would be like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the woods. Unless an eternal king rank powerhouse took action, it would be impossible to lock onto Yang Feng's position. But there was no eternal king in the entire flame god race. Once Yang Feng escaped, it would be difficult to catch him. Although Lu Ju was an extraordinary life form proficient in prophecy and tracking spells, but it was practically impossible for her to prophesy and track an eternal sovereign who was not in the same world. Even if she prophesied an eternal sovereign of the first heaven, she couldn't do it. 1 month later. Caught you! A fearsome torrent of flames flickered, and the Sea of Flames rushed out of the crystal sky wall, extended its claw, and grabbed towards the shuttle-shaped warship. Idiot! I've been waiting for you here on purpose. Because I'm going to kill you with my own hands. A cold voice came from the shuttle-shaped warship, and the heaven-devouring thorn formed from countless devour runes appeared and barreled towards Yan Hai. When the heaven-devouring thorn stabbed the giant flame hand, it pierced through the giant flame hand, and then slammed into Yan Hai. Yan Hai was sent flying for tens of thousands of kilometers and mercilessly flew towards the crystal wall of sky. In that instant, a shadow on the crystal rampart suddenly moved, and Obscurus jumped out from the shadow, stabbing Flame Sea's back with the shadow spear of Ruler, into his body. Countless shadow force seals exploded within Yan Hai's body, sealing Yan Hai's power. Damn assassin! Go to hell! Shocked and angry, Yan Hai struck back with all his strength and slammed the spear into Shade. Fearsome fire force engulfed Shade, and Shade's body was burned by the fire. Feeling great pain, Shade turned into dust inch by inch. But he didn't let go. He held the Ruler Shadow Spear and activated the seal. Go to hell! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Feng appeared above Yan Hai with a teleport, punched Yan Hai in the head, and blasted his head apart. A fearsome devour black hole emerged and devoured the seriously injured Yan Hai. Chapter 1446. If the Flame Sea was at its peak, then even if Yang Feng used all his means, he wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Flame Sea burned the Eternal Origin to chase Yang Feng, and then forced his fleshly body to cross the crystal sky wall. He has been severely injured, and now has less than 30% of his strength left. As a result, he was seriously injured by Yang Feng and Shadow's sneak attack. In fact, if Yang Feng and Shadow hadn't joined forces to launch a sneak attack, the outcome of the battle would still be unknown. Yan Hai issued a heart-wrenching roar. Yang Feng, if you dare to kill me, then I'll kill you. My Flame God clan won't rest until you're dead. Dang! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Countless Devour runes emerged from the Devour black hole, and fearsome Devour force enveloped Yan Hai and frantically extracted his eternal origin and memories. Yang Feng. With a heart-wrenching roar, the sea of flames turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. As expected of an elder of the Flame God clan, an eternal of the fifth heaven of the profound sacred heaven. He actually has so many eternal heaven arts. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy. After devouring Yan Hai's soul and memories, he found 6 eternal heaven techniques above the 4th heaven of eternal realm in Yan Hai's memories. Among them, the Flame God clan's eternal heavenly art, the Flame God heavenly art, had an 8th level cultivation method. The most important cultivation methods of the Flame God heavenly art were the 4th, 7th, and 9th stages. As an elder of the Flame God race, it was difficult for Yan Hai to obtain the cultivation method for the 9th level. However, it was not difficult to obtain the cultivation method for the 8th level. Although the Flame God clan was a major force in the profound sacred heaven and had many experts above the 4th stage of the eternal realm still had a very high status in their clan. Heavenly Devouring Art Level 4. Derivation progress 80%. Estimated time to complete derivation, 30 days. A piece of information appeared in Yang Feng's mind at once, and the previously almost motionless 4th level of the Devour Heaven method underwent a fundamental change. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. That's great! Sure enough, constantly robbing other powerhouses was the fastest way to evolve. Unfortunately, an expert at the 5th heaven of the eternal realm is still too strong for me. However, as long as I can advance to the 4th heavenly layer of the eternal realm, that way, I'll be able to kill experts and plunder the eternal heavenly art in their memories, allowing my devouring heavenly art to reach a higher realm. Sealing the Sea of Flames was supposed to be the most painful punishment for him. However, Yang Feng needs Flaming Sea's memories and eternal origin, which is why he can devour him directly. Now, it seemed that his choice was correct. With a flash of light, the shuttle-shaped warship entered stealth mode and disappeared into the vast starry sky with Yang Feng and the others on board. In the deepest part of an eternal origin energy pool in the headquarters of the Grand Profundity Heavenly Flame God race, an eternal mark appeared and absorbed eternal origin energy. As the eternal origin energy within the eternal origin energy pools was sucked dry, the eternal mark glowed faintly and condensed into Flaming Sea's body. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dare to kill me! I won't rest until you're dead. After Yan Hai flew out of the eternal origin energy pool, he let out a resentful roar. The Flame God clan had a deep heritage. After absorbing the eternal source energy from dozens of eternal source energy ponds, Yan Hai's cultivation had already been restored to the 5th heaven of the eternal realm. But even so, since he died at Yang Feng's hands, it means that his countless treasures, including the most precious eternal treasures, fell into Yang Feng's hands. Moreover, His newly formed eternal body is far weaker than his original eternal body. Although Eternals can be reborn continuously, but each time they are reborn, they will be weaker than the last. This is why Eternals are unwilling to die easily. Flaming Sea. Come to the Flame God Hall. A dignified voice echoed in Flaming Sea's mind. His face pale, Flaming Sea turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the Flame God Hall, the core authority of the Flame God race, there is a person sitting. It is the Flame God Patriarch. With a flash of fire, Flaming Sea appeared in the Flame God Hall, bowed to the Flame God Patriarch, and asked, "Patriarch, why did you call me here?" "The Void Fortress has been breached. The Green Wave Heaven has fallen as well. The higher-ups want to kill you," the Flame God Patriarch uttered coldly. As if he fell into an ice cave, Flaming Sea knelt on the ground, broke out in a cold sweat, and said loudly, "Sir Patriarch, I went to hunt down Yang Feng for the sake of the race's wanted order. As a result, that little bastard colluded with the Boda Holy Heavens people, causing the Void Fortress to be breached. Sir Patriarch, you must save me." A fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse is a powerhouse no matter where they are. But in front of the Omega Holy Heavens bigwigs, they are not an existence that cannot be sacrificed. The Flame God Patriarch asked coldly, "Where is Yang Feng?" Cold sweat gushed out of Flaming Sea's back. "He escaped." The eyes of the Flame God Patriarch shimmered coldly, and he barked, "You trash! Do you know how passive the Flame God race is now that the Void Fortress has been breached? Although the Green Wave Heaven is only a middle heaven, but it is a realm rich in resources and can cultivate seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Since the Green Wave Heaven has fallen into the hands of the Boda Holy Heaven, it has the upper hand in the local war. At the time, the Flame God race pushed Flaming Sea to guard the Green Wave Heaven. Now that the Green Wave Heaven has fallen, the 3,000 Eternal Sovereigns have suffered heavy casualties. Less than 500 Eternal Sovereigns have returned, and more than 1,000 Eternal Sovereigns have betrayed them. Under these circumstances, if the Omega Holy Heaven doesn't kill Flaming Sea, it would have been annihilated by the other 9 Holy Heavens many times over. Even the Flame God race will pay a huge price because of Flaming Sea's actions. Flaming Sea knelt on the ground, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he kowtowed repeatedly. "Patriarch, for the sake of my dedication to the race, please save me and give me a way out." The Flame God Patriarch said coldly, "If you hadn't served the race, you would have died long ago. Do you think that you can use the Eternal Source Energy Pool to rebuild your body again?" Flaming Sea secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But the Flame God Patriarch's next sentence sent him straight to hell. The Flame God Patriarch uttered coldly, "Go to the slave camp and atone for your crimes." Flaming Sea looked up, his eyes flashing with incredulity. The slave camp is a daredevil camp of the Omega Holy Heaven. The most dangerous work is done by the people of the slave camp, and they are cannon fodder among cannon fodder. In the eternal world, in addition to the eternal monarchs, there are some special danger zones. If eternal sovereigns enter them, they will directly die, and their eternal mark will shatter. The eternal sovereigns of the slave camp serve as cannon fodder to explore the way or on the battlefield. Unless they performed enough meritorious deeds, the only fate awaiting them in the slave camp was death. Even eternal sovereigns would have to be reborn and fight until they truly died. Only then would they be freed. The Flame God Patriarch said indifferently, "Or you can go and die now." "I'll go to the slave camp." Flaming Sea gritted his teeth and said word by word. If he goes to the slave camp, he will still have a chance of survival, but if he stays, he will definitely die. The Flame God Patriarch can't save him. The Flying Star Heaven is a middle heaven under the control of the Boda Holy Heaven. The Flying Star Heaven, in the back garden of a palace in a city, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and there was a flash of joy in his eyes. The deduction of the 4th level of the Devour Heaven method is finally complete. In this way, after I advance to the 4th level of the Eternal World, I will have a complete cultivation method to practice. The 5th level of the Devour Heaven method, the deduction progress is 1%. The estimated time to complete the deduction is 30 years. A piece of information appeared in Yang Feng's mind. The 4th, 7th, and 9th levels of the Eternal Heavenly method are the most difficult to deduce. Once these bottlenecks are broken through, and with enough information, Zero can deduce the rest of the Eternal Heavenly method cultivation methods. Yang Feng frowned slightly. The deduction of the cultivation method is complete. Now I just lack resources. Even if I lose Yenju Tion's territory, but with the resources of the two universes, it will only take me 1,000,000 years to advance to the fourth level of the eternal world. That's still too long. The lifespan of Eternals is calculated in units of hundreds of millions of years. Many Eternals can advance to the first level of the eternal world after hundreds of millions or billions of years. For a third-level eternal world powerhouse to advance to the fourth level of the eternal world in 1,000,000 years is already a very remarkable thing. And this is based on the fact that Yang Feng has devoured a large number of Eternals' eternal origin. If Yang Feng hadn't devoured a large number of Eternals' eternal origin, it would take him more than 10,000,000 years of bitter cultivation just by relying on the resources of the two universes. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It's best to advance to the fourth level of the eternal world before entering the Turo monarch's treasure trove. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. There are naturally countless restrictions set up in the Turo monarch's treasure trove. The stronger you are, the more treasures you are likely to get from the treasure trove. If you aren't strong enough, then even if a treasure is in front of you, you won't be able to take it away. Suddenly, Yang Feng felt his chest heat up. He pointed with a finger, and a projection of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden appeared. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "Lord, I heard some news. There is an eternal secret realm in the flying star firmament that will appear in the Green Charm Sea in 10 days. According to legend, the eternal secret realm is the secret realm of the 8th level eternal world Star-Lord, who once dominated the flying star firmament." The Star-Lord's secret realm? You did a good job, Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, his eyes shimmered with excitement, and he praised with a smile. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden's ability to communicate is far superior to Yang Feng's. With her around, Yang Feng can get a lot of information circulating in the eternal circle and practice cultivation with peace of mind. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you for your praise, Lord." With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared. Chapter 1447. The Green Charm Sea was located in the center of the flying star firmament's Green Charm region. There were countless ferocious beasts in the Green Charm Sea. It was an extremely dangerous place in the Green Charm region. Few people would come to the Green Charm Sea. A strange black shadow flew over the Azure Charm Sea. A 10,000-meter-long ferocious beast with a dragon's head and a tortoise's body resembled the black tortoise by 60% to 70%. It exuded terrifying great sage-level energy fluctuations as it emerged from the sea. It opened its mouth and chomped madly at the strange black shadow. "You're courting death." A black light shot out of the shadow and entered the body of the Green Charm Sea fierce beast. The great sage fierce beast trembled. Black pustules appeared on its body. It collapsed on the sea and turned into a corpse. Black pus flowed out of the great sage fierce beast's body. Wherever it passed, floating corpses appeared. Soon, with the great sage fierce beast as the center, everything within 1,000 miles turned into a hell of corpses. The fierce beasts of the Green Charm Sea fled the area when they saw this. They didn't dare to provoke the strange shadow. The strange shadow quickly appeared in the center of the Green Charm Sea. At this time, hundreds of eternal beings from different domains and heavens had gathered in the center of the Green Charm Sea. These eternal beings exuded a terrifying eternal aura. The fierce beasts in the Green Charm Sea had already fled without a trace. Every eternal was shrouded in layers of distorted enchantments, making it difficult for people to see their true faces. Beams of starlight fell from the sky. A star fell from the sky and landed on the sea. On that star, there was a palace blooming with countless starlight. Countless beautiful girls were dancing in the palace, and an extremely handsome young man was sitting at the top of the star. Beneath the young man stood 14 eternal sovereigns, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He killed the Morning Star Lord. A 4th-level eternal being killed the Morning Star Lord, one of the 3 strongest giants of the flying star firmament. The Eternals who were watching from the sidelines looked at the young man with a solemn look in their eyes. The strength of an eternal being at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm was far above that of other eternal beings. A spirit mountain flew over from afar and landed here. At the peak of that spirit mountain, there was a palace. Inside the palace, there was a huge 9-headed bear sitting on a 10,000-meter-tall throne. The 9-headed bear's eyes were cold, and it wore a necklace made of skulls around its neck, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Below the 9 giant bears stood 17 eternal sovereigns in beast form, and each of them exuded a ferocious aura. There were 23 execution platforms on the Spirit Mountain, and every execution platform had an eternal sealed on it. Miserable screams echoed from the execution platforms. Any existence below the Moonlight Warlock rank will be shocked to death once they hear the screams of the Eternal Sovereigns. 9 Devil Bears. One of the 3 giants of the flying star heavens. He's the 9 Devil Bears, one of the 3 tycoons of the flying star firmament. More than 30 eternal beings have died at his hands. He even sealed more than 5/3 heaven of the eternal realm powerhouses. If you fall into his hands, it'll be a fate worse than death. The Eternals in the surroundings looked at the 23 execution platforms with fear in their eyes. Eternal beings have immortal bodies. Even if they are killed, they can be reborn in the universe or realm engraved with the mark of eternity. But once he was sealed in the execution platform, he would be in a state where he could neither live nor die. Every eternal being has a steel-like will. But even so, if they are sealed and tortured for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1 million years, few eternal beings can withstand that kind of pain. A black light emerged in the void, and the void was enveloped by endless shadows and darkness. Amidst the endless shadows and darkness, a distorted bizarre eyeball appeared and looked around. Shadow Demon Lord. One of the 3 tycoons of the flying star firmament, the most terrifying assassin. Reportedly, a 5th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse was assassinated by him. When the eternal sovereigns saw that strange distorted eyeball, they felt a chill in their hearts. They were like prey that had been targeted, and all of them remained silent. They didn't clear the place. Sure enough, although a 4th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse is extremely powerful, but they still can't compete with hundreds of eternal beings. Yang Feng hid in an alternate space and observed quietly. Every eternal, even if it's just a 1st heaven of the eternal realm, is extremely powerful. It's not that the flying star firmament's 3 tycoons don't want to clear the place and monopolize the Sky Star Lord's secret realm, but they still lack the strength to do so. Even a 7th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse cannot resist the siege of hundreds of eternal beings. Only the powerhouses of the 9th heaven of eternal realm could kill hundreds of eternal realm experts one by one without burning their eternal marks. At noon, in the center of the green charmed sea, the sea water churned, and an ordinary stone flew out of the sea and cracked open. A pearl mussel emerged from the stone, opened its shell, and spat out a black pearl. The black pearl shone brightly and sank into the void. Rays of distorted light shone and formed an incomparably huge distorted passageway. Beams of light flashed as one eternal after another shot toward the distorted passage like raindrops. The flying star firmament's 3 tycoons turned into 3 streams of light and entered the distorted passage. It shouldn't be a trap. After Yang Feng saw the flying star firmament's 3 tycoons enter the distorted passage, he walked out of the void, and a pensive look appeared in his eyes. He pondered for a while, and then waved his hand, and a space ruler entered the distorted passage. I lost contact. As expected of an eternal secret realm. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and hesitated for a while. Then, with a flash of determination in his eyes, he stepped into the distorted passage. With a flash of distorted light, Yang Feng appeared in a vast world. Within that incomparably vast world, extremely dense life source energy permeated the air. It was filled with an incomparably powerful vitality. At the same time, the world is shrouded by a powerful lock that suppresses the strength of eternal beings. 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. As expected of an eternal secret realm. Sure enough, there are treasures everywhere. Yang Feng scanned the world with his tremendous soul force, and his eyes lit up at once. This secret realm is a treasure trove left by an 8th firmament eternal powerhouse. As such, it is natural that it is full of precious extraordinary plants. The various extraordinary plants in the secret realm are enough to let an ordinary person practice cultivation to the eternal sovereign realm. Every eternal sovereign will leave different treasures in different places. After all, after they die, they will resurrect using all kinds of strange means. Moreover, their enemies are also very terrifying. If they don't leave behind some treasures, then even if they resurrect, they won't be qualified to be enemies with their past opponents. Spatial fluctuations emerged in the void, and Zero stepped out of the void. A level 8 stronghold appeared behind him, and he landed on the ground. Countless mechanical towers emerged, began to analyze the composition of this world, and began to erode it. Countless tiny robots flew in all directions, and soon, a constantly improving map appeared in Yongfeng's mind. There's an eternal God tree. This trip was really worth it. Yongfeng's eyes lit up, and he took a step and disappeared. On a spirit mountain, there was a 1,000-meter-tall divine tree covered in golden leaves. There were 10 miniature suns hanging from its branches. Countless sun god flames appeared around the golden divine tree and burned everything. Ripples flickered, and Yongfeng walked out of the void and came to in front of the divine tree with excitement in his eyes. Eternal God Tree, Sun Spirit Origin Tree, this is the legendary Eternal God Tree. It blooms every 1 million years and bears fruit every 1 million years. It takes 2 million years for 10 fruits to be born. If these 10 fruits fall into a small world, they can evolve into a sun and illuminate the world. These 10 Sun Spirit Origin fruits are enough to increase my chances of advancing to the 4th firmament eternal realm by 5%. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long true spirit rank fierce beast sun-burning snake engraved with sun runes and exuding an invincible overlord aura appeared and bit towards Yongfeng. Yongfeng pointed at the sun-burning snake, and all the bloodline power of the sun-burning snake was extracted in an instant, and then it turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. Eternal God Tree, Sun Spirit Origin Tree. I, the Myriad Tiger's Lord, am really lucky to get such a precious treasure. Get out of my way, I won't kill you. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. A cold voice came from the void, and an eternal with a tiger head and a human body, a pair of dragon wings on the back, and a bloodthirsty aura emerged from the void. Get out of my way, all of you. This is a treasure that belongs to me. The eyes of the Myriad Tiger's Lord shimmered fiercely, and he roared wildly towards the sky, and third firmament eternal realm aura diffused from him. Feeling the terrifying aura of the Myriad Tiger's Lord, the countenance of the Eternals rushing over changed dramatically, and they concealed their aura. The Myriad Tiger's Lord smiled ferociously at Yongfeng and said, "Human, get out of my way. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing you apart, sealing you in my tiger resentment blade, and letting you struggle in pain for 100 million years." Chapter 1448. In this world, there are many people who are qualified to say this to me, but you are not one of them. Killing intent flashed in Yongfeng's eyes, and he took a step forward. Ripples flickered, and he appeared in front of the Myriad Tiger's Lord and sent a palm barreling towards him. A time whirlpool, a spatial rift, a devour black light, and a power blade intertwined and formed a black sphere barreling towards the Myriad Tiger's Lord with terrifying might. Go to hell! The Myriad Tiger's Lord roared, and countless runes appeared on his body. Once a rune lit up, it formed a huge tiger god that entered his body. An illusory world slowly rose behind the Lord of all tigers. Within that world, countless experts of the tiger race were praying. The power of the entire world converged into one and flowed into the Lord of all tigers' body. The Myriad Tiger's Lord extended his claw, and hundreds of millions of tiger roars erupted, tore apart the sky, and barreled towards Yongfeng with the power of hundreds of millions of tigerkin powerhouses. Eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks aren't the only ones who establish a world inside them. In many universes, it is mainstream to establish a world inside them and mobilize world force to fight. When the black sphere and the giant claw collided, the claw of the Myriad Tiger's Lord crumbled bit by bit. Yongfeng slammed his palm into the Myriad Tiger's Lord. Black light shone, and the world behind the Myriad Tiger's Lord crumbled. The hundreds of millions of tigerkin powerhouses screamed, collapsed, and turned into a mist of blood. The Myriad Tiger's Lord's eternal body disintegrated in an instant. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the Myriad Tiger's Lord's eternal body. Who are you? How dare you kill me? I won't let you get away with this. I'll remember you. Inside the devour black hole, the Myriad Tiger's Lord issued a heaven-shaking roar, and the eternal origin inside him poured into Yongfeng like a breached dam. Yongfeng uttered coldly, "You have no chance." After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the Myriad Tiger's Lord turned into dust and scattered with the wind. The Myriad Tiger's Lord died. Who is that person? So strong. What the hell is his origin? The surrounding Eternals looked at Yongfeng with shock in their eyes. Although the Lord of all Tigers wasn't a terrifying existence like the three powerhouses of the Flying Star Heavens, he was still a notorious villain in the Flying Star Heavens. More than 5 Eternal Sovereigns had fallen at his hands. For such a terrifying powerhouse to be killed by Yongfeng, And so easily at that, it shocked everyone. Along with flashes of light, the eternal sovereigns gathered here disappeared, not daring to provoke Yang Feng. Yang Feng extended his hand, and black rune chains emerged and grabbed a sword engraved with countless mysterious runes, exuding fearsome fluctuations, and a demonic sword exuding resentment from the void. That demonic saber was the tiger grievance saber of the Lord of all Tigers. It was also an extremely terrifying eternal treasure. It actually sealed 3 eternal sovereigns. This Lord of all Tigers sealing technique isn't bad either. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he pointed with his finger, and numerous mechanical threads extended from his finger and stabbed into the tiger resentment blade. Runes emerged, and 3 eternal sovereigns flew out of the tiger resentment blade. A devouring black hole emerged, swept towards the 3 eternal sovereigns, and swallowed them, devouring their eternal essence. Mechanical threads extended from the Dawn God armor, wrapped around the tiger resentment blade, and devoured the eternal treasure. Ripples flickered in the void, and a bear paw capable of tearing apart the sky barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent a fist barreling towards the bear paw. Boom! A fearsome crack appeared in the void, and Yang Feng was blasted into the ground. He spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his body cracked open. To be able to take a blow from me and not die. You're not bad, you lowly thing. However, you dare to kill a beast man eternal sovereign. Then become a member of my execution platform. A spirit mountain appeared in the void. On top of the spirit mountain, there is a bear. He is one of the flying star heaven's 3 tycoons, the 9 fierce bear devil. Below the 9 fierce bear devil, there are 3 eternal sovereigns, a tiger, a leopard, and an ape. They are eternal sovereigns subordinated to the 9 fierce bear devil. The 9 fierce bear devil looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes. 9 fierce bear devil. One of the flying star heaven's 3 tycoons. This time, that human eternal sovereign is dead for sure. The 9 fierce bear devil likes to kill human eternal sovereigns the most. That human eternal sovereign is dead for sure. Seeing this scene, the eyes of some eternal sovereigns who haven't left yet shimmered with excitement, and they hid in an alternate space, cast secret methods, and watched what happened here. One of the flying star heaven's 3 tycoons. Interesting, let me see what you've got. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and the god armor of dawn he wore burst out with countless runes and formed a set of rune armor around him. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a halberd containing eternal force appeared. Surrounded by torrents of time, he flew towards the 9 fierce bear devil as if teleporting. How dare you! You lowly human, you dare to attack the Lord. That's a heinous crime. You deserve to die. The eyes of the Eternal with a tiger head and a human body shimmered fiercely, and he drew the white tiger blade, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and slashed at him with an afterimage. A white tiger exuding eternal sovereign rank breath emerged, extended its claw, and grabbed towards Yang Feng with the power to crush everything. Scram! Yang Feng brandished the halberd, and a frightening black halberd ray slashed the white tiger, chopped it into pieces, and then slashed the white tiger blade. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the tiger-headed Eternal was blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away, and he coughed up a large amount of blood. Don't do anything. I'll deal with him. The eyes of the 9 fierce bear devil shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and a black ray shot into the execution platform. The 23 execution platforms flashed faintly, and countless runes appeared. One after another, eternal sovereign projections emerged from the execution platforms. The 23 illusory Eternals intertwined and fused together to form a strange, 10,000-meter-tall entity with dragon horns, ghost horns, sharp blades, and 23 pairs of eyes. It also had wings and a tail. Exuding a warping force field, the freak formed from 23 eternal sovereign projections appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a claw barreling towards him. Dragon force, ogre force, evil god force, giant force, and other kinds of eternal force merged with resentment force and blasted towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng's halberd slashed at the freak's claw, a fearsome force blasted him 10,000 kilometers away. Amazing! Sure enough, Fourth Firmament Eternal Realm fellows aren't simple. Yang Feng was sent flying, and traces of eternal blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. Lowly human, You will become the 24th prey on my execution platform, and also a part of this execution platform monster. Atop the spirit mountain, the 9 fierce bear devil revealed a tyrannical and cruel smile in his eyes. The execution platform monster is one of the trump cards of the 9 fierce bear devil, and its battle prowess is comparable to that of a 4th firmament eternal realm freak. Coupled with the 9 fierce bear devil himself, when 2 4th firmament eternal realm powerhouses join forces, they can even fight a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Not necessarily. This time the one to die will be you. Catch it. The 9 fierce bear devil's face sank, and he ordered the execution platform monster. Countless runes shone on the spirit mountain, and it teleported and appeared in front of Yang Feng. The eyes of the execution platform monster flickered fiercely, and it extended a claw containing 23 kinds of eternal force towards Yang Feng. This execution platform monster's battle prowess is terrifying, comparable to that of a 4th firmament eternal sovereign. But after all, its main body is just a spirit mountain. In other words, as long as the spirit mountain is destroyed, the execution platform monster will naturally collapse by itself. Yang Feng calmly pointed with a finger, and a torrent of time and fate emerged and froze this space-time. In the distance, Zero opened his eyes. Behind him, the level 8 stronghold's destruction cannon flashed, and a terrifying beam of destruction tore through the sky and barreled towards the spirit mountain. Damn it! The countenance of the 9 fierce bear devil changed dramatically, and he waved his hand, and the eternal treasure black tortoise shield flew out. Light of eternity emerged, and a 10,000-kilometer-long black tortoise appeared in the void and opened a powerful black tortoise barrier to block in front of the spirit mountain. When the beam of destruction slammed into the black tortoise barrier, it easily pierced through the barrier and slammed into the spirit mountain. In an instant, the spirit mountain's defensive barriers collapsed and were devoured by the beam of destruction. No! The heart-wrenching scream of the 9 fierce bear devil came from the spirit mountain. The 23 execution platforms crumbled inch by inch, and 23 eternal sovereigns flew out of the execution platforms and were devoured by the beam of destruction. The insufferably ferocious executioner monster also collapsed and disappeared. Chapter 1449. Human, you deserve to die. You lowly human, you deserve to die. A crazy roar came from within the light pillar of destruction. The 9 fierce bear devil bear actually rushed out of the light pillar. After the 9 fierce bear rushed out of the beam of destruction, 2 of its 9 heads exploded, but its body is unscathed. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he belched a black beam of light that pierced through the sky barreling towards Zero. In the distance, Zero clenched her silver teeth, waved her lily-white hand, and opened a powerful barrier. When the black beam shot out by the 9 devil bears slammed into the barrier, the entire barrier collapsed. The black beam of light slammed into the level 8 stronghold, blasted the destruction beam into pieces, and blasted open a huge hole in the stronghold. The destruction beam is one of Yang Feng's trump cards, and it is extremely powerful. The might of a single beam is comparable to a full-powered strike of a 7th firmament eternal powerhouse. But it also has many flaws. It takes up to 10 minutes to recharge, and after a single strike, the offensive power and defensive power of the level 8 stronghold will drop to the freezing point. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 9 fierce bear to damage Zero's level 8 stronghold with a single strike. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the 9 fierce bear with a teleport, performed the Devour Heaven method, and slashed at the 9 fierce bear with his halberd. Lowly thing, die for me! The eyes of the 9 fierce bear flickered fiercely, and he brandished his huge bear paw and slammed it towards Yang Feng. Boom! When the 2 powerful forces collided, the 9 fierce bear spewed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. How is this possible? The 9 fierce bear, one of the flying star firmament's 3 tycoons, was sent flying by a human eternal sovereign with a single strike. What a terrifying power! The spectating eternal sovereigns were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The 9 fierce bear is an eternal sovereign known for his strength. In the flying star firmament, he is ranked first in terms of strength. You've got guts. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear shimmered fiercely. Runes emerged, and he shrank into a 10-meter-tall form. Black light emerged on his body. The 9 savage bear fiend took a step forward, and the entire void was torn apart. All things were destroyed, and the sun, moon, and stars were collapsing. All sorts of phenomena appeared behind him. Heaven-devouring stab. A river of time emerged in the void, and Yang Feng emerged from the river of time with a cold look in his eyes. As if a god overlooking the world, he frantically extracted eternal force and formed a 10,000-kilometer-long devourer spike that pierced through the past, present, and future and stabbed towards the 9 fierce bear devil. Sky-rending palm. The eyes of the 9 savage demon bear shone with a ferocious light as eternal power surged furiously. Countless phantom images of massive bears gathered to form a terrifying bear paw that was 10,000 meters long. Bringing with it a power that could crush everything, it slapped towards the Heaven Devourer thrust. When the Heaven Devourer thrust hit the huge bear paw, it forcibly pierced through the huge bear paw, stabbed into the 9 savage demon bear devil, and blasted him flying towards the ground. Blasted by the remnant power of the Heaven Devourer palm, Yang Feng's body cracked open, and a large amount of eternal blood sprinkled in the sky. Mutual destruction. To be able to contend with the 4th Firmament Eternal Realm 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil with his 3rd Firmament Eternal Realm Cultivation Base, how heaven-defying. The eyes of the spectating Eternals shimmered with enigmatic light. It is already common knowledge in the Eternal world that it is impossible for a 3rd Firmament Eternal Sovereign to defeat a 4th Firmament Eternal Sovereign. For Yang Feng to be able to fight the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil to a draw is simply heaven-defying. An afterimage emerged from the ground. Shadowy appeared and stabbed at the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil with the ruler's shadow spear. No! The 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil and Yang Feng are both injured. Caught off guard, the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil was stabbed in the heart by shadowy spear. Countless shadow force condensed into sealing runes that permeated the body of the 9 Dire Bear Devil, sealing its power. Go to hell! A torrent of time appeared in front of the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil, and Yang Feng walked out of the torrent of time. With a cold look in his eyes, he slashed down with his halberd and chopped the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil into countless pieces. A devour black hole emerged, engulfed the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil, and frantically devoured the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil's eternal origin. Human! Despicable, shameless, and lowly thing! How dare you kill me? I won't let you off! Inside the devour black hole, the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil issued miserable screams. His eternal origin poured out. His body trembled, and then turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. Dead! It turns out that he still had a backup plan. Damn it! The Eternals in the void stared at Yang Feng with unwillingness in their eyes. In the opinion of the Eternals, it would be best for Yang Feng and the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil to fight each other to the death. In this way, they can reap the benefits. In the void, ripples flickered, and a mirror appeared behind Yang Feng. A colorless and invisible dagger shot out of the mirror and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Almost at the same time, a black arrow shot out from a dark cloud, shrouded in a torrent of fate, and locked onto Yang Feng. A scarlet true dragon exuding 1st Firmament Eternal Breath descended from the sky and extended its claw, and true dragon flames that can burn everything shot towards Yang Feng. A dark green flower bloomed on the ground. Inside the flower, there are 3 suns. The terrifying sunlight shone on Shadow, dispelled the shadows around Shadow, and formed a seal of light barrier that sealed Shadow inside. The 4 Eternal Sovereigns joined forces and launched a killing blow when Yang Feng was at his weakest. If Yang Feng was at his peak, the 4 Eternal Sovereigns wouldn't dare to make a move. But now that he and the 9 Savage Demon Bear Devil are both injured, it immediately aroused killing intent. Fighting with the clam, the fisherman reaps the benefits. This kind of thing is what I like to do the most. Unfortunately, my injuries aren't as serious as they appear. This is a trap I set up to hunt you idiots. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then suddenly turned around and extended his claw, grabbed the hand of the person in the mirror, and pulled out a gorgeous silver-haired woman with devastatingly beautiful hair. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman screamed miserably. No! Don't kill me. I am the wife of the Shadow Fiend Lord. If you kill me, the Shadow Fiend Lord won't let you off. A copious amount of devour black light swept towards the silver-haired beauty, and the silver-haired beauty shriveled up, turned into ashes and disappeared. Scram! Yang Feng slapped the black arrow with his palm and smashed it. An eternal sovereign true dragon. Your bloodline is of great use to me. Dang! Yang Feng extended his hand towards the sky, and a black claw emerged and grabbed the true dragon. Fearsome devour force erupted and extracted the true dragon's bloodline, and it turned into a drop of blood that fell into his hand. A devour black hole emerged, swallowed the true dragon, and devoured its eternal origin. In the dark clouds in the distance, a black ray emerged, burned the eternal origin, and turned into a black thread that disappeared into the horizon. 3 suns flew out of the dark green flower and barreled towards Yang Feng and the shade, respectively. Boom! The 3 suns detonated in an instant, and fearsome sun fire engulfed Yang Feng and shade. The green flower sprouted a pair of green wings, which flapped slightly and burned eternal origin. Enveloped in a green gale, it flew into the distance. Since one escaped, then you shall die here in his place. A cold voice came from the sun fire, and devour black light swept out and devoured the energy of the explosion of the 3 suns. Yang Feng stepped out of the sun god fire, looked at the dark green flower, and extended his hand. A strange demonic claw suddenly jumped out of the river of time, grabbed the emerald green flower, and crushed its defensive boundary. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. The dark green flower shone with green light, and then turned into a beautiful woman with long green hair, a leaf armor, and a garland on her head, and pleaded pitifully to Yang Feng. Die! His face expressionless, Yang Feng squeezed coldly. The demonic claw directly squeezed and crushed the peerless beauty wearing a flower wreath on her head. A devour black hole emerged, swept towards the beautiful woman with a garland, and devoured her life origin. Eternal origin stones appeared one after another, and tremendous eternal origin force poured into Yang Feng. Who else wants to throw away their lives? A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng looked at the eternal sovereigns in the void. Wherever his gaze fell, the eternal sovereigns felt a chill in their hearts, and then turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. Yang Feng grabbed the sun spirit origin tree and threw it into the world inside him. Then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards zero. Chapter 1450. Since you dare to follow me, then go to hell. After flying for a while, a torrent of time suddenly appeared on Yang Feng, and he disappeared with a teleport. When he appeared in the void, he extended his hand and extended it. Stop, I just glanced at you. In the hidden void, a huge tree with a human face appeared. Its vines fluttered and formed a tree enchantment. It roared loudly. You used a spell to spy on my whereabouts. That's a crime worthy of death. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng stabbed the vines of the big tree with a human face, and countless devour runes appeared. The vines of the big tree withered continuously. As if stabbing tofu, Yang Feng's right hand stabbed into the big tree, and countless devour runes erupted and permeated the big tree eternal sovereign. No! A human! Spare! A look of horror on its face, the big tree eternal sovereign roared wildly, trembled, and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. Yang Feng grabbed all the treasures hidden inside the big tree eternal sovereign, threw them into his world, and looked at the void with a gaze as sharp as lightning. The eternal sovereigns with ill intentions cast secret methods and fled in different directions, for fear that Yang Feng would find an excuse to kill them. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief, then disappeared with a teleportation and appeared beside Zero. He put away Zero and the level 8 stronghold, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. Slaying so many eternal sovereigns in succession took a huge toll on Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng's fierce methods deterred the restless eternal sovereigns, making them give up on tracking him. Shortly after Yang Feng disappeared, 7 eternal sovereigns appeared in the place occupied by Zero not long ago. He escaped. Damn it, he put on a strong front just now. If we had taken action, we would have been able to keep him here. What a pity! The 7 eternal sovereigns looked at the place where Yang Feng disappeared with regret in their eyes. Not long ago, the eternal sovereigns were frightened by Yang Feng's fierce methods and fled. But they are smart people after all. They quickly came back to their senses, guessed that Yang Feng was injured, and came back to hunt him down. But it was already too late. Suddenly, the earth split open, and a black bead appeared, exploded, and sent black rays of light sweeping towards the 7 eternal sovereigns. The complexion of the 7 eternal sovereigns changed dramatically, and they cast spells and opened defensive barriers. The rays of black light slammed into the defensive barrier and strangely fused with it, leaving a mark on each of the 7 eternal sovereigns. This is a tracing mark. What a ruthless method! It seems that once he recovers, he will come to kill us. The 7 eternal sovereigns looked at the mark on their bodies, and their eyes flashed with anger. They guessed Yang Feng's intention, and a chill welled up inside them. Once Yang Feng recovers his full strength, he will be able to slay the 9 ferocious bear devil and slay the 7 eternal sovereigns. Remorse welled up in the hearts of the 7 eternal sovereigns. Time elapsed, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a cave, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and a vast and flawless eternal aura slowly diffused from him. After devouring the eternal origin of so many eternal sovereigns, I finally met the conditions to attack the 4th firmament eternal realm. Let's begin. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, countless runes appeared, and a vast and fearsome aura spread from him. The source energy of life in the secret realm was pulled and swept towards Yang Feng, forming a huge whirlpool in the sky. Someone is advancing. How can someone advance in this place? There isn't enough life source energy here. Advancing here requires twice the effort for half the result, and requires a lot of resources. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns filled with envy, jealousy, and confusion looked this way. In order to advance to the eternal realm, the best way is to make a breakthrough in the outside world. In this secret realm, although the concentration of life source energy is high, but in terms of quantity, it is far inferior to that of the eternal world's heaven realms. However, in any case, an eternal sovereign advancing to the next realm is always enough to make other eternal sovereigns jealous. A beam flew out of the whirlpool, landed on Yang Feng, and was instantly devoured by him. Not enough. This energy is really not enough. Compared to the real universe, realms, and worlds, the total amount of energy in the secret realm is still far inferior. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and the Sun Spirit Origin tree flew out. Sun Spirit Origin fruits flew over and entered Yang Feng's mouth. As soon as the Sun Spirit Origin fruits entered Yang Feng's mouth, as if he devoured suns, a tremendous heat flowed inside him and became nutrients for his advancement. After Yang Feng devoured and refined 10 Sun Spirit Origin fruits, they transformed into the purest eternal origin. The eternal origin of the eternal sovereigns devoured by Yang Feng was also transformed into eternal origin under the operation of the Devour Heaven method. Cracks appeared on Yang Feng's body, and then he finally shattered. Countless mysterious eternal marks appeared and intertwined with each other, twisting and forming a perfect and incomparably powerful eternal body. A terrifying aura of the 4th heaven of the eternal realm slowly spread out from the perfect and powerful eternal body. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng's eternal imprint appeared and distorted. Universe energy in an area with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers surged into the eternal imprint, making it even more terrifying and powerful. This is the great edge of eternity's advancement. He advanced again. He has become stronger. In the world of warlocks, the holy ones and emperors sensed the cosmic storm set off in the universe, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. He advanced. Coupled with this advancement, he should have advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm. What a monster! Sensing the changes in the universe, the Primal Chaos Spider Mother's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. The Primal Chaos Spider Mother is a first-generation life form born in the world of warlocks. She has experienced the eternal age of the world of warlocks. During the eternal age, no one in the world of warlocks has ever advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm. From the moment Yang Feng advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm, he became the strongest existence in the history of the world of warlocks. After absorbing enough universe energy and laws, the eternal imprint flickered, entered the deepest part of the universe, and disappeared. In the secret realm, 4th firmament eternal realm. It is indeed a terrifying metamorphosis. Yang Feng opened his eyes and felt the eternal force surging inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Now I can go compete for the Heavenly Star Lord's core treasure trove. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the center of the Heavenly Star secret realm, there is a huge green ancient city. Above the huge ancient city, there were 36,572 stars suspended in the air. Rays of starlight sprinkled down from those stars and shone on the ancient city, forming a layer of incomparably powerful starlight barrier. The 36,572 stars are not ordinary stars. but stars with powerful star force and origin will equivalent to the 36 primary material planes of the world of warlocks. In the past, the Lord of the Celestial Star Sect had controlled those 36,572 stars to fight against countless powerful enemies. He had even suppressed 7 8th Heaven Eternal Realm experts. He was a top hero in the Flying Star Sect. At this time, there are more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns gathered in front of the huge ancient city. The 200-plus Eternal Sovereigns unleashed all kinds of powerful secret methods barreling towards the ancient city's star barrier. If the Heavenly Star Lord was still alive, the 200-plus Eternal Sovereigns would die when facing the ancient city's star barrier. But no matter how powerful the Heavenly Star Lord was, he has already died. The defensive strength of the ancient city he left behind is heaven-defying. But it still can't resist the siege of the 200 Eternal Sovereigns. Cracks appeared and healed, but the healing speed became slower and slower. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared outside the ancient city's defensive barrier. Human! Shit! As soon as the 7 Eternal Sovereigns saw Yang Feng, their faces changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light flying into the distance. You want to escape? It's too late. Go to hell. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Shrouded in a torrent of time, he teleported in front of an Eternal with a deer head and a human body and punched the body of the Eternal with a deer head and a human body. Then, a devour black hole appeared and devoured the Eternal with a deer head. After killing an Eternal with a single blow, the other 6 Eternal Sovereigns sped up a bit. None of you can escape. You're all going to die. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step. 6 people split into 2, teleported, appeared in front of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns, and sent a fist barreling towards the 6 Eternal Sovereigns. The complexion of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns changed dramatically, and they cast defensive secret methods and opened defensive barriers in front of them. Human, why did you attack us? To kill Eternal Sovereigns for no reason. Aren't you afraid of provoking public anger? An Eternal with a dragon head and a human body, a look of anger on his face, roared. Since you dare to chase me down, then you shall all die here today. 2 devour black holes appeared and engulfed 2 Eternal Sovereigns, and the 6 figures merged into one. A cold voice full of killing intent came from Yang Feng's mouth. Chapter 1451. When the Eternal Sovereigns gathered here saw Yang Feng suddenly kill 3 Eternal Sovereigns, an enigmatic shade flashed in their eyes, and they felt hostility towards Yang Feng. But after hearing Yang Feng's words, the Eternal Sovereigns fell silent, stood quietly and watched indifferently, their hostility dissipating a bit. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he split into 4 figures and sent a fist barreling towards the remaining 4 Eternal Sovereigns. We never did anything to you. The dragon-headed Eternal Sovereign issued a roar of grief and indignation, and then cast defensive secret methods to resist Yang Feng's attack. To dare track the injured me, how dare you? This is a capital offense. You all deserve to die. A torrent of time emerged in the void, swept towards the 4 Eternal Sovereigns, distorted space-time, and formed a strange space. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the distorted space disappeared, and Yang Feng walked out of the space. A devour black hole appeared behind him, and the 4 Eternal Sovereigns struggled inside the devour black hole and issued miserable screams. How savage! That human is so savage. He's the human who killed the 9 fierce fiend bear. He killed the 9 fierce fiend bear. Among the Eternal Sovereigns, many of whom have seen Yang Feng's methods, their thoughts surged in the void, filled with apprehension. The gazes of the Flying Heaven Star's 3 tycoons, who killed the Morning Star Lord and the Shadow Fiend Lord, turned and fell on Yang Feng. I am the Shadow Fiend Lord. Who are you, sir? With a flash of twisted black light, the Shadow Fiend Lord silently crossed 10,000 kilometers, teleported to in front of Yang Feng, and asked coldly. Yang Feng replied flatly, I am the Eternal Blade. The Shadow Fiend Lord's voice is filled with frigid killing intent. Eternal Blade, I have no enmity with you, sir. Why did you kill my wife? Since she dared to assassinate me, she naturally has to die. Shadow Fiend Lord, since you came to me, then I will send you to reunite with your wife. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes shone, and a twisted river of time appeared around him. He took a step forward, crossed the river of time, appeared in front of the Shadow Demon Lord, and grabbed at the Shadow Demon Lord. Eternal Blade, you killed my wife, And now you want to kill me. Very good, very good. I will definitely kill you. The Shadow Transcendent Lord smiled coldly and let Yang Feng's claw hit him. At that moment, the Shadow Demonic Lord's body disintegrated, turned into countless fragments, and disappeared. A black puppet suddenly appeared and exploded, turning into streaks of shadow light and disappearing. Escaped? This Shadow Devil Lord is really troublesome. When Yang Feng saw this, his eyebrows rose slightly, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. After Yang Feng advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Shadow Demon Master was also an expert at the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. He had intended to kill him by surprise. However, the Shadow Fiend Lord is very decisive. He took the initiative to disappear and hide in the shadows. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng finds it hard to catch traces of the Shadow Fiend Lord. The Eternal Blade is dead for sure this time. Although the Shadow Fiend Lord is weak in frontal combat, but he is the #1 assassin in the Flying Star Heaven. Even a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse died at the hands of the Shadow Fiend Lord. The Eternal Blade is dead for sure. Consciousnesses of eternal sovereigns reverberated in the void. Many eternal sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with gloating expressions. Among the three magnates of the Flying Star Heavens, the Shadow Demon Master was not the strongest. However, his assassination technique was the best in the Flying Star Heavens. He had once assassinated experts of the fifth heavens of the Eternal Realm in another Middle Heavens. He is the most feared of the three tycoons. The Morning Star Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes revealed a look of schadenfreude. Yang Feng smiled indifferently. Ignoring the gazes of the many eternal sovereigns, his figure fluttered, and he appeared at the edge of the star barrier. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless mechanical filaments stabbed into the star barrier and began to analyze the structure of the star barrier. Structure analysis starting. Blocked by advanced eternal force. Unable to continue analysis. A message was fed back from the mechanical filaments. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Sure enough, a barrier set up by an 8th firmament eternal realm powerhouse is difficult to analyze. Since it's difficult to analyze, then let's crack it by force. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, the Dawn God armor shone brightly, and he spread the fingers of a hand and pressed the star barrier. A fearsome devour force enveloped the star boundary, and endless star force poured into Yang Feng from the star boundary. With a thought from Yang Feng, the tremendous star force entered the world inside him and formed stars. The star barrier was already straining to withstand the siege of more than 200 eternal sovereigns. Now that Yang Feng devoured a large amount of star force, it could no longer support itself, and finally collapsed inch by inch. Boom! Boom! The stars above the giant city dimmed, turned into meteors, and barreled towards the eternal sovereigns below. Scram! Roars erupted from the eternal sovereigns, and they blasted the stars above the giant city into pieces. Let's go! Along with flashes of light, the eternal sovereigns flew towards the giant city. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the giant city as well. Some of the weaker eternal sovereigns flew towards the side halls of the giant city. Powerhouses at the third firmament eternal realm and above flew towards the core area of the giant city. In the center of the giant city, there is a 1,000-kilometer-tall tower of stars engraved with countless mysterious runes shrouded in starlight. At the entrance of the Tower of Stars, there are two giant stone statues holding great swords. This is the temporary imperial residence of the Heavenly Star Lord. Trespassers will be killed. Starlight emerged from the giant stone statues, and they opened their eyes. Eyes cold, exuding fifth firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power, they brandished their swords and slashed. Two sword rays containing starlight slashed the two eternal sovereigns and killed them in an instant. Fifth firmament eternal realm. They're fifth firmament eternal realm star golems. Damn it, those are fifth firmament eternal realm star golems. Cries of alarm came from the eternal sovereigns, and they scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to contend against the two star golems. Chapter 1452. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a big hand extended towards the four crystals. Rays of starlight appeared outside the four crystals, forming an incomparably powerful astral boundary. When Yang Feng's claw landed on the star boundary, starlight shone and shattered the giant claw that Yang Feng has formed. The star boundary formation also flickered with ripples and became a bit blurry. No matter how powerful the star barrier is, it cannot resist the attack of an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse. Silently, the Death Morning Star Lord appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and dazzling starlight condensed. The eternal treasure star sword in his hand shrouded in starlight slashed towards Yang Feng with fearsome killing intent. In an instant, 365 star projections emerged. The 365 stars shone brightly, and rays of starlight appeared, forming chains of stars that suppressed the void. 14 eternal sovereigns flew out from behind the Death Morning Star Lord and unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. With the Death Morning Star Lord and his 14 subordinates working together to mount a sneak attack, even a fifth firmament eternal powerhouse will be seriously injured or even killed. A month ago, this kind of attack might have seriously injured me. Unfortunately, I have already advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm. So, all of you can go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and countless Devour runes emerged, and Devour black holes appeared around him. Yang Feng sent a fist flying, and Devour black light swept across the world. Wherever it passed, stars exploded into pieces. As if it has a life of its own, the Devour black holes floating around Yang Feng moved on their own and devoured the attacks of the 14 eternal sovereigns. In an instant, Yang Feng walked out of the siege of the Star Lord, arrived in front of 2 eternal sovereigns, and twisted their heads. The 2 devouring black holes swept the 2 eternal sovereigns into them and frantically devoured their eternal origin. Stop! Eyes shot with blood. The Death Morning Star Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely. Riding countless stars, he teleported in front of Yang Feng and slashed at him with his sword. Scram! Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he slammed his fist into the star-killing sword, and a vast, fearsome power erupted and blasted the star-killing sword along with the star-killing sword lord away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other 12 eternal sovereigns unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Devour black holes emerged and devoured most of the attacks of the 12 eternal sovereigns, while the attacks of a few eternal sovereigns slammed into Yang Feng. The armor of dawn shone, and Devour runes emerged and devoured the attacks of the eternal sovereigns. Only 10% of the power affected Yang Feng. Go to hell! Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes. As if an invincible transcendent, he rushed into the midst of the 12 eternal sovereigns and unleashed various powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards them. One after another, eternal sovereigns were crushed and devoured by Yang Feng. Among the eternal sovereigns, only the Morning Star Lord can resist Yang Feng's attack. But every time he flew over, he would be sent flying by Yang Feng's fist. From weak to strong, Yang Feng blasted the eternal sovereigns subordinated to the Morning Star Lord into pieces and devoured them. Watching the eternal sovereigns under his command die one after another, the Morning Star Lord's eyes bulged, and he roared, "Shadow Lord, if you don't act now, I will take my people and leave this place at once. Leave all the opportunities in this place to the eternal blade." In an instant, a shadow appeared behind Yang Feng strangely, turned into a dagger, and stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart. A black hole emerged and devoured the Shadow Lord together with the Shadow Bead. "No! Don't seal me! Kill me!" Countless seals appeared, and under the horrified gaze of the Shadow Demon Lord, the seals cut and sealed the Shadow Demon Lord. "It's your turn." After sealing the Shadow Lord, Yang Feng turned around and slammed his hands into 2 eternal sovereigns. The 2 eternal sovereigns were blasted apart, and then seals emerged and sealed the 2 eternal sovereigns. "Retreat!" The Morning Star Lord glanced at the 4 crystals, and a look of reluctance flashed in his eyes. He decisively flew out. The figures of the other 4 eternal sovereigns fluttered, and they turned into 4 streams of light and fled outside. "Everyone else can escape, but you. You killed the Dawn Lord, so you must die." A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng stepped on a torrent of time, appeared in front of the Dawn Killer Lord, and sent a fist barreling towards the Dawn Killer Lord. The sun and the moon collapsed, stars extinguished, time reversed, and all kinds of terrifying phenomena emerged. "Eternal Blade, since you're so aggressive, then let's perish together." A fierce ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he bellowed. Star runes appeared on his body, and he frantically burned his eternal origin and merged with the star-killing sword. Perish together? You're a step too slow. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and a torrent of time swept towards the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord trembled slightly, and time distorted for a moment. Die! At this moment, Yang Feng has already appeared in front of the Dawn Lord and slammed his hand into the other party. Countless runes appeared and began to seal the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord's eyes shimmered with fear and he shouted, "Stop, let me go! Eternal Blade! I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I can offer you all my treasures." "No need. I'll take the Flying Star Heaven's treasures myself." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and countless runes fluttered and turned into rune chains that wrapped around the Morning Star Lord. The Dawn Lord trembled slightly, shrank into a ball of light, and entered Yang Feng's hand. "Fortunately, I advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm, or else this battle would have been a bit troublesome. A moment of carelessness, and I would have died at the hands of the Dawn Lord and the Shadow Lord. However, this battle is really a huge harvest. Shadowy, this is for you." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose and he flicked his finger, and the eternal treasure shadow bead turned into a stream of light and flew into Shadowy's hand. "Thank you, my lord." A look of ecstasy on his face, Shadowy grabbed the shadow bead and swallowed it. Countless mysterious shadow runes appeared on Shadowy's body, causing his aura to rise and become stronger and stronger. Shadowy's evolution path is that of an assassin and a shadow. The shadow bead is a treasure of heaven and earth that suits him best. After getting the shadow bead, his strength increased greatly. Chapter 1453. Standing quietly aside, Zero's beautiful eyes shimmered with jealousy when she saw this scene. Among the several monarch of sovereigns, Zero has always been the most favored by Yang Feng. She consumes the most treasures of heaven and earth, and her combat strength is far above that of the other monarch of sovereigns. However, once Shade completely refines the shadow bead, his strength will undergo a tremendous change, and he will become a powerhouse above the fourth firmament eternal realm in one fell swoop. Yang Feng turned around and returned to the reception hall. After attacking several times in a row, he smashed the boundaries of the four crystals, and then grabbed a crystal in his hand. The crystal cracked, and the eternal heavenly art appeared in Yang Feng's mind. What an exquisite eternal heavenly art! This is an eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the eighth firmament eternal realm. Unfortunately, like Gu Taili, this eternal heavenly art hides a method to resurrect the heavenly Star Lord. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. The more eternal heavenly arts he collects and the stronger they are, the better Yang Feng will be able to deduce his own eternal heavenly art. What is this? Yang Feng pinched a crystal and scanned it with his tremendous soul force, but didn't obtain any information. When Zero saw the crystal, her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement, and she uttered, "Lord, please give me this crystal. This crystal can let me evolve again." Yang Feng smiled, waved his hand, and threw the crystal to Zero. "Okay. This is yours." Zero is the monarch of sovereigns with the greatest potential among Yang Feng's subordinates. Although she doesn't know what the crystal is, but relying on her evolutionary instincts, she feels that the crystal is of great benefit to her evolution. Zero's beautiful eyes revealed a look of joy. She held the crystal in her hand, but didn't refine it directly. There are still many eternal sovereigns in the relic site of the Heavenly Star Lord. Zero must be in a perfect state. Shade, on the other hand, wants to surpass Zero, which is why he integrated the shadow bead into his body as soon as he got it. In any case, he can use the power of the shadow bead at will. Mechanical threads gushed out of Yang Feng's hand, rolled up the crystal, and fused with it. Bursts of satisfaction came from the armor of dawn. Yang Feng smiled slightly and reached for the last crystal in his hand. The crystal flashed, and a set of cosmic coordinates entered Yang Feng's mind. Universe coordinates? These were the coordinates of another universe. It seemed like the Lord of Celestial Star had wanted to break free from the shackles of the realms and leave his mark in other universes. This should be the universe he sought for himself. Yang Feng looked pensively at the universe coordinates. The eternal mark was engraved in the various realms of the eternal world. It allowed Eternals to use the power of the realms to better protect their own realms. But once their domain was breached, they would fall under the control of the other eternal sovereigns. If the eternal mark was placed in other universes, Unless the Eternal King personally took action, he would not be able to do anything to those Eternals. Some tyrannical Eternal Ones with 9th heavens of Eternal Realm cultivation could even mobilize the power of the universe in their own universe to contend against Eternal King rank experts. Edge of Eternity. When an Eternal with the head of an octopus and the body of a dragon appeared on the Star Tower, his complexion changed dramatically. You're out of luck. Go to hell. Yang Feng took a step, teleported, appeared in front of the Eternal Sovereign, and slammed a fist into him, smashed him into pieces, and then devoured him. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, then his figure fluttered, and he disappeared and began to hunt the Eternal Sovereigns on the Star Tower. The Eternals themselves are moving treasures. Only by devouring them can Yang Feng continue to evolve rapidly. 7 days later. The Star Tower. Shadow Fiend Domain. Break for me! Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng emerged from the void. With a wave of his hand, a huge interstellar fleet emerged. A rain of beams barreled towards the stars outside the Shadow Fiend Domain. The sound of explosions rang incessantly, and stars fell like rain. Yang Feng took a step and appeared above the Shadow Temple in the center of the Shadow Fiend Domain. Yang Feng extended his hand, countless runes shone, and the seal on the Shadow Fiend Lord was undone and appeared in front of him. Shadow Fiend Domain, no. Edge of Eternity, don't kill me. I can swear an oath to serve you. Don't kill me. I am a top assassin who can assassinate 5th heavens of Eternal Realm powerhouses. Don't kill me. I beg you. As soon as the Shadow Fiend Lord appeared, his tremendous soul force swept Yang Feng, and his face turned pale and he pleaded bitterly. If I kill you, I can get a stronger and more loyal assassin. Yang Feng smiled coldly and stabbed a hand into the Shadow Fiend Lord. Countless runes flickered, and Yang Feng pulled an eternal mark out of the Shadow Lord's body inch by inch and crushed it. No! After the Shadow Fiend Lord issued a miserable scream, his eyes turned lifeless, and he died. Shadow jumped out of the shadow behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the Shadow Fiend Lord's eternal true spirit entered Shadow. The flying star firmament trembled slightly, and an eternal star fell. The Shadow Fiend Lord's idol in countless realms collapsed. Fear and sorrow welled up in the hearts of countless Shadow Fiend Lord believers, and all their extraordinary forces disappeared. The Shadow Fiend Lord died. It's the Edge of Eternity. What a ferocious Eternal. It's the Edge of Eternity that killed more than 60% of the flying star firmament's eternal sovereigns in the Sky Star Lord's secret realm. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns in the flying star firmament shimmered with astonishment. The flying star firmament's 3 tycoons are all 4th heavens of eternal realm powerhouses. Even in the 10 holy heavens, they can become elders of many major forces. The death of such powerhouses shocked the entire flying star firmament. Within the Shadow Fiend Domain, a black ray of light flew out. Want to escape? You can die too. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step, appeared behind the black ray, and stabbed his hand into the black figure. Stop. Let me live, and I will promise you anything. The beautiful eyes of the Shadow Fiend Lord's wife revealed a look of misery, and she screamed. His face expressionless, Yang Feng dug out the eternal imprint and crushed it. An eternal true spirit entered Shadow's body. A devour black hole engulfed the corpse of the Shadow Fiend Lord's wife and devoured her life origin. Yang Feng scanned the Shadow Fiend Domain with his tremendous soul force. After discovering that there are no other eternal sovereigns, he pointed with a finger, and a huge fleet teleported and appeared here. A swarm of battle robots poured out like a tide and swept the Shadow Fiend Lord's remnants. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a giant hand stabbed into the Shadow Temple, dug out the Shadow Fiend Lord's treasure trove, and threw it into his world. It's time to go to the next place. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. The Morning Star Field. Countless stars fell. Countless main battle robots were fighting against the various armies that were attacking the Morning Star region. Yang Feng stabbed his hand into the Morning Star Lord's body and dug out the eternal imprint of the Morning Star Lord. The Morning Star Lord's eyes shimmered with fear, and he shouted, Stop! Eternal Edge. I'm from the Star Alliance. If you kill me, the Star Alliance won't let you off. The Star Alliance? It's fine if they don't provoke me. But if they do, then I'll destroy them. I'll turn them into stepping stones on my path to eternity. With an expressionless face, Yang Feng crushed the eternal imprint that killed the Morning Star Lord. Countless mysterious runes emerged and sealed the Morning Star Lord's eternal true spirit and eternal origin. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, and an idol collapsed. All kinds of anomalies emerged in the flying star firmament. The Morning Star Lord died. How could this be? The Eternal Edge killed the Morning Star Lord. When the Eternal Sovereigns saw the anomalies of the Morning Star Lord's death, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The Devil Bear Realm. The Eternal Edge is so fierce. He's even fiercer than me. What if he attacks my Devil Bear Realm? The 9 fierce bear devil looked at the anomalies of the Eternal falling in the flying star firmament, and his heart trembled. He, who has always been fearless, couldn't help but feel a chill. In addition to the flying star firmament's 2 tycoons, the Eternal Sovereigns who failed to compete with Yang Feng for opportunities were also mercilessly killed and devoured their eternal true spirit. All the wealth in the realms of the Eternal Sovereigns was plundered by Yang Feng. Wherever Yang Feng's mechanical legion passed, the Eternal Sovereigns trembled and sealed off their realms, not daring to be enemies with Yang Feng. In a short period of time, after plundering most of the flying star firmament's resources, Yang Feng disappeared with his mechanical legion. The Zhangji Plain. In a huge laboratory, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in the laboratory, and said flatly, "Star Concubine." "Greetings, Lord." Starlight shone, and Star Concubine appeared in front of Yang Feng with an enigmatic look in her beautiful eyes. "I'll give you the power to advance to the Eternal Realm." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a Kunmo stone flew into Star Concubine's hand. In the Eternal World, Kunmo stone is a precious resource used to refine eternal treasures. Yang Feng found 3 Kunmo stones in the treasury of the Morning Star Lord and the Shadow Fiend Lord. Chapter 1454. Thank you, my lord. There was a flash of ecstasy in Star Concubine's eyes. Spatial ripples flickered, and a huge level 7 stronghold emerged. Her figure fluttered, and she entered the level 7 stronghold. The level 7 stronghold shone slightly, and runes began to appear and evolve into a level 8 stronghold. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, countless resources plundered from the eternal world flew out and entered the level 7 stronghold. A mysterious rune slowly emerged in the level 7 stronghold. Countless rays of light shone, and the level 7 stronghold began to evolve slowly. Time elapsed, and 3 years passed in a flash. Yang Feng looked at the level 8 stronghold that was slowly taking shape with enigmatic light in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the sealed Morning Star Lord True Spirit and the tremendous eternal origin entered the level 8 stronghold like a meteor. After absorbing the Morning Star Lord's eternal true spirit and eternal origin force, the level 8 stronghold radiated resplendent light. Within hundreds of millions of light-years of the Zhangji Plain, an energy storm was set off, and a fearsome energy vortex appeared above the level 8 stronghold. His Majesty the Edge of Eternity has refined another eternal treasure. So that's how it is. The saints and emperors were extremely calm when they sensed that the energy vortex belonged to the headquarters of the Devourer dynasty. They weren't shocked at all. "Thank you for giving me the power, my lord." The level 8 stronghold opened, and Star Concubine walked out. Her beautiful eyes radiated resplendent light, and she knelt on one knee before Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a look at Star Concubine, and his eyes shimmered with satisfaction. "Very good. Your current strength is comparable to that of a 4th firmament eternal powerhouse. I didn't spend so many resources to cultivate you in vain. The flying star heavens is a middle heaven, and there are countless precious resources in the flying star heavens." Yang Feng not only gave the Star Concubine the true spirit and eternal origin obtained from killing the Morning Star Lord, but he also used countless treasures of heaven and earth and rare resources on the Star Concubine, allowing her to evolve into a 4th firmament eternal realm existence. Now it's their turn. Light of teleportation enveloped Yang Feng and teleported him to a huge laboratory. In that huge laboratory, there was a level 8 base that was as dark as ink, as if shrouded in shadows. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a fearsome eternal soul force entered the level 8 stronghold. The level 8 base flickered and a rune appeared. Within a radius of billions of light-years, terrifying energy storms once again appeared, forming an energy vortex that descended from the sky. His Majesty the Edge of Eternity has forged another eternal treasure. Eternal treasures will soon become cabbages. On the Weave, the human warlocks are chatting with each other. They are already used to it. The foreign race experts were all silent, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. Every time Yang Feng refines an eternal treasure, it means that the human race has gained a foundation in the world of warlocks. If Yang Feng unfortunately dies in the future, then the eternal treasures he left behind would be enough for the human race to gain a foothold in the world of warlocks, and even dominate. With a flash of black light, the level 8 stronghold shrouded in shadows opened. Shadowy, dressed in a black open-necked evening dress, walked out of the level 8 stronghold gracefully with a smile on her face, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng took a look at Shadowy and showed a satisfied smile. "Not bad, your strength has reached the 4th firmament eternal realm." Ripples flickered, and the star concubine appeared beside Yang Feng. Exuding 4th firmament eternal realm might, she quietly demonstrated her might to Shadowy. After Shadowy got up, she uttered with a sweet smile, "My lord, please allow me to advance to the 5th firmament eternal realm." Yang Feng responded, "Permission granted." Shadowy smiled, then her beautiful eyes shimmered, and a magic bead appeared on her forehead. A vast and boundless ripple of eternity spread across the entire universe. The periphery of a grade 3 plane, inside the Shadow Divine Country. A black ray fell from the sky, fell into the Shadow Divine Country, formed Shadowy's figure, and strode towards the Shadow Ruler in the center of the Shadow Divine Country. Countless shadow assassins jumped out of the shadows and stabbed at Shadowy with daggers in their hands. "Die!" Shadowy pointed with a finger, and the essence of shadow swept out. As soon as the shadow assassins got close, they collapsed and turned into pure divine force that entered her body. "Who are you? Why did you come to my Shadow Divine Country?" With a flash of shadow light, a shadow ruler dressed in a gray robe and holding a dagger in hand emerged from the void and stared coldly at Shadowy. Shadowy responded with a smile. "Naturally, I came to kill you and extract your shadow origin. From today onward, there is only one person in the universe who can control shadow origin, and that is me." "What big talk. Since you dare to break into my Shadow Divine Country, then go to hell." The shadow ruler suddenly smiled strangely, then a shadow emerged from behind Shadowy, and a dagger integrated with the shadow stabbed towards Shadowy's heart. The Shadow Ruler is a strong divine force rank powerhouse. In the Shadow Divine Country, it can even assassinate a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. "It's useless, because I have eternal essence." Ing smiled faintly and allowed the Shadow Ruler to stab the dagger into his body. Then, he pointed a finger at the Shadow Ruler's glabella. The Shadow Ruler's face flickered with shock, and then it trembled and collapsed, turned into powder, and disappeared. Almost at the same time, in the Shadow Divine Countries, Shadowy killed all the shadow gods and absorbed their shadow law. When the last shadow god died in the world of warlocks, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area hundreds of millions of kilometers in radius in the Zhongji Plain, and the energy storm turned into a fearsome beam that entered Shadowy. Shadowy's breath soared in an instant, and he broke through and advanced to the 5th firmament eternal realm in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, Star Concubine's pretty face sank, and she snorted coldly, not saying a word. Shadowy smiled sweetly and was about to provoke Star Concubine, when suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he looked to the other side. In the world of warlocks, a fearsome storm set off in an area hundreds of millions of light-years in radius, turned into a brilliant beam of energy, and entered the base where Zero is located. His Majesty has forged another eternal treasure. The eternal treasure has advanced to the next level. Calm down, this is no longer a rare thing. In the Weave, human warlocks teased each other. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 1 year, 10 years. The energy storm in the universe lasted for 10 years. During that time, the beam of energy never stopped and entered the level 8 base where Zero is located. Standing in front of Zero's level 8 base, Yang Feng silently threw all kinds of resources he plundered from the eternal world to her for her to devour and evolve. 10 years later, the energy whirlpool that enveloped the Zhongji Plain finally dissipated slowly. It finally disappeared. 10 years. This anomaly has lasted for 10 years. How heaven-defying. This eternal treasure definitely surpasses all other treasures. In the Weave, the human warlocks are full of excitement and discussion. The primal chaos spider mother looked at the dissipating energy whirlpool and said with a bitter smile, "How despairing." The anomaly triggered by ordinary eternal treasures only lasted for a few days at most. Yet the anomaly triggered by Zero's evolution lasted for 10 years. Her strength was beyond the imagination of other powerhouses. In the laboratory, the level 8 base opened, smoke emerged, and the valiant and formidable-looking Zero walked out of the base. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with invincible aggressiveness, and she smiled sweetly at Xiaofan. "Greetings, Lord." The 6th level of the Devour Heaven method has been deduced. A piece of information appeared in Xiaofang's mind, and the various cultivation secret methods of the Devour Heaven method emerged one after another. After Zero's evolution, her computing power has undergone an earth-shaking change. At this time, even if the computing power of Shadow, Star Concubine, and Violet are added up, they are still far from a fraction of her. After absorbing the mysterious crystal, Zero's evolution exceeded Xiaofang's imagination. Xiaofang's eyes flashed with satisfaction. "I have the Eternal Heaven method. Now I just need enough resources. As long as I have enough resources, I can advance all the way to the 6th firmament Eternal Realm." Demonic Bear Realm. Ripples flickered, and an incomparably huge interstellar fleet suddenly appeared outside the Devil Bear domain. Beams of light bombarded the stars on the periphery of the Devil Bear domain, blasting them into pieces. "Eternal Edge, how dare you come to my realm and behave atrociously? Don't tell me you want to die here?" A projection of the 9 fierce bear devil appeared in the void, followed by 26 beast Eternal Sovereign projections. The Eternal Sovereign projections looked at Xiaofan at the head of the fleet with apprehension in their eyes. At the time when Xiaofan swept the flying star firmament, he spared the 9 fierce bear devil in order to be safe. Afraid of Xiaofan, the 9 fierce bear devil recruited other beast Eternal Sovereigns. The number of his subordinates and allies has increased to 26. Xiaofan glanced at the 27 Eternal Sovereigns and said with a cold smile, "9 fierce bear devil, it's not too late for you to submit to me. Otherwise, you will all die." The 9 fierce bear devil smiled coldly and provoked, "The one who will die is you. If you have the guts, come to our demonic bear realm and fight us to the death." Chapter 1455. Fine. I'll enter the demon bear realm and kill you. Killing intent streaked past Xiaofang's eyes, and he pointed with a finger. The power of countless stars surged and entered the outer regions of the starfields, causing many stars to descend from the sky and fall directly toward the demonic bear domain. This is a supreme secret method that can destroy a realm. Starfall. Once those stars fell on the Devil Bear domain, they would be able to kill all the intelligent life forms in the Devil Bear domain, leaving not a single one alive. An Eternal's wrath can destroy a realm. Eternal Edge, you're going too far. The eyes of a black tortoise flashed fiercely. Countless runes shone on its body, and it pulled the mountain force of the demon bear realm. The tortoise shell on its back flew out and formed a giant shield. A gigantic azure serpent that was tens of thousands of kilometers long opened its mouth and shot out beams of azure light into the sky, directly devouring the stars in the sky. The Eternal Sovereigns used their own secret techniques to attack the stars in the sky, shattering them one by one. "Lord, I'll kill them." Zero's eyes flashed fiercely, and she turned into a stream of light, flew into the demon bear realm, and slammed the ruler's whip into the tortoise shell of a black tortoise. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the tortoise shell on the back of the black tortoise collapsed, and the ruler's whip lashed out and blasted the black tortoise into pieces. The ruler's whip swept towards the black tortoise's flesh and forcibly pulled out the eternal imprint of the black tortoise and crushed it. "No!" There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the black tortoise, and it screamed miserably. Its mutilated body fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, all living things grieved, and other phenomena appeared in the flying star sky. An Eternal has fallen. This is the Eternal Edge. He's attacking the demon bear realm. That's the realm of a 4th firmament Eternal rank powerhouse. He dares to attack it. In the demon bear realm, the 9 fierce devil bear can even contend against 6th firmament Eternal rank existences. To attack the demon bear realm, he's courting death. The phenomenon of the death of an Eternal attracted the attention of countless powerhouses of the flying star heaven. The Eternals cast various secret methods, crossed realms, and spied on everything happening in the Devil Bear realm. "Damn you! Kill him!" The 9 fierce bear devil roared furiously when he saw the black tortoise eternal sage fall. The 25 Eternals unleashed their secret techniques and attacked Zero. Zero's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ripples appeared in the air, and the 12 sovereigns appeared. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the 12 holy followers erupted with 4th firmament eternal rank aura and attacked the 25 eternal sovereigns. 4 heavens of eternal realm. How could this be? How could there be so many experts at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm? A sword light flashed, and a wisp of fear flashed in the eyes of the green-horned snake before it was chopped into countless pieces. A whip of the ruler swept out, pulled out the eternal mark of the green-horned snake, and crushed it. Devour runes emerged and devoured the eternal mark of the green-horned snake. Besieged by Zero and the 12 sovereigns, one after another, eternal sovereigns exploded. "Eternal Edge, you deserve to die!" The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil flashed fiercely. He roared and took out a bone scepter. As soon as the bone scepter appeared, the power of the entire demon bear realm converged on it from all directions. Below the demon bear temple, the earth cracked, and a 100,000-kilometer-long demon bear devil skeleton exuding an overbearing aura emerged. The demon bear devil skeleton exudes 7th firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power. The demon bear devil skeleton is a treasure obtained by the 9 fierce devil bear devil during a fortuitous encounter. It is a complete 7th firmament demon bear devil skeleton. This is the ultimate trump card of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. In order to maintain the eternal force of the 7th firmament demon bear devil skeleton, the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton has to spend a large amount of eternal origin stones to maintain it every year. Every year, 30% of the demon bear realm's output is absorbed by the demon bear devil skeleton to maintain its eternal spirituality. At this moment, the demon bear devil skeleton trembled slightly, countless runes appeared, and 7th firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused. This is your trump card. Not bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Go to hell. A torrent of time emerged in front of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton, and Yang Feng jumped out of the torrent of time. Eyes flashing fiercely, he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent a fist barreling towards the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. Countless Devour runes appeared and formed an invincible, all-conquering spike that pierced through the sky barreling towards the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton. Although the 7th firmament demon bear devil skeleton is extremely powerful, but it is just a skeleton after all. The power of the 7th firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power inside it diminishes. Moreover, compared to eternal sovereigns, it takes longer to mobilize. 9 fierce great millstone. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil skeleton flickered fiercely, and he extracted the power of the entire demon bear realm and sent a palm barreling out. 9 incomparably ferocious demonic bear phantoms suddenly appeared. They devoured the heavens and spat out the earth, and they overturned the sun, moon, and stars. Their ferocious might was matchless, and they directly fused into one to form an invincible demonic bear that suppressed the world. The eyes of the 10,000-kilometer-long invincible bear devil that has gathered the power of a world flickered fiercely, and he sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the invincible bear devil that has gathered the power of a world was run through by the Devour Heaven spike. The invincible demonic bear let out an earth-shattering roar of rage. His body became slightly blurry before he exploded. The fearsome explosion spread in all directions and sent Yang Feng and the 9 fierce devil bear devil flying. Haha! Eternal blade. Even you won't be able to kill me in the devil bear domain. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear devil shimmered with a carefree shade, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed loudly. A steady stream of eternal force entered his body and healed his injuries in an instant. Although the 9 fierce devil bear devil is a 4th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, but in the eternal realm, with the help of the realm's power, even a 6th firmament eternal realm powerhouse cannot kill him. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Is that so? What a pity. You're going to die. When the 9 fierce devil bear devil saw this scene, an ominous premonition welled up inside him. An afterimage flickered, and almost in an instant, a ruler's shadow spear pierced through the 9 fierce devil bear devil's magic barriers and stabbed into his heart. Countless shadow runes emerged, pervaded the 9 fierce devil bear devil, and eroded his body. 9 fierce devil bear devil, You dare to speak rudely to my lord? Please go to hell. Ying stood behind the 9 fierce devil bear with a smile on her face. She was a peerless beauty. No! With a flash of despair in his eyes, the 9 fierce devil bear devil roared furiously and waved his paw at Shadowy. With just one step, as long as the 9 fierce bear devil unleashes the 7th firmament eternal bear devil corpse, it is possible to defeat Yang Feng and his mechanical legion. But everything was pierced by Shadowy's spear. Yang Feng teleported, appeared in front of the 9 fierce devil bear, stabbed his hand into the 9 fierce devil bear's body, and forcibly pulled out the eternal imprint. Eternal edge, don't kill me. Spare my life, and I will serve you. I will submit to you and serve you. Spare my life. When the 9 fierce devil bear devil saw his eternal mark pulled out, his eyes shimmered with despair, and he screamed miserably. Everyone here can live, but you must die. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yang Feng smiled coldly and crushed the eternal mark of the 9 fierce devil bear devil. No! With a flash of despair in his eyes, the 9 fierce devil bear devil screamed, lost all spirit in his eyes, and turned into a corpse. If the few of you submit to me, swear to serve me for eternity. Then I will spare your lives. Yang Feng looked at the eternal sovereigns fighting Zero in the void and uttered coldly. In terms of strength alone, after the 9 fierce devil bear devil died, the other Eternals can only be killed by Zero and Yang Feng. But once the dozen-plus Eternals are forced into a desperate situation, they will burn their eternal mark and launch a shocking attack, which will definitely cause huge losses to Yang Feng. You killed my lord, invaded my realm, and now you want me to surrender and serve you? Wishful thinking. Let's die together. The eyes of an ape Eternals shimmered fiercely, and he began to burn his eternal mark, and a vast force pervaded his body. If you want to die together, you need to have the capital to do so. You're a bit late. Accompanied by a bell-like laughter, a ruler's shadow spear pierced the ape Eternal One's heart, and countless shadow runes emerged and sealed the ape Eternal One's eternal power. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky and lashed out at the head of the ape Eternal, smashing it into pieces. Then, the whip of the ruler swept out and crushed his mark of eternity. I, the lord of the flying pythons, surrender! Seeing the 2nd firmament eternal ape Eternal die, the eyes of the remaining 14 Eternals shimmered with fear, and they hesitated for a moment before choosing to surrender. Among the 14 Eternals, there are Eternals who don't belong to the Devil Bear realm. They are also worried that after they are killed by Yang Feng, they will go to their own realm and kill them again, causing them to die for real. Chapter 1456. Eternal Sovereigns of the Flying Star Firmament. Listen up, Sir Eternal Blade is going to hold a 1,000-year birthday banquet. Quickly prepare gifts to congratulate His Majesty Eternal Blade on his birthday. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. That's right, remember to bring your treasures and present your 3 most precious treasures when you attend the birthday celebration. You won't need to offer a second birthday celebration within 100,000 years. An eternal sovereign that looks like a furious lion roared, and a fearsome sound wave spread in all directions. Birthday celebration? The Eternal Blade wants us to demand resources. What do we do? If we don't give them, I'm afraid that we will really be flattened by him. The 9 fierce bear fiend, the Morning Death Star Lord, and the Shadow Fiend Lord have all died. There is no one in the flying star firmament who can contend with him. The 9 fierce bear fiend was slain by the Eternal Blade even though he hid in the Devil Bear realm. What right do we have to fight him? Fortunately, he only plunders resources once every 100,000 years, so it's bearable. In the flying star firmament, tyrannical eternal wills reverberated, and they finally surged with helplessness. A few days later, in the Devil Bear realm, Yang Feng held a grand birthday banquet. The eternal sovereigns of the flying star firmament attended the birthday banquet and offered the most precious treasures they have. After Yang Feng plundered the resources of the flying star firmament in the name of the birthday banquet, he left the eternal sovereigns he subdued in the flying star firmament without hesitation, and then left the flying star firmament with Zero and the other eternal sovereigns. This is the crystal sky wall of the Bow to Holy Heaven. A month later, at the border between the light god Heaven and the Bow to Holy Heaven, Yang Feng looked at the dazzling crystal sky wall in the distance with shock in his eyes. The Bow to Holy Heaven is located above the light god Heaven. The crystal sky wall is extremely dazzling, and each crystal sky wall exudes eternal breath. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng asked solemnly. Magic Note Lord, are you sure you can crack the crystal sky wall? Along the way, Yang Feng relied on the realm-traversing shuttle refined by the Magic Note Lord to pass through the crystal sky wall of the Buddha Holy Heaven. The Magic Note Lord replied frankly, I'm not sure. This was the sacred sky wall. Only experts at the 9 heavens of the eternal realm could enter the crystal wall with their bodies. In addition, one must have a special boundary-traversing shuttle or other secret treasures. My alchemy has not reached that level yet. If I study here for a few 100,000 years, I might be able to refine a realm-traversing shuttle that can pass through the crystal wall of heaven. But right now I can't. The crystal sky wall of the 10 great sacred heavens was a precipice that trapped countless geniuses. Many eternal geniuses yearned to enter the 10 great sacred heavens to cultivate and search for the path of the eternal king, but they were all blocked by the crystal sky wall. In the eternal world, one could cultivate to the eternal 9 heavens anywhere. But to advance to the eternal king or the legendary eternal divine emperor, only the 10 great sacred heavens contain such a great opportunity. Looks like I can only think about it at length. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and disappeared. In the back garden of a luxurious villa in the light god sky's mystic light realm, ripples flickered, and the flower moon heavenly maiden walked out of the void and came to Yang Feng's side. Lord! Yang Feng asked flatly. How is the matter I asked you to investigate? The flower moon heavenly maiden replied. Lord, in the light god sky, only one force is qualified to enter the Buddha Holy Heaven, and that is the glorious light faction. A month later, the glorious light faction's young master will return to the Buddha Holy Heaven with 300 eternal servants. In fact, the glorious light faction is a major force in the Buddha Holy Heaven. The glorious light faction in the light god sky is just a branch of it. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, 300 eternal servants, in the 10 great sacred heavens, eternals are everywhere. Each eternals is a peerless genius of a universe, a terrifying existence that can run amok in a universe. However, the profound light faction's young master has 300 eternals as his subordinates, which is simply terrifying. Yang Feng uttered flatly. Then let's proceed with the next step of the plan. The flower moon heavenly maiden replied respectfully. Yes, Lord. The mystic light realm's #1 brothel, the Fragrant Moon Pavilion. In the Fragrant Moon Pavilion, there are countless handsome men and beautiful women. As long as there are enough eternal source stones and eternal source energy pools, even eternal sovereign rank handsome men and beautiful women can spend the night together. The flower moon heavenly maiden strode into the Fragrant Moon Pavilion, and first firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power spread from her. In an instant, 2/3 firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power spread from the Fragrant Moon Pavilion and locked on the flower moon heavenly maiden. Ripples flickered, and a tall, burly and handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked out of the Fragrant Moon restaurant. He smiled and said, Little sister, I am Owen. May I ask why you have come to our Fragrant Moon restaurant? The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled sweetly and stuffed tens of thousands of eternal source stones into Owen's hand. Hello, Owen. My name is Bylin, and I came here to see Sir Luo Da. I hope to become one of the 300 servants of the profound light faction's young master, and enter the Buddha Holy Heaven. Owen's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he smiled and invited, Please come in and wait a moment. The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled faintly, walked into the Fragrant Moon Pavilion, and came to a room. Not long after, a handsome young man with blonde hair, a dragon horn on his head, and a black cloak walked into the room. A haughty expression on his face. He sat in front of the flower moon heavenly maiden. His eyes flashed with derision, and he said coldly, Bylin, I heard that you want to become one of the servants of my young master and enter the Buddha Holy Heaven. The flower moon heavenly maiden smiled and flicked her finger, and a spatial ring flew into Luo Da's hand. That's right. Please help me once, Sir Luo Da. This is a level 4 eternal source energy pool. Please accept it. Eternal source energy pools are also divided into grades. A level 1 eternal source energy pool can allow a first firmament eternal to be reborn. A level 9 eternal source energy pool can allow a 9th firmament eternal to be reborn. The level 4 eternal source energy pool is a treasure Yang Feng refined after plundering the flying star heaven. He only had 3 of them in his possession. A level 4 eternal source energy pool. A trace of emotion flashed in Loda's eyes. He was only an eternal at the third heaven of the eternal realm. The level 4 eternal source energy pool can allow him to be reborn 10 times. Luoda put away the level 4 eternal source energy pool, glanced at the flower moon heavenly maiden with a look of derision in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Okay, I promise you that I will help you speak to the young master." "Idiot! I'm just a servant of the young master. How can I let you join and become a servant of the young master?" With a flash of derision in his eyes, Luoda looked at the flower moon heavenly maiden as if she was an idiot. Who knows how many Eternals are eager to enter the Borda Holy Heaven in search of more powerful opportunities. At the time, Luoda exhausted countless resources and took the initiative to sell himself to be a servant of the Black Light Sex Young Master for 100 million years before he became a servant of the Black Light Sex Young Master. Naturally, he doesn't have the ability to make the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden a servant of the Black Light Sex Young Master. In an instant, an afterimage flickered, and a ruler shadow spear pierced into Luoda like a poisonous dragon. Countless runes emerged and entered Luoda's body. Terrifying shadow runes emerged, easily crushed Luoda's resistance, and sealed and suppressed him. With a flash of ripples, Yang Feng appeared in front of Luoda and spread the fingers of a hand. Countless runes appeared, pierced into Luoda, sealed him, and threw him into a jade box. The Dawn God armor Yang Feng wore twisted, and he turned into Luoda. Even his soul fluctuations are identical. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. "Amazing, it's really the same." As an eternal sovereign, the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden can easily see through many illusions and disguises. However, although she saw Yang Feng turn into Luoda in front of her, the eternal fluctuations and soul fluctuations are identical, which is simply terrifying. Shadow smiled sweetly, retracted her aura, and jumped into the shadow behind Yang Feng. "Heh, little beauty, these resources aren't enough. How about this? Be my slave for another 10,000 years, and then I'll help you become the young master's slave." Yang Feng suddenly smiled frivolously, his words full of malice. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden gritted her teeth and uttered, 10,000 years? Absolutely not. In that case, give me back my eternal mark source energy pool. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile. "Since you don't want to accompany me, then scram. Otherwise, don't leave. Just stay in the fragrant moon pavilion." "Fine. I'm leaving." The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden gritted her teeth, a look of unwillingness on her face, and then walked out. "Congratulations, Lord Rhoda. You've killed another fat sheep." With a flash of ripples, Owen appeared in the room and uttered with a smile. Yang Feng waved his hand, and tens of thousands of eternal origin stones entered Owen's hand. "This is yours." "I'm leaving first." "Goodbye, sir." After leaving the fragrant moon pavilion, Yang Feng returned to the territory of the glory of profound light. Although Luoda is a servant of the profound light young master, but he is a third firmament eternal sovereign after all. He has his own palace and servants in the glory of profound light. The number of emperors serving Luoda alone is as high as 20 and 3,000 holy sovereigns. Disguised as Luoda, Yang Feng lurked in the glory of profound light, studied Luoda, and quietly waited for the opportunity to enter the Borda Holy Heaven. Time elapsed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng and 300 other eternal sovereigns gathered in a square. In the square, there is a 1,000-kilometer-long boundary-traversing shuttle engraved with countless mysterious runes anchored. Chapter 1457. In the huge square, there are 300 eternal sovereigns, 30,000 emperors, and 1 million Holy Spirit warlocks. The Holy Spirit warlocks are like dogs. In the lower heaven realms, Holy Spirit warlocks can become overlords, and emperors can become lords of states. But in the 10 holy heavens, whether it is Holy Spirit warlocks or emperors, they are just slaves and inferior slaves at that. Beams of light flashed, and a handsome young man with long black hair and an entire body enveloped in a layer of sparkling divine light walked into the hall step by step, treading on the eternal divine light. Behind the young man stand 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men have horns on their heads and ferocious expressions. The 2 women, on the other hand, are outstanding beauties. The 2 men and the 2 women emanated 4th firmament eternal fluctuations. They are clearly fourth firmament eternal powerhouses who can become middle heaven tycoons. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly. So that's the profound light sex young master. To be able to recruit fourth firmament eternal powerhouses, he really has a deep foundation. A fourth firmament eternal powerhouse can dominate a lower heaven. If a fourth firmament eternal powerhouse came to a lower heaven like Yanju Tian, they can sweep away a lower heaven. Only a lower heaven eternal sovereign who burns their eternal mark can seriously injure them. Greetings, young master. The 300 eternal sovereigns bowed slightly and saluted the profound light sex young master. The 30,000 emperors and 1 million Holy Spirit warlocks knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Let's go." The profound light sex young master walked to the dais, glanced at the people below with a dignified look, and then strode into the realm-traversing shuttle. Yang Feng and the others entered the realm-traversing shuttle. The space inside the realm-traversing shuttle is extremely vast, even larger than that of the Earth. Many exquisite palaces were situated in the center. Each eternal sovereign can occupy a palace to rest in. The servants who serve the profound light sex young master are eternal sovereign rank servants. However, Loda has followed the young master for less than 1,000 years. Although he has a third firmament eternal cultivation base, but he is still not qualified to become the young master's personal servant. Yang Feng doesn't care, and quietly stayed in the palace to practice cultivation. A few days later, the realm-piercing shuttle arrived in front of the crystal wall of heaven. The realm-traversing shuttle flashed with light, and a mysterious rune appeared. A hole was opened in the crystal wall of sky, and the realm-crossing shuttle flew in. This is a travel mark bestowed by an eternal ninth heaven expert in Borda sacred heaven. Without that passage mark, that realm-traversing shuttle wouldn't have been able to enter. Inside the realm-traversing shuttle, Yang Feng watched this scene quietly with a dignified look in his eyes. Originally, Yang Feng planned to use the opportunity of entering Boda Holy Heaven to figure out the structure of the realm-crossing shuttle, and then refine his own realm-crossing shuttle to travel freely in the eternal world. But when he saw the passage imprint, Yang Feng understood that it was impossible. Even if he refined an identical realm-traversing shuttle, he would not be able to enter Boda's sacred heaven. After passing through the crystal sky wall, a huge and almost endless star appeared in front of Yang Feng. That boundless, almost boundless star was Boda saintly heaven's true body. Outside the wave-sacred sky, there were also countless stars, and within those stars, there were also various great clans. The realm-traversing shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew into Boda Holy Heaven. As soon as the realm-traversing shuttle entered Boda Holy Heaven, it flew until it landed above a palace complex. Black light sex young master, this way please. A beautiful woman with a first heaven eternal realm cultivation base appeared above the palace complex, and smiled sweetly at the realm-traversing shuttle. The black light sex young master and his 4 personal servants walked out of the realm-traversing shuttle, and followed the beautiful woman into the palace complex. The realm-traversing shuttle landed directly in a port and stopped. So this is Boda Holy Heaven. As expected of a holy heaven. The source energy of life is really rich. If I can practice cultivation in this environment, I can easily advance to the Empyrean realm. When Yang Feng walked out of the harbor, he took a deep breath, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Boda Holy Heaven's source energy is extremely rich, far beyond Yang Feng's imagination. Yanju Heaven's source energy is 100 times richer than Congji Plains. Light God Heaven's source energy is 100 times richer than Congji Plains. Boda Holy Heaven's source energy is 10,000 times richer than Congji Plains. This means that Boda Holy Heaven's source energy is 100 million times richer than Congji Plains. In the center of Congji Plains' Devour Imperial Court, Yang Feng has set up a large array that can absorb Congji Plains' energy. The energy concentration here can be rated as the highest in the world of warlocks. However, the density of origin energy there couldn't even compare to the density of Sage Heaven's life force. It couldn't even compare. No wonder eternal sovereigns want to enter Boda Holy Heaven even if they have to sell themselves as slaves. This is really a holy land for cultivation. There must be many good treasures here. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he looked around, and countless eternal nanoparticle robots floated around him. These eternal nanoparticle robots are robots refined from zero evolution. They have all kinds of wonderful functions and can easily devour all kinds of barriers. A beautiful fourth firmament eternal realm cultivator who is following the black light sex young master walked over, glanced at the 300 eternal sovereigns with an aloof gaze, and said flatly with a flash of arrogance in her eyes, Luo Da, Fu Zhan, Zhu San, Jiuling, Anda, the young master has summoned you. Come with me, you lot. Yes. Miss Xing Zhu. Yang Feng's group of 5 responded respectfully. The beautiful fourth firmament eternal realm cultivator is called Xing Zhu. Not only does she possess a fourth firmament eternal realm cultivation base, but she is also one of the most favored women of the Black Light Sect's young master. If she is angered, even these eternal sovereigns will be killed. Following behind Xing Zhu, Yang Feng passed through winding corridors and came to a hall. In the main seat of the hall, there was a peerless beauty dressed in black. She had a head full of black hair and a horn on her head. Her expression was fiery and sexy, and she exuded the aura of a royal sister. She was a peerless beauty. This is the ethereal fairy of the ethereal mountain. She's so beautiful. When Yang Feng saw the peerless beauty sitting on the throne of the hall, his eyes lit up slightly. The Black Light Sect's young master entered the Borda Holy Heaven to propose to the ethereal fairy. As one of the top races in the Borda Holy Heaven, the Flying Cloud Ogre race has a 9th firmament eternal realm old monster keeping watch. It has a deep underlying strength and is one of the most terrifying races in the Borda Holy Heaven. The ethereal fairy is a direct lineage descendant of the Flying Cloud Ogre race. The ethereal fairy is a force founded by the ethereal fairy. The ethereal fairy spread the news that she wants to recruit a husband. Countless heroes in the Borda Holy Heaven, including the Black Light Sect's young master, came to propose marriage. Young master of the Mystic Light Sect, this is your strongest battle slave? They look like a bunch of trash. Slaves are trash, and so is the master. On the side of the hall, a handsome man with long purple hair and a mysterious lightning rune engraved on his forehead glanced at Yang Feng and company and said with a cold smile. On both sides of the hall, the young masters of the Borda Holy Heaven's major forces who came to propose marriage smiled coldly and watched quietly. The Black Light Sect's young master uttered coldly, Young Master Lei Sha, we'll know who's the trash after we fight. The 5 of you go and kill them. As long as you can kill them, I'll give you an eternal heaven method that can help you cultivate to the 4th firmament eternal realm. The Black Light Sect's young master pointed to the center of the hall and said coldly. In the center of the hall, there is an arena big enough to accommodate eternal sovereigns fighting each other. In the eternal world, aristocratic eternal sovereigns like to watch their eternal battle slaves kill each other for fun. Most of the 300 eternal servants under the Black Light Sect's young master are eternal battle slaves cultivated by him. They are a terrifying fighting force. Thank you, Lord. The eyes of the other 4 eternal sovereigns shimmered with ecstasy, and they knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Only Yang Feng's avatar Loda still stands proudly in front of the many eternal sovereigns. Black Light Sect's young master, I'm not your battle slave. However, thank you for giving me a ride and letting me enter Borda Holy Heaven. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in front of the many eternal sovereigns and said flatly. The young master Lei Sha's eyes shimmered coldly, and he laughed wildly. Ha ha! Black Light Sect's young master. You're really a trash. You don't even know that your servant has been replaced. What a trash among trash. How dare you? How dare you lie to me? You deserve to die. The Black Light Sect's young master's gaze flickered like lightning. When his gaze fell on Yang Feng, his eyes filled with endless killing intent, he pointed with a finger, and an eternal heavenly sword containing the essence of extermination slashed towards Yang Feng. Idiot! These lowly things want to sneak into my Borda Holy Heaven. How reckless! He's dead. The young masters of the major forces watched this scene with a smile on their faces, as if they are watching a show. The Black Light Sect's young master is a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. When he takes action, few people can resist him. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. It's rare for me to have a good talk. Why is it so difficult? Behind the Black Light Sect's young master, Shadow jumped out and stabbed with the ruler Shadow Spear. The spear pierced through the young master's barrier and stabbed into his body. Chapter 1458. Let the young master go. The eyes of Xing Zhu, Yu Mei, and the 2 eternal sovereigns beside the Profound Light Sect's young master shimmered fiercely, and they unleashed powerful offensive spells barreling towards Yang Feng. Scram! Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng's body. An invincible domineering aura spread from him, and he sent 2 punches flying. 2 stars suddenly appeared, radiated destructive light, and slammed into Xingzhu, Yu Mei, and the other 2 eternal sovereigns, sending the other 2 eternal sovereigns flying. With a flash of queer light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the Profound Light Sect's young master and grabbed him. Almost in an instant, the Profound Light Sect's young master fell into Yang Feng's hands. "Can we talk properly now?" Yang Feng grabbed the Profound Light Sect's young master, smiled faintly, looked around, and spoke domineeringly. In the reception hall, the young masters and godsons of the major forces stared at Yang Feng with enigmatic light in their eyes. As a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, the Profound Light Sect's young master is ranked in the top 10 among the many young masters. For Yang Feng to suppress the Profound Light Sect's young master so easily shows his terrifying strength. "Profound Light Sect's young master, I'm here to save you. Lowly slave, go to hell." With a fierce gleam in his eyes, the young master Lei Sha suddenly unleashed the secret method Lightning Kill Heavenly Method. In an instant, a terrifying world full of lightning appeared behind the young master Lei Sha. Thunder rumbled, and lightning danced. Countless living beings born from the lightning emerged from the lightning and shouted. A lightning sword shrouded in the essences of destruction and creation flew out of the world of lightning, pierced through the sky, and slashed towards Yang Feng. Lightning Kill Heavenly Method. The Lightning Kill City's Eternal Heaven Method is really extraordinary. This sword strike can slay a 6th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. As expected of the young master Lei Sha. When the young masters and godsons in the reception hall saw this scene, their eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Only a few people in the reception hall can receive this sword strike from the young master Lei Sha head-on. "Young master Lei Sha, are you going to kill the Profound Light Sect's young master? How dare you?" Yang Feng smiled faintly. Following a strange force, the young master of the Profound Light Sect flew out and blocked in front of the lightning sword that can slay 6th firmament eternal realm powerhouses. "Not good." Young master Lei Sha looked at the young master of the Mystic Light Sect in front of his sword and his heart turned cold. Although he didn't get along well with the young master of the Profound Light Sect, and the 2 of them often used their eternal war slaves to fight each other, they weren't willing to shed all pretense of cordiality. If young master Lei Sha killed young master Xian Guang in front of everyone, there would be irreconcilable enmity between the 2 sides. If the young master of the Mystic Light Realm died here, he would be able to use the Eternal Origin Energy Pawn to be reborn, but his physical body and soul would be weaker than when he was alive. If the young master of the Mystic Light Realm perished, even with the Eternal Origin Energy Pool, he would need to cultivate for hundreds of thousands of years if he wanted to stabilize his foundation and return to a perfect state so that he could break through to the 7th heaven stage of the Eternal Realm. A series of thunder seals appeared as that incomparably terrifying thunder sword disintegrated immediately. When Yang Feng punched young master Lei Sha, a fearsome force erupted and blasted the young master Lei Sha away, and he slammed into the reception hall, breaking countless bones. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. He wasn't blasted apart. This young master of holy heaven is really extraordinary. "I want you to die." Countless bolts of lightning surrounded him, and in an instant, the injuries on young Lord Thunderkill's body were completely healed. He was like an enraged beast. Countless bolts of lightning surged, and a terrifying killing intent surged out like an ocean, sweeping in all directions. Having lost face in front of everyone, the young master Lei Sha began to go crazy. No longer caring about the life of the young master of the Profound Light Realm, he just wanted to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, and a fierce and domineering killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Everyone, listen to me, stop." A bell-like voice came from the reception hall and entered the minds of Yang Feng and the young master Lei Sha like a clear stream. "Amazing! What secret method is this?" Yang Feng's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. He clearly felt his killing intent disappear along with a clear stream of voice. "She's very strong." Yang Feng looked at the ethereal fairy in the center of the palace with a dignified look in his eyes. The ethereal fairy smiled, looking extremely beautiful. "I am the ethereal fairy. How do I address you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile. "I am the eternal blade." The ethereal fairy uttered with a sweet smile. "Eternal blade, please release the young master of the Profound Light Realm." "Young master of the Profound Light Realm, there is no irreconcilable enmity between you and the Eternal Blade. Why don't you let this matter go? I can give you a bottle of ethereal dew. The eyes of the young master of the profound light realm flickered, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng. Killing intent streaked past his eyes, but he finally restrained it and said lightly, "Okay, ethereal fairy, for your sake, I'll let this matter go." With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, Shadow withdrew the ruler's shadow spear and stood behind him with a smile. In the palace, the gazes of many young masters and godchildren fell on Shadow, and their eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. Among these young masters, the young master of the profound light realm is a top powerhouse, a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. For Shadow to be able to assassinate him so easily, this kind of strength is simply terrifying. In addition to Ying's stunning beauty, her unique demeanor deeply attracted the attention of many young masters of the various forces present. After the young master of the profound light realm was released by Yang Feng, a fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Yang Feng before returning to his seat and sitting down. "Eternal Blade, please take a seat." The ethereal fairy waved her lily-white hand, and green light flashed, and a green crystal table appeared. The green crystal table is covered with all kinds of divine fruits and demonic wine. These are eternal divine fruits. As expected of the Borda Holy Heaven, they're so extravagant. After Yang Feng took his seat, he swept the divine fruits with his gaze, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. In the world of warlocks, eternal divine fruits are treasures that are virtually extinct. Once they appear, they will cause countless powerhouses to fight over them. In the Borda Holy Heaven, however, eternal divine fruits are just fruits that the ethereal fairies use to entertain distinguished guests. The gap between the two worlds is evident. In the world of warlocks, it is very difficult to give birth to an eternal sovereign. But in the eternal world, the young master of a major force has 300 eternal servants. This is because the gap between the two worlds is too great. They are not on the same level. After Yang Feng took his seat, he ate and drank to his heart's content. He left the eternal divine fruits cores behind and threw them into his world. In the world of warlocks, eternal god trees are unique existences. Unless they were destroyed, their seeds would never become the second eternal tree of God. However, the eternal world is different. As long as there are enough resources, an eternal god tree's core can be cultivated into another eternal god tree. Of course, the time, energy, and resources required to cultivate an eternal god tree's core into an eternal god tree are tremendous. Only the top major forces can cultivate an eternal god tree. The fire god's divine son is here. A voice came from outside, and a handsome young man with long crimson hair and snow-white skin stepped into the hall. Behind the fire god's divine son are 4 servants, each of whom exudes a fearsome aura. The fire god's divine son. That's a divine son of the supreme profound holy heaven's fire god race. The fire god's divine son is one of the strongest supreme geniuses of the supreme profound holy heaven. According to legend, he has hopes of advancing to an eternal tyrant. When they saw the fire god's divine son, the eyes of many young masters present shimmered with dignity. In the eternal world, powerhouses of the 9th firmament eternal realm are called eternal tyrants. Each of them is the underlying strength of an eternal force. The greatest dream of many young masters present is to advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm. As for advancing to the 9th firmament eternal realm, they have almost no hope. Yang Feng's face flickered, mysterious runes emerged, his aura slowly disappeared, and his face changed. The fire god's divine son? Shit! Behind the fire god's divine son, a person suddenly raised his head and took a deep look at Yang Feng with endless resentment in his eyes. It is Yan Hai. Yan Hai smiled ferociously at Yang Feng and transmitted his voice to the fire god's divine son. The fire god's divine son swept Yang Feng with his gaze, and then his gaze fell on Yang Feng and revealed a queer smile. The fire god's divine son uttered with a faint smile, "Ethereal fairy, I want to ask you for someone. This person is a mortal enemy of the fire god race. Please hand him over to us. As long as you hand him over to us, the fire god race will owe you a favor and give you the opportunity to enter the giant steel forest." Giant steel forest. When they heard this, the complexion of the young masters present changed dramatically, and greed shimmered in their eyes. The giant steel forest is a holy land for cultivation. There are inheritances left behind by countless Boda Holy Heaven's tyrants after they died. Even a top force like the Flame God clan had to make countless contributions and could only enter once every 500,000 years. The opportunity to enter the giant steel forest is extremely precious to the fire god race. It is virtually impossible to give it to others. Now that the fire god's divine son wants to give this opportunity to the ethereal fairy, her eyes burst out with dazzling light. The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered decisively, "Okay. I promise you." Chapter 1459. For my sake, please surrender, okay? The empty fairy glanced at Yang Feng. Mysterious ripples flickered in her beautiful eyes, and she pleaded softly. In the blink of an eye, the originally beautiful and moving ethereal fairy's charm increased by 10,000 times. Okay. Yang Feng looked at the empty spirit fairy with a look of intoxication in his eyes. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the empty spirit fairy step by step. The empty fairy heaven method deserves its reputation. The empty fairy heaven method can make people happy, but it can also make people addicted to it forever. The complexion of the young masters flickered, and they lowered their heads and barriers appeared around them. They didn't dare to take another look at the empty fairy. Although the young masters want to become the empty fairy's husband, but they don't want to fall for the empty fairy heaven method, succumb to her charm, and become her puppets. The empty fairy heaven method is really extraordinary. Within the hall, only the handsome divine son of the flame god clan was looking at the empty fairy maiden with admiration. He completely ignored the empty fairy maiden technique and displayed his terrifying strength. When Yang Feng passed in front of the young master Lei Sha, his eyes suddenly flashed with clarity, and he showed a playful smile. He spread the fingers of a hand and shot towards the young master Lei Sha like a bolt of lightning. Eternal Edge, you've got guts. The young master Lei Sha suddenly raised his head. His eyes flickered fiercely, and a hand shrouded in a whirlpool of lightning barreled towards Yang Feng. A shadow jumped out from behind the young master Lei Sha. The shadow tore through the firmament with a ruler's shadow spear and stabbed into the young master Lei Sha. Countless shadow runes spread and suppressed and sealed the young master Lei Sha's power. How is this possible? A look of incredulity on his face. The young master Lei Sha looked at the place where the shadow was. There is another shadow there. That figure flashed a smile at young Lord Lei Sha before turning into a black shadow and disappearing. The young master Lei Sha shuddered inside. Shadow doppelganger. Yang Feng extended his hand, grabbed the young master Lei Sha, and barked, "Young master Lei Sha is in my hands, let me go. Otherwise I'll kill him." The empty fairy's pretty face flashed with a touch of coldness, and she said coldly, "You weren't bewitched by my empty fairy heavenly technique? How is that possible?" The ethereal fairy's heavenly art was profound and extraordinary. It was an eternal heavenly art that the ethereal fairy had comprehended from several eternal heavenly arts. She had created her own path. Even the young masters of the various great powers found it difficult to resist the ethereal fairy heavenly technique. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Because you're too ugly." "Too ugly. Eternal Blade, you deserve to die." When the empty fairy heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with anger, her beautiful face distorted slightly, and she erupted with sixth firmament eternal firmament rank power and pointed at Yang Feng. In a flash, the void distorted and collapsed, and a power containing the power to destroy everything shot towards Yang Feng. The power of that finger was terrifying beyond compare, but it was so beautiful that it made one despair. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng was captivated by the finger and indulged for a moment. A thread of shadow pricked Yang Feng's ear, and a sharp pain pulled him out of the ethereal fairy heaven method. "If you have the guts, then kill the young master Lei Sha." Yang Feng smiled coldly and suddenly retreated. He grabbed the young master Lei Sha and blocked the ethereal fairy's finger. "You shameless!" The ethereal fairy's face flickered, and she clenched her teeth, and the finger that can suppress eternals collapsed. Boom! Ying Yi's spear pierced the wall of the hall, blasting a huge hole in it. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he turned into a stream of light and fled into the big hole. At the entrance of the hall stood the divine son of the flame divine race. The strength of this divine son of the flame divine race is unfathomable. When Yang Feng saw him, a premonition of danger welled up in his heart. He didn't dare to flee in that direction. "Ethereal fairy! I shouldn't have acted in your immortal palace. But this person is too important to the flame divine race. I can only be rude. The handsome Shensi of the Flame God clan sighed slightly and took a step forward. A terrifying demonic flame surrounded his body, and a vast and boundless aura of the seven heavens of eternity gushed out. With a flash of fire, the divine son of the Flame Divine race appeared in front of Yang Feng in a flash and sent a fist barreling towards him. When the fist barreled out, suns and moons collapsed, stars were destroyed, and 1,000 suns burst out in an instant. Some slightly weaker universes may be crushed by the fist of the divine son of the Flame Divine race. Seventh firmament of the eternal firmament. Curses! Yang Feng's face fell. He waved his hand, and the young Master Lei Sha appeared in front of him and collided with the fist. I'm sorry, young Master Lei Sha. The Flame Divine race will compensate you for your losses in the future. The Flame God Shensi sighed faintly and mercilessly punched young Lord Lei Sha's body, blasting him into pieces. Young Master Lei Sha was incinerated by the terrifying flames of destruction and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. As if fueled, the fist that killed the young Master Lei Sha became even more fearsome and ferocious, and it barreled towards Yang Feng. Xingji! Yang Feng frowned and said coldly. Ripples flickered, and Xingji appeared in front of Yang Feng. The giant shield in her hand drew the power of hundreds of millions of stars and gathered the essence of stars and blocked in front of Yang Feng. Break! With a cold look in his eyes, the divine son of the Flame Divine race slammed his fist into the star shield. It was as if hundreds of millions of suns had exploded in an instant. A vast and terrifying force directly smashed the giant star shield into pieces. Fearsome flames of destruction enveloped Xingji and Yang Feng and blasted them away, ignited and burned them. Amazing! So this is the divine son of the Flame Divine race, a powerhouse of the seventh firmament of the eternal firmament. He's really strong. The fearsome flames of destruction burned inside Yang Feng. Countless black holes have just appeared, when they were burned away by the flames of destruction. To be able to block a blow from me, you have some skill. Unfortunately, you offended the Flame Divine race. Now, only death awaits you. The eyes of the divine son of the Flame Divine race flashed coldly, and he took a step forward and slammed his palm towards Yang Feng. Endless flames of destruction appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng, suppressing everything. Seeing that Yang Feng was about to be suppressed by the divine son of the Flame Divine race, black light shone, and a demonic bear skeleton exuding the fluctuations of power of the seventh firmament suddenly appeared. A huge bear paw slammed towards the divine sun, suppressing the sun, the moon, and the stars and destroying everything. How dare you! The eyes of the divine son of the Flame Divine race flickered fiercely, and he roared and slammed his palm into the huge demonic bear skeleton. Boom! As the strongest trump card of the 9 ferocious demonic bear, the demonic bear skeleton was blasted 10,000 kilometers away. Cracks appeared on the skeleton, and large tracts of flames of destruction burned the demonic bear skeleton. In that split second, Yang Feng had already fled 10,000 kilometers away. The divine son of the Flame Divine race was about to give chase, when he saw countless runes appear on the demonic bear skeleton, and a vast force of destruction burst out and engulfed the ethereal immortal palace in an instant. Curses! A skeleton of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse exploded. That bastard from the eternal edge deserves to die. Within the ethereal immortal palace, furious voices rang out one after another, and powerful defensive barriers opened up one after another. But the demonic bear skeleton is a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and it has been modified by Yang Feng and the Magic Note Lord. The power of its self-detonation is truly earth-shaking. The barriers collapsed and turned into nothingness. The eternal sovereigns were swallowed by the terrifying self-detonation and turned into dust. After the light of the self-detonation dissipated, a flame emerged. Inside the flame, the divine son of the Flame Divine race was unscathed, as if the self-detonation didn't cause him any harm. However, of the 4 eternal servants who came with the divine son of the Flame Divine race, 2 have turned into ashes and disappeared. Only Yen Hai and another servant of the 5th firmament eternal realm survived. With a flash of light, the ethereal fairy flew out of the ruins. Looking at the ruins of the ethereal fairy palace, which was originally like a paradise on earth, her beautiful eyes emitted bursts of resentment and hatred. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Flame God Shensi, you have to give me an explanation, otherwise, I won't let you off." In the ethereal immortal palace, There are many young masters and eternal battle servants of powerful forces gathered. The self-detonation of the demonic bear skeleton enhanced by Yang Feng killed many young masters of powerful forces who were caught off guard. Even though the young masters of these forces didn't really die, but they still suffered heavy losses. It will take them hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and countless resources to restore their peak state. The ethereal fairy can't resist the wrath of the dozens of forces. Yang Feng has fled without a trace. Now the only one who can make the ethereal fairy vent her anger is the Flame Divine race. The Flame Divine race frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "Ethereal fairy, please rest assured. As long as you cooperate with me, the Flame Divine race will solve this problem with you in good faith. However, the top priority is to find that little bastard Yang Feng. Please lend me a hand. This is the Poda Holy Heaven, not the Tai Profound Holy Heaven. The Flame Divine race possesses heaven-defying strength, and his cultivation base is at the 7th firmament eternal realm. However, he also needs the help of a force like the ethereal fairy. Otherwise, he will find it difficult to move around in the Poda Holy Heaven." Chapter 1460. There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the ethereal fairy, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "That bastard Yang Feng dares to destroy my ethereal immortal palace. I won't let him off." The young masters of the major factions had all died in the ethereal celestial palace, causing the major factions to be enraged. The Flame God race and the ethereal immortal palace paid a huge price to appease the major forces. Enraged by Yang Feng, the major forces sent countless experts to hunt him down. A month later, Poda Holy Heaven's northern domain, in a remote city, in an aristocratic castle. The Flame God race's destruction fire is really extraordinary. In a back garden, Yang Feng opened his mouth and belched out destruction fire containing the breath of destruction. A devour black hole emerged, enveloped the destruction fire, and devoured its power inch by inch. On Yang Feng's body, countless runes emerged from the god armor of dawn and devoured the fire of destruction inside him. Mysterious light shone, the countless devour runes disappeared, and the destruction fire inside Yang Feng was completely devoured. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said slowly, "It took me a month to completely refine the destruction fire. 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouses are really scary." Yang Feng is proficient in countless secret methods and is a 4th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Even if his head is cut off and his heart is pierced, the injuries will heal in an instant. However, it took Yang Feng a month to heal the destruction fire. The power of the destruction fire is simply heaven-defying. Star concubine. It's a pity. It seems that I can't use her for the time being. Yang Feng took a look at the world inside him, and regret flashed in his eyes. In the world inside Yang Feng, stars appeared above Star Concubine, and starlight sprinkled from the stars and fought with the destruction fire. Star Concubine helped Yang Feng block the killing blow of the Flame God race's divine son. The amount of destruction fire inside her is far greater than Yang Feng's. Even though she possesses 4th firmament eternal realm rank power, but she still can't purify the destruction fire. In fact, if Star Concubine hadn't advanced to the 4th firmament eternal realm, she would have been burned to ashes by the destruction fire. Star Concubine, Shadow and Zero were all kings of sovereigns with terrifying combat strength comparable to eternal ones. However, they were not eternal ones. Once they were destroyed, they would truly die, and there would be no chance of rebirth. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with gloomy light. "I have already reached Poda Holy Heaven. My top priority now is to retrieve the Duluo monarch's treasure trove. Only by obtaining King Duro's treasure can I have enough resources to become an eternal overlord." Poda Sacred Sky Chaotic Sea. This was a terrifying star domain that was filled with chaos, oddities, and eerie phenomena. 10 million years ago, several eternal kings led an army to slaughter in the chaotic space sea. Countless experts fell, and the giants withered away. The blood of the eternal kings sprinkled the sky. It was precisely because of these experts that the chaotic space sea had turned into an incomparably terrifying place of death. Any existence below the eternal realm would die if they approached the chaotic space sea. Although eternal sovereigns could enter the chaotic space sea, but even if it was an eternal overlord, once they touched the restrictions left by the eternal kings, they would be cut into pieces and die. In the chaotic space sea, the treasures that the eternal kings took a liking to have already been taken away by them. leaving only a few things that they didn't like. But for other powerhouses, the things that the Eternal Kings didn't like are rare treasures of heaven and earth. Every year, many Eternal Sovereigns go to the chaotic space sea to adventure, thirsting for treasures. 300,000 years ago, there was an Eternal who obtained the inheritance of an Eternal in the chaotic space sea, and became a powerhouse of the Boda saintly heaven. In the periphery of the chaotic space sea, ripples shone, and Yang Feng appeared. This is the chaotic space sea. Yang Feng glanced at the chaotic space sea and frowned slightly. The chaotic space sea was enveloped in a dense black demonic mist. Yang Feng's tremendous soul force swept the black fog, but it was devoured by the black fog. If Yang Feng released his soul force, it would be devoured by the black fog bit by bit. A voice came from the side. "Friend, my name is Me. Do you want to enter the chaotic space sea's Black Island?" An Eternal with a rat's head and a human body dressed in a black robe appeared beside Yang Feng with a wretched smile on his face. The chaotic space sea's Black Island is one of the relatively safe strongholds in the chaotic space sea. After experiencing various adventures in the chaotic space sea, many Eternal Sovereigns will return to the Black Island and other strongholds to recuperate. Yang Feng replied flatly, "That's right." And Me responded with a wretched smile, 100,000 Eternal Origin Stones. I can take you to the Black Island." Yang Feng waved his hand, and a storage ring flew into Me's hand. "Please come with me." And Me's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he blurred into motion and flew aside with Yang Feng. After flying for about 10,000 kilometers, a black boat appeared. As soon as Yang Feng set foot on the black boat, he saw that there are still 6 people sitting on it. Among the 6 people, there is an Eternal with an octopus head, an Eternal with a dragon head and a human body, and a handsome Eternal with blonde hair and blue eyes. An Eternal who looks 90% similar to a human, but has 9 eyes on his face. An Eternal with purple hair, a horn on the head, a sexy figure, and a gorgeous appearance, but exudes the aura of an iceberg. Yang Feng glanced at the 6 people and sat quietly aside. After a while, Me brought over 2 more Eternal Sovereigns covered in muscles and exuding fearsome auras. "Now everyone is here. Let's go, our target is the Black Island." Me looked at the people on the boat, smiled with satisfaction, and flicked his finger, and a black ray emerged on the black boat. The black boat sprouted a pair of dragon wings and flapped them slightly. A fearsome hurricane revolved around the black boat, and it flew towards the chaotic sky sea. The layers of strange demon mist surged towards the black boat, but were blocked by the barrier on the black boat. "Die! Die! 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 I don't want to die!" As soon as they entered the strange fog, strange screams came from all directions and entered the hearts of Yang Feng and the other Eternal Sovereigns. And Me sighed faintly. "This is the Eternal Cry." According to legend, it is a phenomenon left behind by the resentment of Eternal Sovereigns when they die. In the Battle of the Eternal Kings, the Eternal Sovereigns who died for real. Eternal Sovereigns possess undying characteristics. After they die, they can be reborn in the universe. However, the Eternal Kings are extremely terrifying. Once you die at their hands, you will die for real, and the Eternal Mark will collapse. In the Battle of the 10 Holy Heaven Eternal Kings, the Eternal Sovereigns are the soldiers. Holy Sovereigns and Emperors are cannon fodder, the lowest level of cannon fodder. Defensive barriers appeared on the Eternal Sovereigns in the black boat, blocking the wails of the Eternal Sovereigns' resentful souls. "If I die, then why don't you go to hell?" A voice full of resentment surged out from the demonic fog. A terrifying ghost giant covered in wounds, covered in raging flames, with a twisted face and broken horns on his head walked over step by step with boundless killing intent. When they saw the ogre giant with killing intent on its face, the countenance of the Eternal Sovereigns in the black boat changed dramatically, and they began to prepare offensive spells. The first to strike gains the upper hand, and the last to strike suffers. There is no Eternal who doesn't understand this principle. Don't attack. That's the resentment of the ogre giant. Once you attack and kill it, there would be even stronger resentment gathering bodies, and there would be no end to killing them. Please use a secret method to restrain your vitality and turn into a dead person. And Me's face fell, and countless runes appeared on his body, locked his vitality, and turned him into a dead person. The eternal sovereigns of the Black Boat are experts proficient in countless secret methods. They cast secret methods to lock their vitality and turn themselves into corpses. Dead. You're dead too. Haha. Good to die. Good to die. A ferocious smile appeared on the ogre giant's face, and he laughed loudly. 2 streams of rancid black blood flowed out of his eyes, and he strode through the Black Boat. And me is indeed a specialist in this business. In the chaotic sky sea, there have been several strange phenomena that can threaten the lives of eternal sovereigns, yet he has easily avoided them. These days, Yang Feng has seen all kinds of strange and dangerous things in the chaotic sky sea. If it weren't for me, who knows the way, Yang Feng would have to go through a series of battles in the chaotic sky sea alone. If he is careless, he might even be in danger of dying. 10 days later, an incomparably huge city appeared within the dense black demonic fog. In the huge city, there is a huge ancient tree 1,000 kilometers tall that looks like it can support a world. Countless branches spread from the huge ancient tree and shrouded the entire city. The leaves of the huge ancient tree radiate gloomy black light and emit black fog that can absorb the souls of eternal sovereigns. Rays of light sprinkled down from the huge ancient tree and shone on the city, bringing a trace of light to the huge city called Black Island. That's the Black Island. Now, hand over all the eternal origin stones on you. And me pointed at the Black Island, then suddenly turned around and showed a ferocious smile to the 8 eternal sovereigns aboard the Black Boat. Black light shone, and 12 eternal sovereigns flew out and landed next to the Black Boat, stared at Yang Feng and his party, and sneered. The eternal with an octopus head uttered in shock and anger. And me, isn't fighting prohibited on the Black Island? What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the Black Island? Chapter 1461. And me responded with a frigid smile. Yes, fighting is not allowed on the Black Island. But this is outside the Black Island. Hand over all the treasures on you. We only want wealth. The eyes of the octopus-headed Eternal shimmered coldly. Countless runes appeared on his body, and then suddenly erupted. The tentacles on his head shrouded in light slammed into the wall of the Black Boat. Boom! The wall of the Black Boat was blasted apart by the octopus-headed Eternal, and he turned into a stream of light and fled outside. Want to escape? You're courting death. The 4 eternal sovereigns behind and me smiled ferociously, and each of them held a pillar and stood in 4 directions. The 4 pillars shone brightly, intertwined with each other, and formed a huge barrier. The octopus-headed Eternal one slammed his head into the huge barrier, and was immediately bounced away. The octopus-headed Eternal barked, "Why aren't you doing anything? Only by working together will we have a chance of survival." When Yang Feng heard this, he quietly distanced himself from the few people on the Black Boat. You dare to rob me, you're courting death. The eyes of the dragon-headed Eternal shimmered fiercely, and he took a step forward. In an instant, true dragon projections appeared behind him. A total of 99 true dragon projections appeared. The 99 true dragon phantoms gathered together and formed a terrifying true dragon phantom exuding the aura of the 3rd heaven of Eternal Realm. The dragon-headed Eternal one punched out, containing the terrifying might of a true dragon, towards me and the others. Seeing this scene, me showed a derisive smile. Idiot! At this moment, the 9-eyed Eternal's 9 eyes turned and locked on the dragon-headed Eternal, and then 9 rays shot out from the 9 eyes that slammed into the dragon-headed Eternal. The barriers protecting the dragon-headed Eternal collapsed one by one, and the 9 rays slammed into him. He screamed, and 9 holes appeared on his body. The eyes of the 2 Eternal ones that me brought along also flashed with ferocious light. They unleashed incomparably powerful offensive secret techniques towards the blonde Eternal being and the ice beauty Eternal being. You're courting death. The eyes of the blonde Eternal shimmered fiercely. A set of white armor appeared on his body, and 6 pure white pistols appeared in the void and fired beams that slammed into the giant Eternal. Wherever the light passed, the giant Eternal one's body would be blasted open. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the beautiful woman who looked like a peerless iceberg. She reached out with her hand, and a huge battle axe appeared and slashed at the giant Eternal. A bunch of idiots! And me smiled coldly and waved his hand, and the Eternal sovereigns behind him attacked one after another and barreled towards Yang Feng and the others with various powerful offensive secret methods. You're courting death. Eyes radiating fearsome light, Yang Feng took a step forward, a torrent of time surged, and he teleported to in front of me and extended his hand towards me. That claw smashed out, causing the void to collapse and the world to be born and destroyed, suppressing everything. And me roared angrily and sent his hand, which turned into a rat claw capable of tearing apart a plane, barreling towards Yang Feng. A torrent of time surged, and Yang Feng's speed suddenly accelerated. A distorted spatial force swept towards Enmi's claw and swept it aside. Yang Feng's right claw stabbed into Enmi and easily tore apart his defenses, and a fearsome devour force erupted and devoured Enmi. Enmi screamed with a look of horror on his face. Fourth Firmament Eternal! You're a Fourth Firmament Eternal powerhouse. Fourth Firmament Eternal powerhouse. He's a Fourth Firmament Eternal powerhouse. When the Eternal Sovereigns besieging Yang Feng heard this voice, their countenance changed dramatically, and their morale wavered to the extreme. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng teleported and appeared in front of a Third Firmament Eternal Sovereign. With a palm, he blasted the Third Firmament Eternal Sovereign into pieces, and a devour black hole appeared and devoured the Eternal Sovereign. Retreat! The Eternal Sovereigns are all people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing this scene, their countenance changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and fled in different directions. Strolling in the void, Yang Feng teleported 3 times in a row. After killing 3 Eternal Sovereigns, he flickered and returned to the black boat. Thank you for your help, sir. Aboard the black boat, the eyes of the dragon-headed Eternal with many holes on his body shimmered with gratitude, and he took the initiative to step forward and say. The other Eternal Sovereigns also stepped forward and thanked Yang Feng one by one. Is Ring Seth all right? Yang Feng took a look at the handsome Eternal in white armor and said with a smile. The blonde Eternal said with an innocent look on his face. Ring Seth, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Since you don't want to admit it, then I'll look at your memories myself. Yang Feng smiled faintly and spread the fingers of a hand, and countless runes appeared and radiated black light. The runes tore through the sky and slammed towards the blonde Eternal. Go to hell. The complexion of the blonde Eternal changed dramatically. 36 silver-white pistols appeared on him, shone brightly, and fired 36 beams barreling towards Yang Feng. Fire, ice, curses, wind, annihilation, and other 36 essences turned into 36 beams barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, using external objects to carry essences. That's a good idea. As long as Eternal Sovereigns are willing to learn, they can easily master all kinds of essences. However, the most powerful essences are the essences sealed in the Eternal Mark after they advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank, which is also their path. The blonde Eternal uses secret treasures to carry all kinds of essences and display formidable combat power. This idea made Yang Feng's eyes light up. Unfortunately, your idea is good, but you're too weak. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand and pressed down, and the 36 beams of light were extinguished. Then, he slapped the blonde Eternal's head with his palm. A terrifying black hole emerged and swallowed the blonde Eternal in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the faces of the remaining Eternal Sovereigns on the black vessel turned unsightly, and they looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. Yang Feng glanced at the remaining Eternal Sovereigns on the black vessel with an enigmatic smile and said overbearingly, This person was my enemy, so I killed him. If you want to be my enemy, then I don't mind sending you to accompany him. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. The countenance of the Eternal Sovereigns changed dramatically, and they uttered, Go away. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Eternal Sovereigns turned into streams of light and fled towards the Black Island as if they were granted amnesty. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the Black Island. There are still holy sovereigns. How rare! This is the barrier of the Black Island, which allows holy sovereigns to survive here. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Black Island, he saw many holy sovereigns and emperors. These holy sovereigns and emperors are engaged in the lowest jobs on the Black Island. After Yang Feng found a hotel to stay in on the Black Island, he checked the memories of the blonde and blue-eyed Eternal Sovereign in the room. The blonde Eternal is called Ling Zhenon. He is a third firmament Eternal of the Cloud Universe as well as one of the 9 Eternal Sovereigns of the Cloud Universe. After Ling Seth was killed by Yang Feng, he was reborn in the Cloud Universe. After Ling Seth was reborn, he was extremely weak. Betrayed by a traitor, he died tragically under the joint attack of the Cloud Universe's 3 eternal sovereigns, and his eternal imprint was broken. The Cloud Universe's 9 eternal sovereigns were originally equal in strength, forming a balance. After Ling Seth died, the 3 eternal sovereigns gained tremendous benefits, and their strength increased greatly. Then, a war of eternity broke out in the Cloud Universe. The 8 eternal sovereigns fought each other in the Cloud Universe, resulting in countless casualties. 2 more eternal sovereigns died, leaving only 6 eternal sovereigns in the Cloud Universe. At this moment, the Divine Light Universe used a peerless treasure it obtained from a great universe to launch a war of Universe Devour against the Cloud Universe. In the Divine Light Universe there is only one eternal, that is, the Soul God, the Divine Light God. However, the Divine Light God is a 7th firmament eternal powerhouse. If the Cloud Universe's 9 eternal sovereigns join forces, then as long as they are willing to sacrifice themselves, they may be able to fight the Divine Light God. But now, the Cloud Universe is not the opponent of the Divine Light Universe. If it wasn't for the existence of the universe boundary membrane, the Cloud Universe would have already been devoured by the Divine Light Universe. This time, Ling Zhenan had snuck into the Grand Cosmos Sacred Sky Chaotic Sea in order to obtain opportunities and advance to become a 7th Heaven Eternal Realm expert. Otherwise, once the universe boundary membrane breaks, the Divine Light God will descend upon the Cloud Universe, and the Cloud Universe will be doomed. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. This is really precious information. Unfortunately, I am too weak to participate in such a war. For eternal sovereigns, a war of Universe Devour is both a tribulation and a great opportunity. If they can win the war of Universe Devour, such a great opportunity can even enable a 6th firmament eternal powerhouse to advance to the 7th firmament eternal sovereign. Yang Feng put aside the matter of the Cloud Universe and began to sort out the memories he obtained by devouring Anda and the other eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile of excitement. The chaotic sky sea is really dangerous. However, after devouring Anda's memories, I finally found the location of the Duluo monarch's treasure trove. This trip was really worth it. Chapter 1462. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and his eyes shimmered gravely. These are the Flame God's divine son and the ethereal fairy. As soon as Yang Feng landed on the Black Island, he released countless eternal nano-robots as his eyes and ears. Those eternal nanoparticle robots were reconnaissance robots refined from scratch, just like particles. Even experts at the 7th heaven of the eternal realm would find it difficult to discover their existence if they did not use special secret treasures. Flame Spirit's divine son, are you sure that Yang Feng will come to the Black Island? In a room to the side, the ethereal fairy's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she gnashed her teeth. With a self-detonation, Yang Feng destroyed the ethereal immortal palace and killed the young masters of the Wave Holy Heaven's forces. Now she can't wait to tear Yang Feng to pieces, seal him for 100 million years, and torture him day and night. The Flame Godchild smiled and said, "Of course." There was a treasure trove of an eternal overlord in the disordered space sea. Yang Feng snatched the treasure trove map, which greatly offended our Flame God race. If he wants to open the treasury, he'll definitely come to the chaotic space sea. The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She said slowly, "An eternal giant's treasure? Which eternal realm expert's treasure is worth your Flame God race paying such a huge price? You're even willing to take out the chance to comprehend the steals of the giants?" To ordinary eternal sovereigns, the treasures of an eternal magnate were naturally of astonishing value. However, the Flame God clan also had an eternal giant overseeing the clan, and the clan possessed immense wealth. Normally, they would not cross a holy heaven to search for the treasures of the eternal giants in other holy heavens. The Flame God Divine Son said indifferently, "The Flame Ghost King's treasure." The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said slowly, "Flame Ghost King." That was one of the unparalleled giants closest to the Eternal King, wielding the power of fire. Back then, he had once fought with the Purple Flame King, and there was no clear victor. If the Purple Flame King had not advanced to become an Eternal King, he would not have been able to suppress him. It was actually him. No wonder your Flame God clan was willing to pay such a huge price to search for his treasures. The Eternals of the 9 heavens of the Eternal Realm were called Eternal Bigwigs. However, there were different ranks among the eternal giants. The most powerful eternal overlords were known as the invincible overlords. With the help of their eternal treasures, the invincible giants could even possess some of the characteristics of the eternal kings. Once they killed an enemy eternal, they could shatter their eternal imprint, causing them to fall. The guardian god of the Flame God clan was also an eternal giant, but he was just an ordinary eternal giant. If he wanted to advance and become an invincible giant, he would need to obtain the Flame Ghost King's inheritance or special treasures. The Flame God clan was also a clan that wielded the power of fire, and the inheritance of the Flame Ghost King was in line with their path. The ethereal fairy's eyes flashed as she said slowly, "The Sea of Chaos is huge. How can we find him?" "This is a unique treasure refined by my Flame God clan, the Soul Mirror. A wisp of his soul aura is sealed within the Soul Mirror. As long as he enters the chaotic space sea, he won't be able to escape from our Flame God clan. In fact, Yang Feng has already entered the Black Island in the chaotic sky sea. He is right next to us." The Flame God clan's divine son smiled and flipped the fingers of his hand, and a palm-sized bronze mirror engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in his hand. When he heard this, Yang Feng's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered gravely. "My whereabouts have been exposed. The Flame God clan is indeed one of the major races of the profound holy heaven. As a fourth firmament eternal realm powerhouse, Yang Feng has undergone a metamorphosis once and is proficient in countless secret methods. He has long since severed his fate and concealed his soul aura. He is confident that he won't be hunted down. However, the soul mirror in the hands of the Flame God clan's divine son can lock onto Yang Feng's position, which is simply heaven-defying. The ethereal fairy is very smart." Her thoughts revolved slightly and she uttered, "Since you have found Yang Feng's position, why aren't you in a hurry to kill him? Do you want him to open the way to the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove?" The Flame God clan's divine son responded with a smile. "That's right. The Flame Ghost King's treasure trove is very dangerous. If he is willing to serve as cannon fodder and search for the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove for us, then we will naturally take a lot less risk. Besides, the Black Island Lord is not a simple character. If we suppress Yang Feng here, then he will interfere, and it will be very troublesome. The Black Island is located in the chaotic sky sea. Every year, many eternal sovereigns enter it in search of opportunities. If the Black Island Lord wasn't extremely tyrannical, he would have been torn to pieces by the eternal sovereigns who poured in. Although the Flame God clan's divine son is a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, but he is not willing to suppress Yang Feng on the Black Island and alarm the Black Island Lord." The ethereal fairy uttered with a sweet smile, "As expected of the Flame God clan's divine son, you are really thoughtful." After the two chatted for a while, they parted ways. After the ethereal fairy returned to her room, a completely invisible ethereal light flew out of the room, strangely disappeared from the hotel, and went to another room. In that room, there is a man with a horn on his head, a pair of double pupils in his eyes, long red hair, a burly figure, and a wicked charm enveloping him. As soon as the ethereal fairy entered the room, she bowed to the man with a smile and said respectfully, "Greetings, God's Son True Flame. In the eternal world, there are many races that wield the power of fire. Among them, the profound Holy Heavens Flame God race and the Boda Holy Heavens True Flame God race are among the best. The powerhouse with a horn on his head and double pupils in his eyes is the True Flame God race's divine son. In this generation, he is the powerhouse most likely to advance to an eternal realm powerhouse." The ethereal fairy uttered, "The Flame Ghost King's divine son is here for the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove." The God's Son True Flame looked pensive. "The Flame Ghost King's treasure trove. There is indeed a possibility." At the time, the Flame Ghost King fled into the chaotic sky sea and was killed by the purple flame monarch here. There was a flash of killing intent in the eyes of the God's Son True Flame, and he uttered coldly, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Flame God's Son came to the Boda Holy Heaven to give us a big gift. After we find the Flame Ghost King's treasure trove, I will send him back to the profound Holy Heaven's eternal source energy pool." The profound Holy Heaven's Flame God race and the Boda Holy Heaven's True Flame God race are races that wield the power of fire. The two Holy Heavens are enemies, and the two races are mortal enemies. The Flame God's Son True Flame God race never expected that the ethereal fairy would have such a good relationship with the God's Son True Flame that she betrayed him early on. The two discussed for a while before separating. Since you don't dare to do anything on the Black Island, then let's stay here for a while. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, ripples appeared on his body, and Zero walked out of the void, turned into smoke, and disappeared from the room. Before long, a ray of light entered the chaotic sky sea. Zero's departure didn't cause any waves. Every day, many eternal sovereigns enter the depths of the chaotic sky sea to look for opportunities. Under the guidance of Anda's memories, Zero avoided many strange phenomena along the way, and arrived at an extremely spacious area of the starry sky that did not seem to have any abnormalities. It's here. When Zero appeared in the starry sky, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. With a flick of her wrist, a green key emitting a sparkling luster appeared in her hand. The sparkling and translucent key radiated green light and entered the void. Along with a rumbling sound, a huge bronze gate appeared and slowly opened. Zero's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light and entered the bronze gate. This is the Turo monarch's treasure trove. His treasure trove is hidden in the deepest part. Zero looked around and saw that he had appeared in a world full of life source energy. The concentration of life source energy in this world is 100 times higher than that of the Borda Holy Heaven. Clearly, someone used a peerless secret method to seal a tremendous amount of life source energy in this world. The Turo monarch's treasure trove is in the center of this world. With a cold look in her eyes, Zero waved her hand, and countless reconnaissance robots surged in all directions like a tide to carry out reconnaissance and feedback. Beams of teleportation light appeared one after another as various treasures from the Turo King's treasure hoard were continuously teleported to Zero. As expected of the Turo monarch's treasure trove, there are so many treasures in the outermost area. It's enough for me to cultivate 20 eternal sovereigns. If I use them all on myself, it'll be enough for me to break through and advance to the 5th firmament eternal sovereign realm. Through Zero's gaze, Yang Feng saw the various treasures harvested in this world, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. After harvesting a large number of treasures, Zero turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of the world under the guidance of the green key. A world of fire shrouded in endless flames emerged and blocked in front of Zero. This is destruction fire. Destruction fire that can burn everything. If I want to break this destruction fire, I need to advance to the 7th firmament eternal sovereign realm at the very least. Yang Feng looked at the world of fire and narrowed his eyes slightly. The world of fire blocked Yang Feng from coveting the Turo monarch's treasure trove. Come back, Zero. Yang Feng tried for several days and used various methods, but still couldn't cross the world shrouded in flames. His heart skipped a beat as he ordered. Zero's figure fluttered, and he left the Turo monarch's treasure trove with countless precious cultivation resources. When Zero returned to Yang Feng's side, he used the various precious cultivation resources he obtained from the Turo monarch's treasure trove to repair Star Concubine. With the help of the tremendous resources, Star Concubine finally suppressed the destruction fire and began to improve. Chapter 1463. Inside a secret cultivation room on the Black Island. Yang Feng opened his eyes and inhaled, and countless peerless treasures Zero obtained from the periphery of the Turo monarch's treasure trove entered his mouth. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng, and a vast and fearsome aura spread from him. Under the influence of the Nether Law, a huge energy whirlpool appeared above the Black Island, and a beam of energy light dropped from the sky and entered Yang Feng. Someone broke through. This aura, someone has advanced to the 5th heaven of the eternal realm. I'm so lucky to be able to advance on this Black Island. Looks like that person obtained a great opportunity in the chaotic space ocean. On the Black Island, eternal sovereigns looked at the hotel where Yang Feng is staying with envy and jealousy in their eyes. On this Black Island, most of the eternal beings were existences below the 4th heaven of the eternal realm. A 5th heaven of the eternal realm expert could easily become one of the most powerful existences. This guy actually advanced to the 5th heaven of the eternal realm. No wonder he stayed on the Black Island. So he's already on the verge of advancing. The divine prince of the flame god realm held the soul mirror and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He was not moved at all. There was a huge gap between the 7th and 6th heavens of the eternal realm. Even though Yang Feng has advanced to the 5th firmament eternal realm, but in the eyes of the flame god's divine son, he is just a vulnerable ant. 5th heaven of the eternal realm. Yang Feng's advancement speed was really too fast. Damn it, I actually provoked such an enemy. We can't let him live. The ethereal fairy looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, and her heart skipped a beat. A cold killing intent flashed in her eyes. The ethereal fairy has also obtained information about Yang Feng from the flame god's divine son. She knows that Yang Feng has advanced from the third firmament eternal realm to the fifth firmament eternal realm in less than 100 years. This advancement speed is simply heaven-defying. When ethereal fairy thought about how she had offended such a ruthless person because of a promise from the flame god's sacred prince, she could not help but feel regretful. Divine Son Zhen Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he smiled coldly. Fifth heavens of the eternal realm. This Yang Feng really has some skill. No wonder they dared to snatch food from the jaws of the flame god clan. Unfortunately, in the end they are just lowly things. They don't know the terror of our powerful races. If you offend us, only death awaits you. The eternal world's 10 great sacred heavens were controlled by countless powerful races. Those races controlled the resources of the 10 great sacred heavens and absorbed the essence of the universe. Yang Feng, who came to the eternal world from another universe, has no backing. Once he angers the strong races, he will be hunted down. Fifth heaven of the eternal realm. At the center of the Black Island, the Black Island Island Master stood quietly at the top of a black tower, looking at the terrifying energy light pillar with a cold expression. The pillar of light lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before disappearing. I finally advanced to the fifth heaven of the eternal realm. Unfortunately, even though my strength has increased greatly, I still have no chance of winning against the Flame God Child and the true Flame God Child. I can only activate that plan. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. Then he closed his eyes and began to consolidate his cultivation base. 10 days later, a ray of light flew out of the Black Island and flew towards the depths of the chaotic sky sea. In the depths of the chaotic sky sea, in the starry sky, Yang Feng took out a green key. Green light shone, and a bronze gate containing the mysteries of the Turo monarch slowly emerged. You're finally here, Yang Feng. A cold voice emerged from the void, and the flame spirit god's son abruptly appeared in front of Yang Feng covered in flames and, as if teleporting, sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. As a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, the flame spirit god's son launched a sneak attack and smashed Yang Feng's barriers with a palm, and a fearsome force erupted and blasted Yang Feng into pieces. A fire of destruction that can burn everything appeared and swept towards Yang Feng. In the wake of the fire of destruction, Yang Feng's body was burned to ashes. The flame god child beckoned with a hand, and the green key flew into his hand. The ethereal fairy walked out of the void and said with a cold ray in her beautiful eyes, "Congratulations to the flame god child for slaying Yang Feng. However, why don't you seal him? In this way, we can torture him day and night and make him beg for death." For Eternals, unless their mark of eternity could be destroyed, being sealed would be more painful than being killed. No matter how determined an Eternal is, once they are sealed for 10 million years, they will go crazy and become a lunatic. The flame god child flicked his wrist and put away the key. Then, his gaze fell on the ethereal fairy, and an enigmatic ray flashed in his eyes. Sealing him is naturally the best solution. But Yang Feng isn't weak. I don't want him to destroy this key. Ethereal fairy, this is a treasure trove that my flame god race is determined to get. Please leave this place, and I will owe you a favor. If you don't leave, then I will have to send you back. The flame god child smiled slightly. Countless fire runes appeared all over him, and fire of destruction revolved around him, making him look like a fire transcendent. A fearsome killing intent slowly spread from the flame god child and swept in all directions. The Turo monarch's treasure trove is the treasure trove of an eternal monarch. The flame god child will never allow others to follow him, nor will he allow any accidents to happen. Flame god child, you really are not a trustworthy person. True flame god child, please show yourself. The ethereal fairy sighed faintly, took a deep look at the flame god child, and took a few steps back. With a flash of fire, 99 fire true dragons, 99 fire phoenixes, and 99 three-legged golden crows appeared in the void. The fire true dragons, fire phoenixes, and three-legged golden crows are all pure-blooded true spirits, and each of them possesses first firmament eternal realm strength. A sun chariot pulled by 9 fourth firmament eternal true dragons emerged from the void. There is a person sitting in the sun chariot. It is the true flame god child. The true flame god child looked at the flame god child with ridicule in his eyes and said with a smile, "Flame god child, hand over the key in your hand. Otherwise, I will send you back to the profound sacred heaven." The flame god child is a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and the true flame god child isn't sure he can defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, the 300 elite eternal soldiers around true flame god child are enough to form an eternal array, trap the flame god child, and eventually kill him. The flame god child's face flickered, his eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he glared at the ethereal fairy and said coldly, "Ethereal fairy, you really betrayed me." The ethereal fairy responded with a faint smile. "Likewise. Divine Prince of Flame God, didn't you also break your promise and want to kill me? We agreed to explore the Flame Ghost Monarch's treasure trove together." The flame god child's eyes flickered, and with a flip of his hand, the emerald key appeared. Rays of cyan light entered the sky and formed a huge bronze gate. With the power of the emerald key, the bronze gate slowly opened. The flame god child's figure flickered, turned into a flame, and flew directly toward the bronze gate. "Go in." The true flame god child's face flickered, and he suddenly burst out. He reached out with his claw, and a ghost flame claw appeared and grabbed at the flame god child. The flame god child waved his hand, and a flame god diagram appeared. Bursts of light flashed, and from the god of flame drawing, a terrifying power fluctuation of an eternal giant spread out. A terrifying giant hand that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth appeared and slammed towards the divine son of true flame. "Damn it! You used your trump card so soon?" The true flame god child's face flickered. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and a red gold statue appeared. A ghostly hand shrouded in ghostly flames emerged from the golden red statue and collided with the terrifying giant hand. Boom! Along with two earth-shattering blasts, two supreme forces collided and annihilated each other, and the two giant hands collapsed in an instant. The terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The 300 eternal soldiers subordinated to the true flame god child were scattered by the terrifying power of the clash between the eternal powerhouses. The flame god child flew into the bronze gate. The bronze gate closed inch by inch. "Damn it!" The true flame god child's face was ashen. He turned into a stream of fire and flew into the bronze gate before it closed completely. Along with flashes of light, the ethereal fairy and the dozens of eternal sovereigns subordinated to the true flame god flew into the bronze gate before it closed. Boom! The bronze gate closed and disappeared from everyone's sight. No matter what secret methods the remaining eternal sovereigns used, they couldn't open the bronze gate. "Damn flame god child, I want you dead." As soon as the true flame god child entered that world, there was a flash of regret in his eyes. He regretted that he didn't activate the eternal array and kill the flame god child immediately. The flame god child's sneak attack on Yang Feng was decisive and one-hit kill. After killing Yang Feng, he snatched the Turo monarch's key from him. After true flame god child appeared, although he forced the flame god child to use his trump card and flee into the Turo monarch's treasure trove, but he is still a notch inferior to the flame god child. The true flame god child looked into the distance, then cast a secret method, turned into a stream of fire, and chased after the flame god child. Chapter 1464. Destruction Fire. The heavens are on my side. Guided by the key, the flame god's son appeared in front of the world filled with destruction fire. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and destruction fire emerged and circled him. The flame god's son took a step and stepped into the world filled with destruction fire. The destruction fire, which can burn everything, destroy everything, and purify everything, swept towards the flame god's son, and then merged with the destruction fire protecting him, unable to harm him. The flame god's son is already a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and he has mastered destruction fire. For him, the world filled with destruction fire is not only not a threat, but a holy land for cultivation instead. The flame god's son laughed out loud and provoked, "True flame god, come in and fight me if you have the guts." The true flame god's son looked at the destruction fire with a gloomy look in his eyes. The true flame god's son grasped the power of ogre flame. The flame god's son grasped the power of destruction fire. If they fought in the world filled with destruction fire, The true flame god sun would not be the opponent of the flame god sun. From the world filled with destruction fire came the cold and cruel voice of the true flame god. If you don't have the guts, then scram. Otherwise, when I get the flame ghost monarch's treasure trove, it will be your death. Flame god sun, a trifling world filled with destruction fire can't stop me. The true flame god sun smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a gold crystal ghost head appeared. The eyes of the gold crystal ghost head shimmered fiercely, and it erupted with eternal powerhouse rank might and inhaled. The destruction fire that shrouded the world turned into a fearsome whirlpool that entered the crystal ghost head. The destruction fire and ogre flame, two supreme fire forces, tangled with each other and eventually collapsed. The crystal ghost head, which sealed the power of an eternal realm powerhouse, was one of the life-saving means of the true flame god sun. This was also the reason why the divine sons of powerful races were invincible and had the confidence to sweep away everything. Of course, treasures that could seal the power of an eternal realm powerhouse were extremely precious. Generally, divine sons of different races only had one or two. In order to suppress the flame god sun, the true flame god sun asked his family for a few more treasures in order to suppress the flame god sun and plunder his treasure trove. After the destruction fire disappeared, a scorched black world without a trace of life appeared in front of the true flame god sun. Behind the charred and lifeless world was a world filled with raging winds. The figure of a flame god divine sun fluttered, and he plunged into the world full of gales. God Sun Zhen Yen, ethereal fairy, and the other eternal ones used their secret techniques as well. They turned into beams of light and entered the world of wind. As soon as they entered the incomparably terrifying gale world, it was as if an expert at the first heaven of the eternal realm had unleashed a powerful large-scale killing secret technique, constantly attacking everyone. The flame god sun and the other eternal rank fire. The eternal rank, sun, and the barrier of the eternal flame of the fire. Of fire. Countless wind blades slashed at the barrier of the flame god sun and the other eternal rank powerhouses, consuming their power. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long eternal wind dragon emerged from the world of wind, opened its maw, and bit an eternal. Fearsome wind force erupted, slashed at the eternal, and cut him into pieces. A mysterious light shot out from the center of the Duluo monarch's treasure trove and hit the broken corpse of an eternal. A mysterious and mighty power appeared, and an eternal mark appeared on the eternal's corpse. My lord, save me! My lord, save me! The mark of eternity appeared, and then it emitted a wave of earth-shattering and miserable shrieks. The eternal wind dragon opened its mouth and bit down, instantly crushing the eternal mark. No! Amidst a shrill scream, the eternal one perished. He's really fallen. The eternal mark shattered. He really died. How could this be? When the eternal sovereigns who chased after them saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The most terrifying thing about eternal sovereigns was their immortality. Even if an eternal was killed by another fearsome existence, they could be reborn in the universe or realm where the eternal mark was placed. However, if an eternal was killed by a wind dragon, then his eternal mark would shatter. That meant that he had truly perished, and was deader than dead. Shock flashed in the eyes of True Flame's son, and his mind shook. The means left behind by the Flame Ghost Monarch are that strong? When the Flame Ghost Monarch was alive, he was an invincible tycoon with some of the characteristics of an eternal king. Once he killed an eternal, he could extract the enemy's eternal mark and destroy it, truly killing an eternal. However, while the Flame Ghost Monarch could do this when he was alive, he might not be able to do it after death. How clever was True Flame's son? He guessed the truth at once. His eyes flashed with a scorching shade and his blood boiled. No, an eternal king! This must be the treasure trove of an eternal king. This isn't the treasure trove of the Flame Ghost Monarch, but a genuine treasure trove of an eternal king. No wonder Flame God's son wants this treasure trove at all costs. This is an eternal king's treasure trove. It may contain the secrets of an eternal king. There was only a great realm difference between an invincible eternal giant and an eternal king, but the gap between the two was like a chasm. In the past, the Flame Ghost Monarch could compete with the Purple Flame Monarch. But as soon as the Purple Flame Monarch advanced to an eternal king, he suppressed the Flame Ghost Monarch with a flip of his hand. No matter how powerful an eternal giant was, in front of an eternal king, the only thing they could do was to escape. In the eternal world, only an eternal king could ignore an eternal legion composed of eternal sovereigns, suppressing an eternal legion by himself. In the eternal world, legend has it that above an eternal king, there is an eternal god emperor. However, no one has ever seen an eternal god emperor. The eternal god emperor has become a legend. The most powerful is the eternal king, who controls the 10 holy heavens. In the world of wind, one eternal wind dragon after another emerged and fought with the eternal sovereigns. Deity True Flame, thank you for helping me hold back these eternal wind dragons. I'll be going first. The flame god's son spewed out a mouthful of blood essence, and then a pair of flame god wings unfolded behind him. With a flap of his wings, wind and fire intertwined and tore through the sky, and he flew out of the world of wind in an instant. Damn it! The eyes of the true flame god's son flashed fiercely, countless runes appeared, flames revolved around him, and he transformed into a 4-meter-tall true flame god with countless mysterious runes engraved on his head. After the transformation, the true flame god's son turned into a stream of light, tore apart 2 eternal wind dragons, and chased after the flame god's son. In the world of wind, where the eternal wind dragons wreaked havoc, there were still many of true flame god's son's eternal subordinates. These subordinates were abandoned by the true flame god. Unless the true flame god's son uses the treasure of an eternal giant again, it will be impossible to save his subordinates. True flame god's son, save me! Ribbons fluttered around the ethereal fairy and sent the eternal wind dragons flying. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with distress, and she pleaded pitifully to the true flame god. His face expressionless, the true flame god didn't even look at the ethereal fairy. He flickered a few times, flew out of the world of wind, and disappeared. I knew you weren't reliable. Master of the Black Island, come out. If you don't come out, I'll have to leave. After the ethereal fairy saw the true flame god leave, her pretty face flickered, and she waved her lily-white hand, and a black bead flew into the void. As soon as the black bead flew into the void, it radiated black light, shone with countless runes, and condensed into the Master of the Black Island. Let's go! The Master of the Black Island looked at the incoming eternal wind dragons with a dignified look in his eyes, and then he waved his hand, and a black eternal dark diagram appeared. On the eternal dark demon portrait, many dark demon gods appeared and intertwined with each other, forming a black defensive barrier that enveloped the Lord of Black Island and the ethereal fairy. Then, the barrier carried them forward. The eternal wind dragons rode a terrifying gale and tore at the defensive boundary formed by the Black Devil. The wind blades and demonic light intertwined, and the defensive boundary formed by the Black Devil was slashed by countless wind blades. It set off ripples, but it didn't budge. In a dozen breaths of time, the Master of the Black Island flew out of the world of wind with the ethereal fairy. As soon as they flew out of the world of wind, the ethereal fairy saw 2 terrifying flames burning the mysterious ice sea. The mysterious ice sea, which could freeze everything, was burned by the 2 eternal magnate-level flames. All the power of ice disappeared, turned into smoke, and rose into the air. The various ice-type fierce beasts in the mysterious ice sea were also burned to ashes. After the mysterious ice sea was burned to ashes, the eyes of the flame god's son and the true flame god's son fell on the Master of the Black Island and the ethereal fairy. When the true flame god's son saw the Master of the Black Island next to the ethereal fairy, his face became extremely unsightly. The flame god's son glanced at the ethereal fairy and laughed. His eyes flashed coldly and he said, "Haha, true flame god's son, it seems that bitch also betrayed you. Why don't the 2 of us join forces to eliminate this bitch and the Master of the Black Island first, and then explore the treasure?" The Master of the Black Island said, "True flame god's son, the flame god's son is an enemy of the Boda Holy Heaven. Let's join forces to kill him first, and then explore the treasure together." Chapter 1465. Alright. Let's join hands and kill the flame god divine son first, then we can talk about other things. True flame god's eyes twinkled. He waved his hand and a ghost flame spear tore through the sky towards flame god's son. The Lord of Black Island took a step forward, and a terrifying aura at the peak of the 6th heaven of the eternal realm filled the air. With a wave of his hand, the eternal black demon diagram flew out and blossomed with endless ominous light. A bull-headed black demon with a human body and the head of a bull flew out from the eternal black demon diagram. His body was covered with all kinds of eyeballs, and he was shrouded in layers of demonic chi. That bull-headed black demon was a treasure that the Lord of Black Island had refined with the skeleton of an expert at the 8th heaven of the Eternal Realm, as well as countless rare treasures of heaven and earth in the chaotic sky sea. Its battle prowess was astonishing, comparable to that of an expert at the 7th heaven of the Eternal Realm. The bull-headed black devil's eyes flickered with ferocity. With a battle axe in hand, he traversed the void and appeared in front of the flame god Divine Sun in one step. He swung the battle axe at the flame god Divine Sun. Damn it! The eyes of the flame god Divine Prince flashed with anger. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand. A scroll filled with endless destructive flames flew out. Countless runes flashed, and a terrifying hand reached out from the scroll, exuding the power of an eternal giant, and slapped towards True Flame Deity and the bull-headed black devil. When the terrifying hand hit True Flame God turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. The big hand slapped down and slapped the body of the ox-headed black devil. An overbearing force that can suppress the world erupted and blasted the bullhead black devil into pieces, and then the fire of destruction burned the bullhead black devil into ashes. In the void, the eternal black demon diagram was set ablaze, turning into ashes that drifted away with the wind. A hint of heartache flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Black Island as he howled. "My treasure map! Divine Son of Flame God, you deserve to die!" The Flame God Divine Child took the opportunity to turn into a beam of fire and enter the last essence magnet world. The magnetite world was filled with all kinds of eternal magnetite divine light. The dense eternal magnetic divine light swept towards the Flame God Divine Child and immediately broke his protective boundary, forcing him to burn his blood essence and open an even more powerful defensive boundary. A terrifying gravity enveloped the Flame God's Divine Son, causing him to fall from the sky and walk forward step by step. Should we destroy this place? After the Flame God Divine Child landed, he gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. The eternal metamagnet divine light kept bombarding his body, creating bloody holes. It made him feel like he wanted to destroy everything. Damn it, if it weren't for that bitch ethereal fairy's betrayal, I would have already passed through this area. I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. After weighing the pros and cons, the Divine Prince of the Flame God gritted his teeth and gave up on using his trump cards to destroy the Essence magnetic world. For the sake of the Turo King's treasures, the Flame God Divine Sun had practically emptied the Flame God clan of all the treasures that contained the Eternal Giant's attack. Even so, there was only one treasure left in the hands of the Flame God Divine Sun that had sealed the attack of the Eternal Giant. If it weren't for the ethereal fairy, the Flame God Divine Sun could have passed through the 4 worlds and reached the core of the Turo King's treasure trove. At most, he would have spent a treasure that contained the Eternal Giant's attack in the Black Ice Sea. But now, he only reached the magnetite world after consuming a large number of treasures. 3 rays of light flashed, and the Flame God Divine Sun's group of 3 broke into the magnetite world and chased after the Flame God Divine Sun. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noises, 3,100-meter-tall earth golems engraved with countless mysterious runes and enveloped in eternal metamagnet divine light appeared. The eyes of the 30 earth golems flickered fiercely, and they fired eternal metamagnet divine light barreling towards the Flame God Divine Sun's group of 4. Die! The eyes of the Flame God Divine Sun's group of 4 flickered fiercely. Countless runes surged, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall giant surrounded by the fire of destruction and fought the earth golems. The fire of destruction is terrifying to the extreme. Besieged by the earth golems, the Flame God Divine Sun's group of 4 controlled the fire of destruction to burn the earth golems one by one and turn them into ashes. The Master of the Black Island, the true Flame God Divine Sun, and the ethereal fairy also unleashed powerful offensive secret methods to fight the earth golems. In the magnetite world, the 30 earth golems could quell a 7th heaven eternal realm powerhouse. However, he was forcibly killed by the 4 powerhouses, and forcibly slaughtered his way out of the magnetite world. After killing their way out of the magnetite world, a huge bronze altar appeared in front of the 4 eternal realm sovereigns. On the bronze altar, there is a throne. On the throne, there sits a handsome man with a horn on his head, dressed in a broken bronze armor, and exuding a domineering aura. A gold dragon spear stabbed the terrifying man in the heart, as if suppressing him on the throne, making him unable to move forever. The Beta Monarch and the Darkthroat Monarch joined forces to suppress the Dura Monarch. The Beta Monarch cast the secret method Dragon-Slaying Heaven Suppression Method, condensed the Dragon-Slaying Golden Spear, broke the Dura Monarch's eternal mark in one fell swoop, and seriously injured him. This is the Dura monarch. When the true flame god divine son saw the terrifying man on the throne, his eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and he shouted. Once an ordinary Eternal's mark of eternity was shattered, only death awaited them. They would perish on the spot. But the Dura monarch is an eternal lord. Even though his eternal mark has collapsed, he can still linger on for some time. Evidently, he fled back to his lair. The master of the Black Island's eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and he muttered, "The Dura monarch. This is the Dura monarch's treasure trove." The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes also shimmered with joy. This is the Dura monarch's treasure trove. An eternal lord is extremely powerful. Even a little treasure left behind by them is enough to make an eternal lord go crazy. Not to mention anything else, just the remains of the Dura monarch are precious treasures that can become the foundation of the major forces of the 10 holy heavens. With a cold look in his eyes, the flame god divine son waved his hand, and a scroll flew out. Flames of destruction soared, and a giant hand containing the power of an eternal lord flew out of the scroll and grabbed towards the master of the Black Island, the true flame god divine son, and the ethereal fairy. The true flame god divine son smiled coldly, took out a mirror, stepped into the mirror, and suddenly disappeared from this world. Damn it! The face of the master of the Black Island changed dramatically. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he became a 100-meter-tall giant. He erupted with pinnacle 7th firmament eternal rank aura, brandished the battle axe in his hand, and slashed at the giant hand. The true cultivation base of the master of the Black Island is the master of the Black Island, and this is the reason why he dares to participate in the competition for the treasures of the 2 divine sons. When the giant hand containing the flames of destruction slammed into the master of the Black Island, the master of the Black Island was blasted apart, and then the flames of destruction rolled out and burned the master of the Black Island to ashes. No! Along with a shrill scream, the eternal imprint of the master of the Black Island appeared strangely, collapsed, and turned into a stream of light that entered a white jade disc in the Dura monarch's hand. Flame God 9 extinctions appear. The flame god divine son spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence, frantically burned his life origin, and pointed at the void. The void was in chaos, and a mirror was forced out of the void. The terrifying hand containing the flames of destruction slapped down on the mirror. A terrifying power erupted and shattered the mirror into pieces. No! How could this be? The true flame deity flew out of the mirror, a look of shock on his face. He issued a heart-wrenching roar and spread the fingers of a hand, wanting to release his trump card. Single heart thrust. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the flame god divine prince. He held a dagger and stabbed his own heart. The moment the dagger pierced true flame god's heart, a terrifying power exploded in true flame god's heart. It made true flame god's reaction slow. Normally, that moment wouldn't have mattered, but at that moment, the terrifying hand containing the destructive flame slammed into true flame god's body, turning him into ashes. No! I don't want to die! An eternal mark appeared and true flame god's shrill screams could be heard. He collapsed and turned into a beam of light that entered the white jade disc. The flame god divine prince spat out a large mouthful of blood, glanced at the ethereal fairy, smiled ferociously and said coldly, "Ha ha! What makes you trash think you can fight me? Ethereal fairy, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, then kneel and swear allegiance to me. You will be my slave for 100 million years. Otherwise, I'll kill you and make you truly perish." The ethereal fairy's beautiful eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and she took a few steps back. With an unsightly expression on her face, she squeezed out a smile and said, "Flame god divine prince, I swear to submit to you and serve you for 100 million years." The ethereal fairy gritted her teeth, knelt in front of the flame god divine prince, and began to swear. "Go to hell." The moment the ethereal fairy knelt, the flame god godchild's eyes flashed with coldness. He burned his eternal essence and tore through space, appearing in front of the ethereal fairy in one step. He slammed his palm down, crushing all of the ethereal fairy's resistance and landing on her head. Terrifying flames of destruction appeared and enveloped the ethereal fairy, burning her to ashes inch by inch. Chapter 1466. Why? Why do you want to kill me? I am willing to do anything for you. The empty spirit fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with endless horror, and she screamed miserably. The flame god Shensi said with a cold smile. It's very simple. If it weren't for you, bitch, I could have smoothly obtained the treasure of the Duluth king this time. You caused me to lose all my foundation and severely damaged my origin. You deserve to die. The flame god Shensi glanced at the empty spirit fairy with a playful look in his eyes, and said with a chuckle, And let me tell you a secret. If you had fought me just now, I may not have been your opponent. The flame god Shensi had just used his foundation, burned his blood essence and eternal origin, and killed the Black Island Master and true flame god Shensi in one fell swoop, but his body was seriously injured. It was just that the flame god Shensi had killed two Seventh Heaven's Eternal Heavens powerhouses in one fell swoop that deterred the empty spirit fairy. She was so scared that she gave up resisting, and was killed by the flame god Shensi. Originally, the empty spirit fairy could have fought the flame god Shensi, but now that the flame of destruction entered her body, the empty spirit fairy no longer had a chance to resist. Flame god Shensi, you beast, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. The empty spirit fairy's beautiful eyes flashed with despair, and countless runes emerged, and the eternal imprint appeared directly, and burned in an instant. A grey curse light emerged from the empty spirit fairy, passed through the flame of destruction, and hit the flame god Shensi. The flame god Shensi said with a contemptuous smile, Curse technique? A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Even if you burn your eternal true spirit to cast the curse technique, you can only weaken my power by 10% at most. In just 10 days, I will be able to refine your curse technique. The empty spirit fairy, a sixth heaven's eternal powerhouse, burned her eternal imprint to cast the curse technique with infinite power and terror. Once a fourth heaven's eternal powerhouse was hit by this curse, they would be tortured for tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. However, the flame god Shensi wielded the flame of destruction and was born to restrain all kinds of curses. The ethereal fairy's curse technique was only a little trouble to him. At this moment, the green key in the arms of the flame god Divine Sun suddenly burst open, and Yang Feng emerged from the green key. The Shishin armor shone brightly, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method, formed a Devour Heaven spike, tore through the firmament, and stabbed towards the flame god Divine Sun. Defensive boundaries suddenly appeared around the flame god Shensi, and the Devour Heaven spike penetrated the defensive boundaries and stabbed into the flame god Shensi. Countless Devour runes emerged and frantically devoured the flame god Shensi's eternal source. Flame god's immortal body. The flame god Shensi's eyes flashed fiercely, and the part of the eternal origin that has been pierced through exploded, and fearsome fire force blasted Yang Feng away. A tremendous amount of destruction flames appeared and swept towards Yang Feng. Xingji! Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he waved his hand, and Xingji appeared in front of him. With the giant shield in hand, Xingji drew a copious amount of star force to converge on the giant shield and opened a huge star barrier. Locked in a stalemate with the star barrier, the destruction flames burned the star barrier inch by inch, unable to break it. Although the flame god Shensi is a powerhouse at the seventh firmament of the eternal realm, but after all, he fought several peerless enemies in succession. Even though he killed those great enemies, but he still suffered heavy losses and exhausted his underlying strength. He is no longer as ferocious as before. An afterimage flickered, turned into a shadow, and stabbed the ruler's shadow spear silently towards the back of the flame god Shensi. Are you Yang Feng's trump card? That's a top assassin for you. If I wasn't on guard, I might have been assassinated by you. But since I'm on guard, how can a piece of trash like you assassinate me? With a cold look in his eyes, the flame god Shensi smiled coldly and waved his hand, and the mirror of shadows exuding endless breath of eternity appeared. Dark rays of light emerged from the absorbing shadow mirror, rolled towards Ying, and sucked him in. The mirror of shadows is an eternal treasure refined by a powerhouse at the seventh firmament of the eternal realm. It is specially designed to restrain eternal sovereigns who wield the authority of shadows. After seeing Shadow's assassination methods, the flame god Shensi naturally tried to get his hands on this eternal treasure. This is the terror of the divine sons of great races in the eternal world. As long as they see through the trump cards of hostile eternal sovereigns, they can find targeted eternal treasures to restrain them. If you want to defeat them, you have to crush them in terms of strength. Then do you know of my existence? A cold voice sounded from the void. A sovereign's whip. flew out of the void and lashed the body of the flame god Shensi viciously. An incomparably terrifying force erupted and blasted the body of the flame god Shensi into pieces. With a flash of destruction flames, the flame god Shensi's body was completely restored. The 12 holy apostles appeared in an instant, performed various offensive secret methods, resonated with each other, and slammed into the mirror of shadows. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering sound, the absorbing mirror collapsed and shattered. Ying jumped out of the absorbing shadow mirror, and with a slight shake of his body, he split into 9 clones and attacked the flame god Shensi from 9 directions. Flame god Shensi, this is where you will be buried. Zero's eyes were cold, and he controlled the whip of the ruler, turned into a violent true dragon, bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and blasted towards the flame god Shensi. Flames of destruction intertwined in the flame god Shensi's body and turned into a 10-meter-tall giant surrounded by flames of destruction. Holding the flame god's sword, he fought with Zero. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the flame god Shensi exchanged thousands of blows with Zero. The void was torn apart, and he was forced to retreat, and he was whipped several times by Zero. Originally, the flame god Shensi's strength was far above Zero's. But after being injured repeatedly and burning his eternal origin essence to suppress the Black Isle Master and the true flame god Shensi, his strength has dropped to an extremely frightening level. Then, he was cursed by the empty fairy and seriously injured by Yang Feng's sneak attack, which greatly reduced his strength. Countless runes appeared on the 12 holy apostles, resonated with each other, and then joined forces and barreled towards the flame god Shensi. Open up! The flame god Shensi's eyes flashed fiercely. He slashed out with his sword, and the flame of destruction turned into a fire dragon that roared out, burning and distorting the void. It swept towards the 12 holy apostles of the sovereigns and sent them flying. Flames of destruction ignited on the 12 holy apostles and began to burn everything. Flame god Shensi, this is where you will die. A cold voice sounded, and a torrent of time appeared. Yang Feng teleported out of the torrent of time and sent a punch flying. Torrent of time, black hole, star of power, spatial portal. 4 essences erupted and formed a force that penetrated the flame god Shensi's defenses and slammed into him. The flame god Shensi screamed miserably at once, and then his body was blasted apart, and he turned into flames and fled in all directions. Shadows emerged from the void, and countless avatars stabbed at the flames with the ruler's shadow spear. The countless flames were penetrated by shadows, and then shadow seals filled the air and suppressed and sealed the flames transformed from the flame god Shensi one by one. Die! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a terrifying black hole devoured the flames transformed from the flame god Shensi and frantically devoured his life origin. Stay your hand, Yang Feng, let me live. I can give you the Taro Monarch's treasure trove. Let me go. Otherwise, once you kill me, the flame god race will not rest until one of us is dead. The countless flames condensed into the flame god Shensi inside Yang Feng's black hole, and roared loudly with a ferocious expression and fear on his face. Idiot! Ever since I obtained the Taro Monarch's treasure trove, my relationship with the flame god race has been irreconcilable. In this case, killing a peerless genius like you is equivalent to cutting off the future of the flame god race. How can I let you go? Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he closed the fingers of a hand, and countless rays of devour appeared, shrouded the flame god Shensi, and devoured his eternal origin. Great arcane holy heaven, the flame god race's headquarters, an eternal imprint strangely appeared. The one who killed me is Yang Feng. The one who killed me is Yang Feng. The flame god Shensi's miserable scream came from the eternal imprint, and then disappeared. Attracted by a mysterious force, the eternal imprint appeared on the remains of the flame god Shensi. Yang Feng slammed his fist into the eternal imprint and smashed it to pieces. A fearsome devour force enveloped the eternal imprint of the flame god Shensi and frantically devoured his eternal true spirit. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. So this is the eternal true spirit of the flame god Shensi, that's a powerhouse of the 7th firmament for you. What a profound underlying strength. If I can devour 3 or 4 more eternal true spirits similar to the flame god Shensi, I will have the underlying strength to advance to the 6th firmament of the eternal realm. At the moment when the eternal imprint of the flame god Shensi was broken, a statue of the flame god Shensi inside the headquarters collapsed and shattered. The divine sun died. How is that possible? How could the divine sun die? Yang Feng, Yang Feng killed the Divine Sun. Impossible. The Divine Sun is a powerhouse of the seventh firmament of the Eternal Realm. How could he be killed by Yang Feng? Inside the Flame God clan, when the experts of the Flame God clan saw the statue of the Flame God Shenxi crumble, their eyes flashed with shock. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.